When I awakened, I actually chose the most rubbish profession, summoner. People around me all laughed at me, saying I had a problem with my brain. But they don't know that I have already activated the Hextech rune system, and obtained the S-level talent, Demon Contract. As long as I consume my own vitality, I can upgrade the summoned beasts. The weakest goblin can be upgraded to a goblin king. The most ordinary elemental spirit can be upgraded to an elemental lord. And every 5 levels, I can obtain another Hextech rune, which can strengthen all summoned creatures. At this moment, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Zheng Feng is now on stage for the career baptism, and a staff member is scanning below the career awakening platform. He was very puzzled as to why Zheng's career declaration form was filled out as a summoner. You know, summoning is a profession that everyone despises. It's even more expensive than a mage, and the damage is not as high as a tank knight. The only advantage, the strategy of overwhelming numbers, is also not as good as the undead mage. No one wants to team up, and solo play is just a completely rubbish profession. Zheng Feng changed his profession to a summoner, and a golden light shone from the career baptism platform. The staff exclaimed in surprise, it's actually an S-level talent. At the same time, Zheng Feng's mind also heard the voice of the system. Obtain the talent Demon Contract, obtain the talent Steward Star. The Demon Contract consumes maximum health points, gaining talent points that can only be used on summoned creatures, allowing them to have higher talents. The lost health points cannot be recovered and will permanently reduce the maximum health points. The Star of the Steward, all Steward summoned creatures gain 20% health and 20% attack power. The Steward will receive special skill enhancements. Your team is considered to have an additional Steward and gains a Steward token. After reading about the strengthening effect of the Demon Contract, Zheng Feng took a deep breath. Summoners are called the sewer because most of their summoned creatures do not have high talents, and each one requires a lot of money to cultivate. But with the Demon Contract, as long as there is health, Zheng Feng can ensure that the summoned creatures continue to improve. A group of people discussing as if they were looking at a monster. Clearly having an S-level talent but changing to become a summoner, I really don't know what he's thinking. Amidst the complex gazes of the group, Zheng Feng walked out of the job change square. After returning home, he checked his status. Name, Zheng Feng. Occupation, Summoner. Level 1, Health, 1100. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, Contract, Array, Summoning, Creature Enragement, Creature Space. Has not contracted any summoned creatures. Currently able to contract 1. Talent, Demon Contract, Steward's Heart. On the talent list, what is displayed is not the Hextech enhanced rune, but just drawn, the Demon Contract and Steward's Heart. It seems so. First, I need to buy a level 0 summoning beast skill book. Then, Zheng Feng opened the computer, clicked on the temple website built by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, searched for keywords, and hundreds of items for sale popped up. Although there are not many summoner players, there are still people selling summoning beast skill books online. After searching for a long time, I only found a level 0 summoning skill book. Summoning skill, Goblin. The skill book is level 0 and can be learned. After use, you will obtain a trainable goblin, priced at 500 yuan. This is the cheapest item in the entire store. Even a bottle of potion that adds 200 health points costs 1000 yuan. It seems that niche professions also have their advantages. Zheng Feng smiled and placed the order. The next moment, the item was directly transported to the personal inventory through the temple's holy light. Transferred to the personal inventory. Zheng Feng then summoned the contract array, and soon, a green-skinned goblin appeared in the center of the array. Unlike other professions learn the skill summoner, but the skill book for mine is summoning creature contract. As the words finished, the goblin in the array's eyes suddenly became clear. It had successfully signed a contract with the summoned beast goblin. The goblin's level will increase with your advancement. The summoned beast can wear equipment and, after death, will wait for revival in the summoning room space. Zheng Feng checked the attribute panel of the summoned goblin. The summoned beast goblin is level 1, with 400 health points and 32.5 attack power. Zheng Feng looked at the attributes in silence for a moment. No wonder summoners find it hard to level up. Just with this 400 health points, they are already at a significant disadvantage compared to other professions. Zheng Feng placed his hope in the demon contract, opened it, and a prompt popped up indicating that 10 points of blood were sacrificed for each talent, and 1 talent point was obtained online. After some thought, Zheng Feng tentatively sacrificed 600 points of maximum life, obtained 60 talent points. As Zheng Feng added the talent points to the goblin still inside the contract formation suddenly swelled. Its originally small body became very burly. A greatly exaggerated giant wolf appeared in the contract formation, with the elite goblin warrior sitting astride the giant wolf, exuding a far more imposing aura than before. A low growl emanated from the contract formation. The goblin wolf cavalry has 3,000 health points and an attack power of 653,000. With 65 attack power, it's sufficient to deal with first-level abyssal monsters. The data will be even higher after upgrading. Furthermore, Zheng Feng discovered that the goblin wolf cavalry had gained a new skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. the Goblin Wolf Cavalry charges at the target, causing 1,640 points of damage. Then, Zheng Feng took out the Steward's badge and upgraded the Goblin Wolf Cavalry to VIP, emitting a brilliant beam of light. It projected onto the Goblin Wolf Cavalry, and only then did it become apparent. Sitting on the Wolf Rider, the elite Goblin warrior underwent a huge transformation in temperament. Even the giant wolf had a flowing coat of hair. The evolved data made Jinyu's eyes light up. The VIP Goblin, Level 1 Wolf Rider, has third-tier talent skills, including jumping, proficient hammer swordsmanship, fierce Wolf Rider charge. Jinyu looked at the attribute table. 3,900 health points, nearly double that of a Level 1 Paladin. The most terrifying part should be the VIP, just enhanced skills, causing 3,000 points of damage to 3 targets. You should know that before Jinyu sacrificed his health, he only had 1,100. Although his maximum health dropped to 410, it's worth it to have such a strong summon. This is still Jinyu and the Goblin, without wearing equipment. The Summoner's equipment and the Mage's equipment are the same set. Mages are a well-known money-burning profession, using the same equipment, spending the same money, but unable to deal the damage of a mage. There isn't even a Summoner section in the entire temple mall. You can only buy equipment in the Mage equipment section. In the end, Jinyu chose a beginner's staff priced at 6,000 yuan. The level 1 beginner's staff adds 10 intelligence, 50 mana, and has 50 durability. Although Jinyu feels it's not worth it to spend 6,000 yuan on a beginner's staff that only adds 10 intelligence with no other effects, he still has to buy it. Because it's different from a real game, new professionals won't get a newbie package. Everything has to be bought by themselves, which is already not bad. At least they don't need to start from scratch. In the history class Jinyu took, it was mentioned that the first group of professionals entered the abyss empty-handed, and countless people died. The pioneering work was extremely perilous. Now, being able to easily find strategies for the abyss and purchase equipment suitable for their level is all thanks to the efforts of their predecessors. Afterward, Jinyu bought a long knife for the Goblin and then arrived at the abyss instance for novice professionals. Although it was already midnight, it was still crowded here. The abyss level matches the level of the professionals. They say it's a level 1 abyss, but professionals below level 10 can still enter. After reaching level 10, entering will incur backlash and they will be pursued by the guardians roaming the abyss. Although no one is clear about which powerful race is operating behind the scenes in the abyss, this is not something that these newly awakened professionals should be concerned about. Upon entering the abyss hall, they could hear various shouts for teaming up, and the hall screens were continuously scrolling with team information. At that moment, Jinyu heard someone calling his name, turned to look, and saw Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd, with several familiar faces by his side, all classmates from the same class, probably over 10 of them. Why did you just arrive? We've been here for a long time. Tao Qian and the others basically arrived at the dungeon town right after leaving the temple, hardly wasting any time. Have you cleared it? Tao Qian rolled his eyes and said no one stopped us newbies. Why don't you try forming a team and going in? Asked Zheng Feng curiously. After all, just sitting here and not entering the abyss is a waste of time. Tao Qian looked helpless, mainly because they dare not. You didn't see it just now, a team of pure newcomers went in, but they were all teleported out as minced meat. It was really scary, Tao Qian said with lingering fear on his face. Although there are strategies for dungeons, a strategy is just a strategy. Reality is reality. It's still necessary to have someone experienced leading the way. Zheng Feng asked, how about I take you? Tao Qian smirked and said, I was waiting for you to say that. With your S-level talent, you won't have trouble finding teammates. In fact, Tao Qian can also find teammates. The role of a monk in the early stage is greater than that of mages and rangers, and with his calligraphy talent, he can have a team without spending money. He was just waiting for Zheng Feng. With Zheng Feng, the teammates will definitely be strong, ensuring a smooth clearance. Let's quickly post information and find 2 strong teammates for a quick clearance. However, Zheng Feng interrupted Tao Qian's words, we can't find strong ones. I want to compete for the rankings. Competing for the rankings means vying for the level leaderboard. On the day when newbies change occupations each year, the temple will open a new player level leaderboard. The leaderboard will be settled a month later, and rewards will be distributed by the temple. And the school already knows that he has an S-level talent. What he needs now is to be as high profile as possible, to showcase his talent in order to possibly gain more attention. His only goal is to obtain more resources. Tao Qian chose to believe in Zheng Feng, and after Zheng Feng made his decision, he immediately shouted to the people around, S-level talented professionals, we need 3 soy sauce holders. As soon as they heard S-level talent, the people around became excited, but when they saw it was a summoner, they all fell silent. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail found proof. I really don't have money. Can I give you 5,000? It's fine, just apply. The price doesn't matter. After all, no one dares to team up with her. Once in the abyss, there's no way out unless you clear it. If something goes wrong, it's death. Zheng Feng doesn't want to waste any more time waiting. Immediately, an assassin joined the team. Kuin said, I have another friend. Just wait a moment. Before long, another assassin joined the team. "Sakura, are you really planning to join this team? Isn't it too dangerous?" Kurin sensed the concern in Wenrun's words and reassured her, "Trust my judgment. This person called Zhang Feng has an S-level talent. Geniuses are the least likely to take risks. The higher the talent, the more they cherish their lives." Tao Qian also called a friend, and a tall and sturdy young man followed. The five of them then entered the Hanjie Abyss instance. Zhang Feng raised his hand, and a contract formation appeared. Accompanied by the howl of a wolf, a huge wolf appeared in front of everyone. An elite goblin warrior sat on the giant wolf and respectfully greeted Zhang Feng. With 3,900 health and 120 attack power, Tao Qian looked at the goblin's attribute panel in shock. His own strength was only 13 points. Even with a furious slash, he could only deal around 200 damage. But this goblin alone has an attack power of 1. Just then, a sound of ice shattering appeared around the cold street, and suddenly a group of zombies with blood-filled mouths rushed towards everyone. The elite goblin warrior took out the longbow from his back, pulled the arrow, and accurately shot the nearest zombie. The arrow, like piercing ice, made a cracking sound, directly blowing off the zombie's head. Wu Zong, who had been silent, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the appearing branches. In their eyes, the goblin's arrow seemed like a regular attack, but it dealt nearly 700 damage in an instant, actually instantly killing the zombie. The few of them exchanged glances, knowing they made the right bet. This summoner is really something, and breaking a record with the speed of killing zombies should not be excessive. They have also seen records from other professionals, like the videos of the Cold Street Abyss, but none have killed so effortlessly. The zombies have a deceleration aura, which can restrict the warrior's speed. With 500 health, it's not something a warrior can instantly kill. The first wave of 12 zombies has to be fought and pulled. Even half an hour for the first wave is considered fast. But look here, the goblin warrior has instantly killed 4 zombies in just a few seconds. As the 12 zombies were killed, a voice from the system sounded in Zhang Feng's ear. "Your level has been raised to level 2, bringing joy to Zhang Feng's heart." Leveling up means an increase in the maximum health, and as long as he continues to accumulate, he can further enhance the talent of the summoned beasts. The area connecting to the abyss is vast, requiring crossing the frozen street and then entering the depths of the street to find the boss. Their current location is the interface entrance. Ziyu waited at the first intersection according to the abyss strategy for a few minutes, as the strategy instructed. There is a level 4 frost lion in the store here. If you don't wait for it to come out and pass directly through here, you will be ambushed by the abyss monster ahead and the level 4 frost corpse here. The strategy they received is a course that every student needs to learn. For them, the strategy is almost as deeply ingrained in their minds as pinyin. 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze, and a huge frost corpse emerged from a store. The Abyss Monster Frost Corpse is level 4, with 2,000 health points and an attack power of level 84. The Frost Corpse let out a low roar, warning the Goblin cavalry entering its territory. Other surrounding stores also made strange noises, and a dozen frost corpses emerged from dark corners. The group looked at the scene in front of them and felt a little panicked for a moment. They were all entering the abyss for the first time, having only learned about it from videos and online images before. They had thought that the professions who died in the abyss were just too clumsy, but after experiencing it firsthand, they finally understood the difficulty of the abyss. There was no justice. They might not even be able to handle the first wave of frost corpses, let alone the current one with 2,000 health points and at level 4. The 5 of them hurriedly left the battlefield, keeping a safe distance from the level 4 frost corpse. The goblin wolf cavalry stood in place and kept attacking. Before long, a large number of cold corpses had died. The 4 of them looked at Zhang Feng standing with them and felt something strange, as if the person leading them was that goblin wolf cavalry, rather than Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng took out a reclining chair and a kettle from the item space. Sitting in the snow, the 4 of them looked at him strangely as he started to drink tea. Seeing his little brother being killed instantly, the level 4 cold corpse couldn't sit still any longer. It threw a spinning ice axe at the goblin. The goblin put away the bow and arrows, leaped up, and jumped directly in front of the level 4 cold corpse. Holding a hammer in hand, it fiercely smashed toward its head. 890 directly took out more than half of the cold corpse's health. Stun triggered. The cold corpse was already very slow, and this blow directly left the level 4 cold corpse stunned in place. The goblin warrior held a heavy hammer, his right arm muscles bulged, and with another powerful blow, the entire body of the level 4 cold corpse was split in two, dealing 1,750 damage. Damn! 1,750 damage. Half of the hot tea in Tao Qian's hand spilled. Isn't this goblin just a pure novice summon? This is so abnormal. Tao Qian could still sit still before. When he saw the goblin wolf cavalry dealing nearly 3,000 damage with each blow, he really couldn't hold back anymore. This could instantly kill a paladin. Next, the goblin cavalry killed the remaining cold corpses, a total of 14 level 1 cold corpses, 1 level 4 cold corpse gaining 184 experience points. It's a pity that the level 4 cold corpse didn't drop any loot. After delving deeper into the cold, they encountered another wave of monsters. The remaining level has also increased to level 3, and the goblin wolf cavalry's level has also been raised to level 3, with its health increasing to 4,500. The attack power has also increased to 160 points. The current Goblin Wolf Cavalry can shoot an arrow dealing 900 damage, instantly killing anyone who shows themselves. They quickly pushed forward, reaching the depths of Hanjie. This is the final destination. Looking at the park center at the end of Hanjie, Pao said to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded earnestly. Let's get started. Wu Zong skillfully took out an oven from the inventory, while Qian and Wenren Xingyu also got busy, setting up a small table and brewing tea. Zhang Feng not only brought tea, but also instant noodles, snacks, and even kebabs. A deep abyss expedition will take nearly 3 hours at the fastest. Summoners don't need to fight, so Zhang Feng almost emptied his entire fridge, aiming for a top-notch experience. Brother Wu, after you finish studying, let me take a photo. I'll post it on moments later. Zhang Feng turned to Wenren Xingyu and said, after you're done, send me a copy too. I'll post it too. Wenren Xingyu took a picture first and showed it to Zhang Feng. In the photo, Zhang Feng is lying on a lounge chair, enjoying a hot coffee, looking content. Below, the words Abyss Coffee are paired with the literati Chinyu. At this moment, there is a commotion downstairs, followed by the continuous sound of freezing. From the depths of the park's forest, the first to emerge is a level 5 cold corpse. An elite goblin warrior draws his bow, and with one arrow piercing the cold corpse's forehead, 928 points of its health are directly depleted, about 1/3 of its total. Followed by 2 more arrows, 3 arrows in total directly shoot and kill a level 5 cold corpse. Wu Zong, who is in charge of roasting meat on the side, sees this scene and can't help but be amazed. It's all clearly explained in the Abyss Street Strategy Guide. After entering this central park, you will encounter a level 5 cold lion. You must not let it get close and must make use of the surrounding buildings. Circle around this level 5 cold lion, otherwise, if caught by the deceleration aura, the cold lion with 2,500 health and 100 attack power will wipe out the entire team. Now, looking at the level 5 cold lion that was taken down in 3 arrows, Wu Zong feels a sense of powerlessness. Is the gap between people really this big? As the first wave of monsters is resolved, Zhang Feng hears a system prompt in his ear. Your level has been upgraded to level 4. Health, 810, Mana, 190, Strength, 37, Power, 16. Zhang Feng realizes that the level upgrade is particularly important for him, not only increasing his health but also boosting his skill damage. Now, the goblin's precise swordsmanship can theoretically deal 1,000 damage. In theory, it can deal 1,000 damage. If we defend properly, the boss will come out of the forest. Wu Zong said while grilling skewers. You won't be challenging the simple level next time, will you? Zhang Feng nodded. I should increase the difficulty. If not, because beginners must challenge the simple level abyss once, Zhang Feng will probably directly choose normal or hard. According to the market price of 100,000 for a regular instance, can you take me next time? Wu Zong asked seriously. He must hold on to Zhang Feng, although anyone with money would be willing to take an instance. But Zhang Feng can refresh the speed record. The Holy Temple will reward those who clear the level the fastest, refreshing the historical record team. This reward has a great impact on professionals. But Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. I plan to challenge the nightmare level next time. I heard that so far, no one has cleared the Hanjie Abyss. If the nightmare level abyss is cleared, not only will it be a feat, but it can also take down the historical record. The first time reward for the nightmare instance, historical record reward, 3 rewards, 300,000. Hearing this, the 4 of them were delighted. The value of these 3 rewards may be several times 300,000. At this time, a roar came from deep within the forest. Everyone looked towards the forest. The last wave of cold corpses had arrived. Abyss Boss Cold Corpse, level 7, health 11,000, attack power 150. The boss of the Hanjie Abyss finally appeared, accompanied by 2 level 5 cold corpses, 2 level 4 cold corpses, and a group of level 1 cold corpses. The boss is huge, covered in a thick layer of ice armor. He looks at the Goblin Wolf Cavalry and roars in anger. Chills spread around. The elite Goblin Warrior still starts with long-range archery. The advantage of the Goblin Wolf Cavalry is that it can engage in both close combat and long-range combat. The giant wolf is highly mobile, making it an all-around summon. The Goblin's arrow hits the boss's ice armor, causing a crack but no damage. This is within expectations and is mentioned in the strategy guide. The ice armor has the ability to block 3 attacks and refreshes every 30 seconds. This is the challenge that hinders many professionals and also the reason why the Abyss Dungeon takes longer. The cold zombies have over 10,000 health points, and the attack power of novice professionals is still very low. They can only rely on wearing down the health points bit by bit to kill the cold zombies. With the protection of the ice armor, the difficulty is further increased. Even with a well-equipped team, killing the boss in 5 hours would be considered fast. The Goblin Warrior strikes again with 2 swords, piercing through the armor. The furious boss roars at the Goblin Warrior, and the cold zombies around him suddenly accelerate, running towards the Goblin Warrior. Facing a large number of cold zombies, the Goblin Warrior quickly fires consecutive arrows, while the giant wolf under him agilely dodges the thrown battle axes. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry leaps high and a raptor pounces on a level 4 cold zombie, resulting in the sound of a shattered skull and the instant demise of the level 4 cold zombie. Without any pause, 3 arrows were shot immediately, reducing the boss's health by 3,000 in an instant. The enraged boss, the cold corpse, roared and released a cold air, causing the ground to tremble. The cold air spread out like a shockwave, dealing 817 damage to the goblin wolf cavalry. The fur of the giant wolf was covered in ice chips. Fortunately, the level 4 goblin wolf cavalry has high health. It has a whopping 4,900 health. After the cold corpse releases the skill, there will be a slight stiffness. Taking advantage of this, the goblin wolf cavalry directly uses its strongest skill, the wolf cavalry charge. The next second, 2 giant wolves appeared on both sides. The shadow giant wolves started running, emitting a rumbling sound. With a loud noise, the goblin wolf cavalry collided with the exploding cold corpse. The other 2 shadows respectively collided with the level 5 cold corpse, inflicting exaggerated huge damage of -5,762 and -5,542. Directly smashing the level 5 cold corpse to pieces. Hanshur also lost half of his health. The goblin wolf cavalry didn't give Hanshur any chance. With no reaction time, as soon as the charge was completed, he turned around and followed up with 3 swords, directly shattering the armor that Hanshur had just refreshed. At the moment the armor was broken, the goblin immediately switched to a giant hammer and ruthlessly smashed it on Hanshur's head. It's unclear whether it was the goblin warrior's good luck, or Hanshur's weak resistance to dizziness, as almost every leap and hammer strike could trigger dizziness. The goblin cavalry swung around, the hammer as far back as possible, exerting all their strength, aiming for the head of the just-recovered frost zombie. They delivered a powerful blow at maximum force, crashing into the frost zombie's head, as if smashing a frozen watermelon. The boss's head was smashed into several pieces. Killing the frost zombie earned 521 experience points, obtained 1 frost armor, and acquired a pair of novice mage boots. Your level has increased by 5 levels, with 1,010 health points, 200 mana, 45 intelligence, 17 strength, and 13 agility. You have 15 remaining attribute points, with skills such as Contract, Array Summoning Beast, Berserk Summoning Beast, Space Summoning Beast, VIP Butler, and Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Currently, you can contract with 2, and have 2 chances left to draw the Hex Reinforcement rune. You have cleared the level, completing the Abyss at the easy level, obtaining rewards and a professional experience bonus of 300. You will be teleported outside the Abyss in 1 minute. That's the level cleared. When you said in a somewhat fierce manner, in less than 3 hours, eating barbecue, drinking wine, and following Genu's summoned beasts, we cleared the level. Before exiting the instance, Genu said, after we leave, the team won't disband. Hurry to get the money, I'll wait for you, but be quick, I want to compete for the rankings. 1 minute later, the 5 of them were teleported to the Abyss. It was around 1 a.m. outside, and the Abyss hall was still crowded. At this moment, an announcement from the Temple of All Professions silenced the entire hall. Announcement: congratulations to the professional team for breaking the historical clearance time of the simple Abyss connection. The clearance time is 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader Zhang Feng, summoner member Tao Qian, monk Wuzong, Koyin, assassin Wenren Qinjiu. The assassin receives a reward of 500 professional experience, a historical record gift package, and the title of historical recorder. Next second, the hall fell into a deathly silence. This kind of record-breaking information frequently appears. After all, with the development of society, the treatment of novices is getting better, and records are often refreshed. But this time is a bit different. The captain is the trash summoner, and the members are 2 monks and 2 trash assassins. Someone has already started a private chat with Zhang Feng, wanting to butter him up, but found that Zhang Feng had disabled private chat permissions. Zhang Feng sat in the tent, opened the historical records, gained another 500 reward experience, reached level 6, the maximum health points also reached 1,230, and still had 17 free points. Attribute points are still not available. Zhang Feng allocated all attribute points to health. After reaching level 5, he gained the ability to summon a second summoning beast. Zhang Feng decided to go all out, not only to upgrade the goblin to tier 4 but also to upgrade the new summoning beast to tier 2. Compared to the slight damage increase from adding intelligence, it's better to enhance the talent of the summoning beast. Zhang Feng opened both chests and obtained a piece of novice warrior armor, with an ice crystal pendant. The ice crystal pendant is of silver grade, wearable at level 5, with an intelligence attribute of plus 25, magic power plus 100 effect. After wearing this equipment, it increases ice resistance by 10 points, and reduces the slowing effect of ice attributes by 20%. Immune to freezing once, effective every minute. The attributes are all very targeted towards Han Jia. The equipment effects of the instance are very suitable for the current righteousness, and all the equipment that can be brought will be brought. 1 piece of ice armor exploded from Boss Hanshur, a pair of French boots. The ice armor increases health by 300, and comes with an ice armor effect. The cooldown time for the ice armor effect is very long, but it is very useful for professions with low health like Zhang Feng. The mage boots increase health by 150, 5 agility points. The 450 health added by the equipment is not the limit, and it is precisely because of these two pieces of equipment. Only then does Zhang Feng have the confidence to prepare for the next all-in behavior. First, add all 17 free attributes to health, increasing life by 850 points. Currently, Zhang Feng has 2,080 available health points. The equipment increases health by 450, directly sacrificing 1,000 maximum health points in exchange for 100 talent points, all added to the Goblin Wolf Rider. Ding's Goblin Wolf Rider evolves into a Goblin General, with 8,000 health and an attack coefficient of 6. New skill General's Command, VIP instructions, summon 18 Goblin Guards to battle, summon 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Death Knights, 5 Goblin Shield Soldiers, 1 Goblin Wizard, unlimited summoning time, cannot be summoned again until all Goblin army members die. A smile that was hard to suppress appeared on his face, the Goblin Cavalry, from a lone individual to a complete army. Then Zhang Feng opened his phone and entered the Temple Mall, adding the Summoner skill book to his cart that he had already selected. Bought the Summon of the Fire Spirit, the skill book Wuji can be learned, a trainable fire spirit with extraordinary talent. Zhang Feng drew a contract array in the tent, a flash of fire, a fireball appeared in the air. The next moment the fireball and Zhang Feng had a mental connection. Feeling the cold air inside Zhang Feng's body, it actively released a warm stream enveloping Zhang Feng. The fireball made no sound. This is a pure elemental body, just like the flame element that a mage can control. Summon Beast Fire Spirit level 6, increases with the Summoner's level, 1,100 health points, 172 attack power, skill Flame Aura, can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter. When maximized, causes 121 points of burn damage to all objects per second. The fireball releases one fireball and pursues the locked target, causing 551 points of fire damage. Looking at the Fire Spirit's attributes, Zhang Feng and the landlord truly felt the weakness of the Summoner, if it were not for the talent-enhanced Fire Spirit. One fireball deals 551 points of damage. How many fireballs would it take to burst a 10,000 health cold corpse? Zhang Feng glanced at himself, remaining health 1,080, base health plus 450 equipment health. Because the Fire Spirit is a level 5 summon beast, the increase in talent points is actually slightly more than the Goblin. Zhang Feng calculated that he needs a total of 102 talent points, which means 1,020 maximum health points. Looking at his own 60 health points, he couldn't help but laugh. He's probably the professional with the lowest health in history. Fortunately, there's 450 health from the equipment, otherwise 60 health points would mean instant death. Zhang Feng directly promoted the Fire Spirit to the 3rd rank. The next second, flames burned fiercely, leaping and eventually forming 2 Fire Spirits snuggling together. Their appearance is much better than the Goblins, who knows by how much. Summon Beast, Twin Fire Spirit, level 6, 3,000 health points, 375 attack power, skill, Flame Aura, can control the temperature within a 10-meter radius, causing 825 burn damage per second to all objects. Fireball, releases a fireball and pursues a locked target, causing 2,325 fire damage. Twin Covenant, twin fire spirits coexist and can be released simultaneously. Skill damage stacks, doubles fire damage. Flame Cage, presets the location of the flame cage in advance. Automatically triggered when enemies enter the range, causing 2,100 fire damage per second inside the cage. After strengthening the Fire Spirit, Zhang couldn't wait to extract Hex, strengthen Footing, obtain a gold level rune, focusing on a companion, and obtain a silver level rune. The library card focuses on a companion. Provides a training dummy. All damage to the summoner will prioritize attacking the training dummy. After each abyss battle, if the training dummy survives, it will provide 10 talent points. The library card book allows you to choose one from 4 random bound articles and obtain an equipment forging device. Although I didn't manage to draw the Cold Harvest rune, the effect of training the dummy is exactly what I need now. Since his own maximum health is low, training the dummy can ensure that I won't be killed by a surprise attack. Moreover, every time I clear the abyss, I am given 10 talent points for free, equivalent to receiving 100 extra health points for free. Zhang Feng opened the book of articles and selected a direct view article without hesitation from the Mage article, the Ionia article, and the Barrier article. I already have 2 direct view articles. I'll give one to the Fire Spirit. Although it won't activate the full 4 direct views when worn, it will allow the Fire Spirit to share 20% of the direct view's health and attack power. Shushing added Chongdang to obtain an equipment forging device. The equipment forging device can convert equipment that cannot be worn into usable equipment for myself. I will store the equipment forging device in the item library and give the Fire Spirit the Steward article. Everything is ready. Half an hour later, Wu Zong and the other 3 returned to the dungeon lobby, bringing back a large bag of food. Zhang Feng praised them for being efficient and walked into the dungeon teleporter. You have selected the Nightmare difficulty for the Abyss. This difficulty level fully restores the true appearance and entire history of the Abyss. The death rate is extremely high at this difficulty level, so please be prepared. A burst of blue light flashed, and the 5 of them found themselves standing on a familiar street. As they just entered the abyss, the chilling cold made Tao Qian and the others shiver, but Zheng Feng, wearing cold-resistant equipment, was unaffected. It is said that the nightmare level difficulty simulates the real scene of the abyss at that time. Both the easy and hard levels of the abyss are actually simplified and weakened. Qin recalled the information he had seen. Zheng Feng didn't just impulsively decide to enter the nightmare abyss, he did a lot of research before entering the abyss. We had a hint before entering the abyss, aiming to completely restore the true appearance of the abyss and reconstruct the entire history of the abyss. The abyss is like a closed period of time in history, and professionals can enter the abyss. Experiencing that history continuously, Zheng Feng summoned the Goblin General and said, in the easy level, killing the boss in the park will end it. In the normal level, you need to enter the forest and find a spring. This spring is the source of the frozen street and needs to be guarded. It's only considered complete after resisting all attacks from the cold corpses. The highest level in the normal level is the level 9 cold corpse. In the difficult level of the abyss, besides protecting the spring water, you also need to retrieve a frozen female corpse from the spring, and then take it to an unmoving lake deep in the forest. On the way, you will be chased by a special cold corpse in the form of a spider. Killing this spider, or enduring the cold and taking the body to the center of the lake, will also clear the instance. There is currently no strategy for the nightmare level. None of the professionals who entered the nightmare level abyss have come out. Upon hearing this news, the pressure on the four of them instantly intensified. Yugo, your goblin wolf cavalry seems different. Before, they used to stare at the summoned goblins, but now they look like seasoned generals, exuding pressure with just a glance. Zheng Feng smiled without explaining. He blocked the attributes of the goblin general, with nearly 10,000 HP and close to 500 attack power. It's indeed quite intimidating. As the goblin general entered the entrance of the cold street, familiar roars echoed around. The cold corpses continued their old routine, walking out of the shops. Based on previous experience, the goblin general would have to kill at least 3 or 4 waves of cold corpses on this street, taking at least an hour. The goblin general is even more decisive than before. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, dealing a plain 3,051 damage with a single sword. The level 5 cold corpse, Bing Jisha, gained 110 experience points, instantly killing the level 5 cold corpse. Holy moly, are the first wave of cold corpses all starting at level 5 in this nightmare level abyss? Tao Qian said in surprise upon seeing the cold corpse levels. Wen Renxingyu nervously pointed to the street behind, where a chubby figure was tightly gripping a bone-cutting knife, staring fixedly at the goblin general. The chubby guy, Han Shi, let out an angry roar, as if driving away the goblin general, warning him not to enter Hanjie. With a swift motion, the goblin general struck, and to everyone's surprise, the chubby Han Shi also had armor protecting him. The goblin general struck twice, breaking through the armor, leaving Han Shi's fleshy face with sword marks. Seeing that the threat was useless, he angrily roared and charged forward, like a tank made of flesh. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. General Goblin, facing the huge figure of the fat Han Shi, showed no fear. Just as he was about to collide with him, he gently patted the giant wolf's neck. The giant wolf understood immediately, leaping up quickly and easily avoiding the charge of the fat zombie. The fat zombie Han Shi collided with the stone pillar behind, shattering the entire pillar. Minus 1,087 damage appeared on the fat zombie Han Shi's head. According to the difficulty and strategy, the fat zombie Han Shi only charges straight ahead. When he hits obstacles, he loses health. Therefore, the way to deal with him is to constantly dodge the impact, then slowly wear him down. However, that is the method for ordinary professionals, which is time-consuming and has a low margin of error. The best approach is to instantly kill him. At the moment the fat zombie collided with the stone pillar, General Goblin had already positioned himself. The heavy hammer in his hand also came down on the zombie's head, resulting in a high damage value of minus 3,596. Triggering dizziness, the fat zombie Han Shi stood still directly. Still using the same moves, without explaining, he charged up the heavy hammer, then delivered a powerful and forceful blow, sending the fat zombie Han Shi flying. The impact lifted the ground tiles. Another exaggerated minus 6,823 damage appeared. Not only that, the fat zombie, when sent flying, also crushed 4 or 5 level 5 cold zombies behind him. The fat zombie Han Shi with 10,000 health was directly killed. Obtained a bronze-grade ancient chopping knife and a high-quality pork consumable. Zheng Feng glanced at the surplus ancient chopping knife in the warehouse. The level 5 bronze-grade ancient chopping knife increases strength by 30, agility by 2, and has a 5% attack effect. It triggers a bleeding effect, causing a loss of 20 health points per second. Zheng Feng hesitated for a moment, resisting the urge to use the equipment forging tool. After all, this is only a level 5 bronze equipment. However, this chopping bone knife is very suitable for use by a bleeding warrior. Its price on the market in the Holy Temple has been driven up, so it should fetch a good price. Putting away the chopping bone knife, Zheng Feng noticed another consumable in the backpack, high-quality pork. Consuming it can restore 1,000 health points and grant an additional 500 shield points. At the same time, General Goblin has also finished clearing the entrance area of Cold Street, and Zheng Feng's level has reached 7. General Goblin led the way, with Zhang Feng and the others following behind. As they ventured deeper into Cold Street, the temperature dropped lower and lower, encountering more and more cold dampness, and it no longer appeared in waves, but wherever they went, cold corpses emerged. Moreover, these cold corpses were no longer ordinary, but each had their own identity. For example, the fat cold corpse they encountered at the entrance of Cold Street was named Pork, the shopkeeper cold corpse. They were now facing a chef cold corpse, the strongest abyssal creature they had encountered so far. It was wearing a chef's uniform stained red with blood, and its face looked as if it had been scalded by a frying pan. Right now, he's fighting with General Goblin on the street. The general has many wounds on his body, and there's a cleaver stuck in the leg of the giant wolf. At this moment, he and 5 others are sitting in a corner of the wall, huddling around the twin fire monsters to keep warm, eating sausages, and watching the battle. This is the first time I've seen General Goblin in such a fierce battle. Does you really not need the twin fire monsters to join the fight? Tao Qian asked with some concern. Zhang Feng looked at Tao Qian, then looked at the sausages in the twin fire monsters' hands, and said with a smile, if the fire monsters go to battle, who will roast the sausages? Don't worry, we're still far from being in trouble. General Goblin is quite frugal with his skills. I really want to deal with this chef. It's quite an easy task for Hanshi. In the distance, General Goblin is still facing off against the chef Hanshi. Although the chef has many cleavers, there's always a preparation motion before each throw. After a few probes, General Goblin has already figured out the pattern. 3 arrows at once, the chef is incapacitated, with only half health left. Then 3 slashes, and he's done 4. Ding obtained the bloodstained chef's hat, equipped at level 5, adding 500 health. The equipment effect increases the secondary profession chef's skill by a percentage. As a secondary profession chef, the probability of producing special food is increased by 15%. Warning, do not wear this chef's hat in the Hanjia Abyss. Some people despise this hat. Zhang's eyes lit up. This should be a clue. No one knows what happened in the entire history of the Hanjia Abyss. This chef's hat obviously has a lot to do with Hanjia's story. At this moment, the goblin found a piece of blood-red cake on the chef's body. The cake was filled with human organs. Zhang took a look at the cake's description, which read, the chef created this delicious cake for the centennial celebration of Fuyan Street, and made this delicious cake. The group pushed forward and quickly arrived at Central Park. As soon as General Goblin stepped into the park, a huge advanced Han Lion rushed out. It was an elite cold corpse, level 13, with 39,000 HP and an attack power of 600. Tao Qian looked worriedly at the group of lions below. Are they really going to let General Goblin deal with so many cold corpses on his own? Groups of cold corpses emerged from the forest behind Central Park. The lowest level cold corpse was at level 4, and there were also 2 level 10 cold corpses, all glaring at General Goblin. Zhang smiled and said, who told you it's just General Goblin? As he spoke, a horn sounded, and several silhouettes appeared. Behind General Goblin, a combat team composed of goblins emerged. Leading the way are 5 goblin shield soldiers holding huge silver shields, followed by 2 goblin wolf riders who arrive at the goblin general's side. Behind them are 5 goblin archers, 5 bloodthirsty and frenzied goblin death knights, and at the rear, a goblin mage wielding a staff. A perfect goblin army appears on the square. Following the goblin general's command, 5 goblin archers draw their bows and shoot 5 arrows into the body of the nearest Han warrior. Although their stats are not high compared to the goblin general, their damage is enough to rival that of ordinary professionals. The goblin archers shoot arrow after arrow, causing the Han warriors to fall one by one. Apart from those high-level Han warriors, none of them can even make it into the Central Park area. A level 4 Han warrior has around 2,000 HP, and can't even withstand 2 arrows from an ordinary goblin archer. Only those of level 8 or higher can hold on for a few more rounds, then they are finished off by the goblin general. Tao Qian is cooking instant noodles and excitedly says, I've reached level 5. Zhang Feng is somewhat surprised. He is about to reach level 8, and didn't expect Tao Qian and the others to have just reached level 5. It's because you killed the monsters. We haven't participated in any battles from the beginning to the end, so naturally your level has increased faster than ours. Tao Qian is already quite satisfied with the current leveling speed. If they complete the entire nightmare level abyss, they should reach at least level 7. This has already left 90% of the new professionals behind. The main thing is that they just ate sausages and drank tea to get through the abyss. This is beyond anyone's imagination. The literati Chinyu stared at the goblin combat team below, enviously saying, I was indeed a little worried before. With so many Han-style goblins in Central Park, can a single goblin stop them? Now it seems a bit unnecessary. More than just stopping, it has now reached the level of slaughter. As the goblin general finished with the final blow, the 13th level elite Han, their cold body heavily slammed onto the ground, emitting the sound of ice breaking. Ding Jisha, a 13th level elite Han, gained 1,547 experience points. Obtained the weapon Iceblade, wearable at level 10, requiring a silver-ranked assassin with an additional 50 strength attribute. Agility plus 30, movement speed plus 20%, equipment effect, ice attribute attack, ice attribute damage plus 200. A guaranteed freeze effect upon a critical hit. Ding Ming's level has been raised to 8, with 1,100 health points, 330 mana, 95 intelligence, 20 strength, and 16 agility. 6 remaining free attribute points. Zheng Feng looked at Ku Yin and the literati couple. I have a dagger. Do you both want to buy it? Ko Ing and the literati couple's eyes lit up at the same time. Zheng Feng sent the attributes to the team chat room. I just checked the auction house of the Legion Temple. The price is not too high. I'll buy it for you for 200,000, as a compensation for the invisibility potion money. If you need it, find me after the abyss ends. Following Goblin General's lead, a group of 5 entered the forest. Before entering, Zheng Feng tied the dummy to the giant wolf for training. The level 2 dummy has 5,000 HP and can withstand all attacks from the summoner. The forest was larger than they had imagined. Following the map for the difficult strategy, they quickly found the spring. Next to the spring, a huge spider lay with a human head and human scalp sewn onto its body. The black hair was not spider hair, but human. Thinking about this, Zheng Feng remembered the visceral cake and the lady who needed to be pulled out of the well. She probably understood why the street had turned out this way. As Goblin General entered the spring area, the human skin spider let out a threatening roar towards Goblin General, still not attacking actively, but driving him away. Human skin spider, level 15, with 60,000 HP and an attack power of 1,050. Zheng Feng looked at the spider's stats and finally felt the difficulty from the abyss of nightmares. He said to the twin fire monsters beside him, "You go too." The twin fire monster had been patient for a long time, watching Goblin General kill back and forth, and could only help with roasting meat and sausages. He had been holding back his fire for a long time. The next second, he erupted in a fierce flame and attacked the human skin spider. The speed of the human skin spider is very fast. When it discovered the Goblin General, it quickly changed position to avoid the arrows that were shot as soon as they met. Puff! And spat out a mouthful of white sticky fluid. It was an artificial spider web. It directly stuck the shield of a shield goblin to the ground, rendering it immobile. The human skin spider then spat out 3 more spider webs in succession. But before they could touch the shield goblin, they instantly burned to ashes. Ooh, the twin fire demon rushed to the battlefield with a fierce aura. The flames on its body burned vigorously. The frozen ground melted, the ground even began to dry up, and the temperature rose due to the intense cold. Hiss! As the temperature gradually rose, the body of the human skin spider, woven from scalp seams, began to show signs of burning. Being an ice-type monster, fire was its natural enemy. This was also the reason why the second summoning beast, Zheng Feng, chose the fire element. Minus 1,441. Minus 1,528. Minus 1,359. Minus 1,259. Damage suddenly appeared on the body of the human skin spider. Flame Aura. Inflicts 1186 burning damage per second, 456, Fire Spirit Attack Power, asterisk 2.6, coefficient. And it's not just once per second, but twice per second. Twin Fire Demons, Double Aura. The burning damage of the Flame Aura, the restraining damage of the Fire Element, and the double fire damage of the Twin Fire Demon. It directly inflicted nearly 3,000 damage per second. The health bar of the human skin spider visibly decreased. Not only the human skin spider, but the ground and the surrounding trees also caught fire. Boom! The flames almost engulfed everything around. Even the Goblin General retreated with his team, commanding the Goblin archers to continue shooting. Roar! The burning body seemed to bring no pain to the human skin spider, but as an ice-type monster with a heavy Een aura, it detested fire. It sprayed silk to try to bind the twin fire demon. But before the silk could reach the fire demon, it had already burned to ashes. Seeing the silk fail, the human skin spider, enduring the burning, charged towards the twin fire demon. "Protect the twin fire demon," Zheng Feng said. Just then, the last goblin wizard raised his staff. The tip of the staff emitted a green light. The human skin spider suddenly paused, and its head, sewn onto its body, sank down, falling into a deep sleep. Sleeping Curse? Wu Zong recognized this magic. It was a level 5 skill for mages, considered a good control skill that early mages would learn, serving as a supportive skill. The sleep time was not long, only about 1.5 seconds. But for the twin fire demon and the Goblin General, this time was enough. Flame Cage. Wolf Rider's Charge. Faced with the 55,000 health human skin spider, the twin fire demon and the goblin general had already received Zhengfeng's command to attack with full force, do not hold back. The most powerful skills were unleashed. A ring of fire appeared under the human skin spider. Deep red flames gathered within the ring. Boom! A thunderous sound. The flames rose within the ring, completely covering the human skin spider's body. Flame Cage LV8. Inflicts 2645 damage per second, 456, Fire Spirit Attack Power, asterisk 5.8, Coefficient. Minus 3018. Minus 2985. 2 damages appeared instantly. The twin fire demon's burst damage was not high, but the sustained damage was terrifying. Double damage, with an interval of 1 second. Coupled with the fact that the human skin spider had almost no magic resistance, the damage inflicted by the twin fire demon was somewhat incomprehensible. Roar! The human skin spider woke up from its slumber. It frantically retreated, trying to escape the flame cage. But at this moment, the goblin general had already entered the scene. As summoning beasts of the same positive wind, the flames of the twin fire fiends cannot harm the goblin general, making it the best combination. Roar! The charge of the giant wolf was unstoppable. It rushed into the flame cage with the goblin general and struck down with a hammer. Minus 14,891. A nearly 15,000 ultra-high damage floated out. Hiss! Tao Qian and others watching behind took a cold breath. What the heck is this? A hammer with 15,000 damage. I don't understand this damage. A hammer with 15,000, too scary. If the opponent were a professional, who could withstand this hammer? Tao Qian and others who were far away whispered. Not necessarily, abyssal monsters are abyssal monsters, professionals are professionals, abyssal monsters generally have thick blood and low defense, while professionals have various equipment and skills, making it difficult to be one-shot, Wu Zong analyzed rationally. Difficult to be one-shot? Tell me, at the same level, who can withstand 15,000 damage? Tao Qian asked back. Wu Zong. Indeed, no one. This is just a skill. Remember that behind the goblin general, there is a combat team to supplement damage, and a fire fiend that releases flames every second to deal damage. Corinne said, so you're saying that if Positive Wind participates in a professional fighting competition, Positive Wind would win for sure? When Ren Qingyu said, that's not necessarily true, after all, the only requirement for participating in the competition is to be above level 25, and there is no level restriction after the second transformation. Actually, what Wu Zong said makes sense. Positive Wind has high damage, but it may not necessarily deal such high damage to professionals. First is attribute restraint. Second is defense capability. And most importantly, professionals are not the same as abyssal monsters, they won't just stand there and take damage. Under level suppression, equipment suppression, and professional advantages, I don't think Positive Wind can crush everything like it does now. Of course, it will achieve good results, but it won't stand at the top. I believe the advantage of summoners lies in abyssal areas, they will be at a disadvantage in fighting competitions. After all, as long as you don't pay attention to the summoning beasts and attack Positive Wind directly, everything will be fine. In the abyss, abyssal monsters only attack summoning beasts that pose a threat to them. That's why they can easily stand back and watch, because of this reason. But fighting competitions are completely different. Professionals are not just abyssal monsters, why bother with summoning beasts when you can just take out the summoner directly? Besides warriors, there are no perfect professions, having to deal with abyssal areas and fighting, how is that possible? One Ren Qingyu analyzed. This is why Positive Wind is not with them, she dares to analyze so freely. Because at this moment, Positive Wind is near the spring, observing something. Positive Wind is retrieving corpses. The Goblin General and the Twin Fire Fiends are in battle. Positive Wind is responsible for retrieving the female corpse and completing the task. This job cannot be entrusted to others, because only the professional who retrieves the female corpse can obtain the task item and enter the unfrozen lake. Using the rope by the well, make a live noose and throw it down. Find the unfrozen water surface below the well, where a pale woman's head is exposed. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to where you should go now. Although he was mentally prepared, this was the first time he had done something like retrieving a corpse, and he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. There were also some taboos in his heart. The battle ahead was nearing its end. The person-skin spider that was knocked unconscious by the Goblin General in the Ring of Fire continued to lose blood from being burned by the flames. The health points were close to 0. There was no intact piece of skin left on the body, all burned into a terrifying appearance. just as the goblin general was preparing to deliver the final blow to the person-skin spider. A harsh sound abruptly interrupted the goblin general's attack. The sound was like the screams of thousands of people. Blood began to seep out of the human skin spider's body. Gray shadows emerged around it. A chill swept over them. Jinfeng couldn't help but shiver. They had actually ignored the twin fire demon's flame aura. Jinfeng looked at the human skin spider. That chill was not cold air at all, but a cold resentment. The screams continued. Blood oozed from the goblin general's eyes and ears, and damage numbers appeared above their head. Minus 1,259. Minus 1,141. Two high damage numbers appeared. Jinfeng quickly made the goblin general retreat in fear. The damage was already very high. It should be noted that as an 8th level goblin general, their maximum health was only 9,900, and just from hearing the screams, they had lost over 2,000 health. Fortunately, the range of this resentment damage was not large. Not only was Jinfeng unharmed, even the twin fire demon, who was over 10 meters away from the human skin spider, was unharmed. Then, the resentment entered the human skin spider's body. Click! 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 The human skin spider's body suddenly enlarged. 2/3 of its health was instantly restored. This triggered the Savage Mechanism. The Savage Mechanism, an ability possessed by all bosses, or when their health reached a critical point, they entered the second phase. An ability that should only belong to bosses had unexpectedly appeared in an elite monster. The human skin spider, infused with resentment, exuded an aura that warned people to stay away. And indeed, people should stay away, because as soon as they approached the human skin spider, they would be damaged by the resentment, causing their health to plummet. This is starting to look like the abyss of nightmares. Jinfeng commented. This time, they understood why the strategy guide recommended escaping with the female corpse rather than killing the human skin spider. A savage human skin spider could kill instantly. Jinfeng immediately gave the goblin general a bottle of 1,000 health potion. And finally, they pulled the frozen mother out of the well. You have obtained frozen mad mother. A prompt appeared. This signaled the beginning of the final stage in the abyss of nightmares. By taking this female corpse deep into the forest, they would soon encounter the true boss of nightmare level difficulty in the abyss of nightmares. Jinfeng speculated that it was likely a child, as the hints were already very clear. Jinfeng. Should we leave? Behind them, Tao Zhen nervously shouted. Because after Jinfeng pulled the female corpse out of the well, various cold corpses around the forest began to howl. The cold corpses were all mobilizing. Jinfeng said, "Let's go." They couldn't stay here. The cold corpses were emerging from all corners of the forest, and staying would surely trap them. With so many of them, even the goblin general couldn't protect them safely. Jinfeng handed the female corpse to the goblin general. Carry her, don't lose her. Yes. The goblin general took the female corpse. Jinfeng continued, don't let the human skin spider get close to the twin fire demon, send the shield soldier to the front. The twin fire demon was the most important source of damage. As long as they could withstand the human skin spider's attacks for a few rounds, giving the twin fire demon enough time, they could quickly burn through tens of thousands of health. The nightmare-level human skin spider was incredibly fast, able to shake off the cold corpses, but unable to escape the pursuit of the human skin spider. The only solution was to kill it immediately. After receiving the command, a shield soldier from the goblin combat team stood in place with a shield. Minus 658. Minus 699. Minus 644. As soon as they entered the human skin spider's resentment range, a series of numbers appeared above the goblin's head. Jinfeng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the damage values. Fortunately, the shield goblin has good defense. The resentment corroded over 1,000 damage on the goblin general, but only 600 on the goblin shield soldier. The shield goblin soldiers fearlessly faced death, holding their shields against the human skin spider. Roar, the human skin spider exuded an extremely brutal aura at this moment, attacking without any pattern, crazily targeting any living creature in front of it. It roared and charged towards the shield goblin soldiers. A series of bites, minus 5,489. The shield goblin was torn into pieces directly. Instant kill. Damn it! Not only Tao Qian and the others, even Zhang Feng exclaimed. If it were a professional, they would have died instantly. The goblin shield soldiers are summoning creatures of summoning creatures, so they can be summoned repeatedly, and their deaths are not regretted. But the brutal power of the human skin spider after being enraged truly shocked people. No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare abyss, monsters that can instantly kill people, and it's not even a boss, just an elite monster. Who can get through this? Tao Chen shouted as he watched the second shield goblin soldier being torn apart. Stop shouting, let's run! Zheng Feng took the lead in fleeing. There were too many cold corpses. They swarmed in densely. The scene felt like being besieged by zombies on Doomsday. The Goblin Task Force needed to deal with the most difficult human skin spider. Even if they had time, they couldn't stop this number of cold corpse groups. Fire Elemental, quick battle, quick, escape! Zheng Feng urged. The twin fire elementals and the Goblin General retreated while throwing fireballs and shooting arrows at the human skin spider. Whoosh, the twin fire elementals were very angry. They thought it was finally their time to shine. They didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent. Flames burned. 2 fireballs shot towards the human skin spider. Boom! Boom! Exploded on the face of the human skin spider. Minus 3,548. Minus 3,666. Continue. Only the twin fire elementals could deal high damage now. The third shield goblin was also torn apart by the human skin spider. But casting spells also required energy for the twin fire elementals, and the damage from the flame aura decreased due to prolonged release. At that moment, the goblin wizard inserted his fingers into his chest. He took out a bone from his chest and placed it on the top of the staff with a groove. A cryptic and incomprehensible incantation sounded. A purple light shone on the twin fire elementals. The next moment, the twin fire elementals unexpectedly restored to full status, and the flames burned vigorously again. Boom! The flames turned a terrifying purple. All the cold corpses that approached the twin fire elementals turned into ashes. In the flame domain, cold corpses were not allowed to enter. The twin fire elementals accepted the life sacrifice from the goblin wizard. Overall strength increased. Size increased. Damage increased. Health increased. Duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard acted twice in total. One was the sleep curse, which stopped the human skin spider's attack. The other was now sacrificing life to enhance the overall strength of the twin fire elementals. The twin fire elementals grew in size, the flames changed from red to deep purple, and any cold corpse entering the flame aura would turn into ashes in a few seconds. Level 5 cold corpses with low health turned to ashes immediately upon entering the flame aura. Level 10 or so cold corpses with higher health could last at most 5 seconds. Killed elite cold corpse, LV10, gained 921 experience points. Killed elite cold corpse, LV6, gained 321 experience points. Killed elite cold corpse, LV5, gained 129 experience points. Killed elite cold corpse, LV7, gained 503 experience points. A series of experience increases came in. The experience bar grew rapidly. In just a minute, the experience increased by nearly 3,000. Level up to level 9, just a little bit more. The cold zombies keep dying, the experience keeps increasing, causing Zheng Feng to want to stay here and level up happily. But Zheng Feng also knows that only under the bonus of the Goblin Wizard's sacrifice can the Twin Fire Demons achieve this level. Once the Goblin Wizard's bonus is gone, the Twin Fire Demons will quickly lose energy. Faced with the continuous emergence of cold zombies in the forest, only the Twin Fire Demons with the Wizard's 1-minute bonus can resist. Kill the human skin spider, let's retreat, Zheng Feng said to the Twin Fire Demons. The human skin spider is the most important. The human skin spider closest to the Twin Fire Demons suffered a bombardment of fire spells. Originally, the Twin Fire Demons had reached their limit of energy and could not release their skills, but under the Goblin Wizard's life sacrifice, they directly restored all their energy. A set of spells all thrown at the human skin spider. Double Fireball. Double Flame Cage. Double Fire Attribute Damage. Boom! The human skin spider was directly enveloped in purple flames, emitting black smoke, and the strong smell of roasted rubber spread out. Elite Kill Human Skin Spider, LV15, gained 2,691 experience points. Congratulations! Obtained Armor, Top, Human Skin Spider Armor, Golden Grade, LV10. Congratulations! Obtained armor, hat, human skin spider hat, golden grade, LV10. Congratulations! Obtained armor, pants, human skin spider pants, golden grade, LV10. Level, LV8 LV.9, 6,800, 5,298 experience points needed to level up, health, 11001410, 450 equipment attributes, mana, 330340, 150 equipment attributes, intelligence, 95105, 35 equipment attributes, strength, 2022, 2 equipment attributes, agility, 1617, remaining free attribute points, 10 not bad, not bad. Zheng Feng looked very happy at the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. At level 10, golden grade is already considered the highest grade of equipment, and a level 10 golden grade equipment, regardless of the profession, sells for around $1 million. Equipment markup is one aspect. There is also a bit of hype by merchants. But the more important reason is that level 10 golden grade equipment can be used until level 20. Only by safely passing through the level 10 to 20 stage can one truly be able to make a living as a professional. Most wealthy professionals are willing to pay this amount. Zheng Feng looked at the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. Armor, top human skin spider armor, wearable level, LV10, wearable requirement, any profession, grade, golden, attributes, health plus 4,000, physical defense plus 15%, magic defense plus 15%, equipment effect, when attacked, the human skin spider armor will absorb 10% of the damage. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top/hat/pants, 4,000 health. Zheng Feng was stunned. The health added by 1 piece of equipment is more than double his current health. It's a pity that equipment health cannot be converted into talent, otherwise the twin fire demons could be upgraded to the 4th tier. Zheng Feng turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong. How much health do you two have now? Tao Qian said, 4290. Wu Zong explained in detail, I just reached level 6, and now I have 5490 health. Why are you over 1,000 higher than me? Tao Qian was surprised. Wu Zong explained, my highest potential is physique. With high potential in physique, the growth limit of health is high. Monks belong to the blood tank profession second only to paladins in terms of health. According to Zheng Feng's estimation, when they reach level 10, they should have around 8 to 9,000 health points. A piece of gold level equipment that increases health by 400 doesn't seem too far-fetched. Equipment is the most important source of combat power for professionals. It also increases physical and magical resistance by 15%, and can even absorb an additional 10% of damage. The attributes of this equipment are excellent. Set effect. Zheng Feng saw the final line of the equipment. It turned out to be a set. And it exploded directly into 3 pieces. This human skin spider has some value. Armor, hat human skin spider hat, wearable level, LV10, wearable requirement, any profession, tier, gold, attributes, health plus 1,500, energy plus 10%, energy recovery speed plus 10%, equipment effect, when the wearer or their summoned creature's energy is low, it will be replenished once, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top/hat/trousers, a hat that increases energy. The shape of the hat is entirely made of black spider skin, and Zheng Feng was worried before that the human skin spider set was really made from those disgusting human scalps. Fortunately, it doesn't look that disgusting. Zheng Feng doesn't dislike spiders, what he dislikes is spiders made from human skin. Armor, trousers human skin spider trousers, wearable level, LV10, wearable requirement, any profession, tier, gold, attributes, health. Plus 2,000, movement speed plus 15%, agility plus 5, equipment effect, reduces negative effects such as slowing, binding, and mud by 20%, increases jump power by 30%, and grants immunity to all slowing/binding effects from spider webs. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top/hat/trousers, the shoe effect is average because it cannot be applied to summon creatures. This is also the difficulty for summoners, equipment effects, apart from intelligence, rarely apply to summon creatures. After all, summon creatures are technically skills. Health and speed boosts don't have much effect on skills. Over the years, summoners have been abandoned for a reason. It's not that no one wants to prove themselves as summoners. It's just that the summoner profession itself is not very strong. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10 equipment, which Zheng Feng cannot wear temporarily. But he still saw the set effect of the 3 pieces. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top/hat/trousers, wearing human skin spider armor, human skin spider hat, human skin spider trousers simultaneously will activate set attributes, intelligence plus 50, strength plus 50, agility plus 5, and activate set effect resentment. Resentment will mark the last enemy that attacked you. Your next attack will add a resentment attack to the target, with the attack value being a critical hit damage value, but without enjoying the critical hit bonus. Resentment? Zheng Feng remembered this should be a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider can directly take down shield goblin with 6,000 health in one hit. It should be this resentment effect. It can deal critical hit damage, but it's not a true critical hit, just a numerical value. But it's enough. This set effect can make the goblin general's outbreak even higher. At the same time, the flames on the twin fire demon changed from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the goblin wizard disappeared. Let's retreat. Zheng Feng directly recalled the weakened twin fire demon back to the summoner space. The goblin shield soldiers stayed behind. The goblin general and wolf cavalry led the way ahead. Zheng Feng and the others ran towards the unfrozen lake. All the shield soldiers are dead. The two wolf cavalry that were surrounded didn't make it out. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life. There are only 5 archers and 5 death warriors left. Escaping the encirclement of the Cold Corpse group, as they approached the unfrozen lake, the Cold Corpse group did not continue to pursue them, as if they were afraid of this lake. This gave Zheng Feng and the others time to rest. Zheng Feng checked the casualties. The goblin general lost half of his health, and the giant wolf injured its right leg. Most of the goblin combat team was lost, but fortunately, the 5 death warriors were still there, and these 5 death warriors were Zhang Feng's trump card prepared for the boss inside the unfrozen lake. The twin fire fairies were exhausted and recovering in the summoner's space. Zheng Feng looked around. He found that the Cold Corpse group had long disappeared, and the silent surface of the unfrozen lake showed no signs of life. Let's rest for a while first, and then go to the unfrozen lake after the twin fire fairies have recovered their energy. No one objected to Zhang Feng's plan. When Zhang Feng said to rest, Tao Qian and the others had already started preparing chairs and food. In fact, it was not just Zhang Feng and his group. Other teams were doing the same. A deep abyss could last for hours, and it was said that the longest abyss could last for over a month. Resting midway, restoring strength, energy, and healing injuries were necessary. Unless it was a relentless pursuit of the abyss. Zheng Feng took out a pile of potions from his inventory. He threw high-quality pork directly to the giant wolf. The wolf gulped it down in a few bites. The visible injuries on its leg began to heal. Zheng Feng selected different recovery potions and restored about 4,000 health points to the goblin general, filling up his health. The twin fire fairy remained in the summoner's space because it was the fastest place for summoned creatures to recover. I'm exhausted. Tao Qian lay inside the erected tent. Zheng Feng chuckled and said, "You're not tired, I didn't ask you to fight." Tao Qian grinned, "It's just that lying down for too long, suddenly getting up feels a bit awkward." Ha ha. Facing Tao Qian's antics, Zheng Feng laughed. Wu Zong prepared food while saying, "Now I understand the nightmare level abyss difficulty. With that number of cold corpses just now, ordinary professionals wouldn't be able to get through." Kuing, who was cutting fruit, also said, "I think the hardest part isn't the cold corpse group. Those who dare to enter the nightmare level abyss are all outstanding professionals and should have a way to break through. The hardest part is the human skin spider. Fast speed, high damage, and the brutal state can instantly kill someone in one bite. Who can survive that? No wonder, even though Jiangshui City has had many years, there hasn't been a professional who cleared it. It's really difficult." Zheng Feng then asked, "By the way, did the previous S-class professionals not attempt to enter the nightmare level abyss? The rewards for the nightmare level abyss were very generous. It could be said that if one could clear the nightmare level abyss in each stage, it would lay a good equipment foundation for the next stage. Because the nightmare level abyss would drop the top equipment of that stage. The top equipment for the 10th stage was a platinum warrior weapon obtained from the nightmare level abyss in other cities. It was said that after the warrior reached level 25, the auction price for that platinum weapon reached as high as 20 million. A 10th level weapon with a price in the millions was already outrageous. What was even more outrageous was that after several transactions, the price of this weapon had soared to 40 million and was given the title of the strongest warrior weapon at level 10. In other words, with this weapon, even a warrior with poor talent could easily advance to the 3rd stage of a professional. This was why Zheng Feng was determined to clear the nightmare level dungeon. Although the country would provide resources and subsidies, claiming it was unlimited, it was not truly unlimited. It was just to ensure that you wouldn't lack resources, not that you could have all resources. For items like the strongest warrior weapon at level 10, one had to rely on their own abilities. Unfortunately, the Nightmare level Abyss was too difficult. It is difficult for non-SS level talented professionals to have the opportunity to clear the level. Even SS level professionals need to team up with the most suitable partners to have a chance. It can only be said that there are reasons for the doubts about Zhang Feng from the outside world. Tao Qian and others who followed Zhang Feng into the Nightmare level Abyss are bold and fearless enough. Tao Qian believes that there have been no S-level professionals who have attempted it before. When we entered the Nightmare Abyss before, there were announcements, but I couldn't find any news of S-level professionals entering the Nightmare level Abyss in previous years. When Ren Qingyu looked interestedly at Zhang Feng and said, "Then you have to ask our high-profile captain. Announcements cost money." Tao Qian looked at Zhang Feng, seeking an answer. Zhang Feng shrugged and said, "If I don't announce it, how would they know I entered the Nightmare Abyss? They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng, so of course I have to announce it." Tao Qian's mouth twitched. "I thought announcements were passive, turns out it's an active skill. How much did it cost?" Kuing curiously asked. Directly pushed it to their faces, a total of 50,000. Kuing. 50,000 just to make an announcement. Kuing felt it was a bit wasteful. But Zhang Feng thought it was worth it. Why should I be low-key? I'm so strong, if I'm not high-profile, wouldn't it be a waste of my talent? Zhang Feng half-jokingly said. But Tao Qian, when Ren Qingyu, and the others felt that Zhang Feng's words were not sincere. When Ren Qingyu thought of something and then asked, "You said before that you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking. After all, the minimum assistance for an S-level talented person includes a life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department of Jiangshui City didn't provide you with resources?" Zhang Feng looked up at Ren Qingyu. "You seem to know a lot." Ren Qingyu shrugged. "Before my family declined, the Ren family was also considered a first-class family, so I still know these things." Zhang Feng didn't know whether to believe it or not. He didn't ask Ren Qingyu about his family or why it declined. Everyone has secrets, just like they wouldn't ask Zhang Feng why his summoned beast was so strong, just as they wouldn't ask why the Goblin Wolf Rider became a Goblin General. Asking further would be impolite. When Ren Qingyu guessed right, his assistants still hadn't arrived. The reason Zhang Feng spent 50,000 to make such an announcement was also out of anger. Logically, as an S-level talented professional, the assistance and resources should have been provided long ago. Before he entered the Abyss, it should have been given, maybe a bit slower for others, but S-level talents should have been given first. This is a kind of respect for S-level talented individuals. Why wasn't it given? Zhang Feng was clear about that. No one had contacted him. It wasn't until he refreshed the Abyss record that the mayor of Jiangshui City remembered him. What was this? Clearly, it was differential treatment. Li Feng, an A-level talented professional, why could he clear the level so quickly and refresh the normal Abyss record? Because the supplies had arrived early. A-level talents all have supplies, but he didn't. Just because Zhang Feng didn't say it doesn't mean he didn't know, and it doesn't mean he wasn't angry. He could afford the cost of the announcement. It was also a way to warn those who were blocking his resources. He held grudges. I hold grudges and don't like to swallow my anger. Since it's something that everyone can know, there's no need to hide it. Do you know? After we refreshed the history record of the simple level Abyss, the mayor directly contacted me. When Ren Qingyu asked, "Did he call you directly?" Zhang Feng smiled, then shook his head. He had the homeroom teacher inform me to contact him. When Ren Qingyu. Zhang Feng said with a very understanding attitude, "Of course, I understand. Jiangshui City doesn't have many resources, they gave them to Li Feng, so where would they have resources to give to a summoner? So now I really want to know, if I pass the Nightmare level Abyss again, how will the mayor respond?" When Ren Qingyu thought for a moment and said, "I remember the last name of the Minister of Resources in Jiangshui City is Li." Zhang Feng, with a smile on his face, said, "I know. His son is Li Feng. The mayor's scope should not be so small." Tao Qian asked in confusion. To become a mayor, the minimum professional level required is above level 45. For an official, it is not just about political management of the area they oversee, but also about protection and the use of force for suppression. The professional level symbolizes everything. But not necessarily. You should know that the resources given by the country to professionals with talent levels above S are not just one time, the subsequent resources are very impressive. And the mayor needs performance. He also wants to upgrade. After level 40, each level up is very difficult. In recent years, the performance of Jiangshui City has not been very good. Although you have an S-level talent as a summoner, it is possible that some people have made arrangements, and it is very likely that the resources are already with Li Feng. When Ren Qingyu analyzed rationally. Zheng Feng also nodded. The mayor cannot swallow my resources, but without his approval, this matter is impossible. It's a simple principle of comparison, an S-level talent, but in the sewer. An A-level talent, but in a popular profession, and the father of this professional is the Minister of Resources. Zheng Feng shrugged. With this relationship, the answer is self-evident. Tao Qian asked puzzled, isn't the Resources Department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why does the mayor need to curry favor with the Minister of Resources? When Ren Qingyu shook his head, first of all, you have misunderstood the relationship. The Resources Department is the Resources Department, and the mayor is the mayor. There is no hierarchy between the two, and in fact, the Resources Department is more important, for reasons you understand. After all, it controls resources. In addition, you used the term curry favor incorrectly. First, the mayor needs performance from Zheng Feng's profession. Although Li Feng's qualifications are lower than Zheng Feng's, he is a solid warrior profession, emphasizing stability. Second, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is complementary. A few years ago, before my family fell into decline, I heard about Li Nan. You can understand that, coming to Jiangshui City with his identity, is a kind of experience, and he will return soon. I see. With Wen Ren Qingyu's explanation, Tao Qian understood everything. It's not that the mayor's scope is small, but they have limited perspectives. They are clear-minded, analyzing the pros and cons accurately. Offending an unknown summoner without background or future is not as good as giving the resources to the Minister of Resources who comes from above, maintaining relationships and stability. They can also obtain an A-level talent warrior, although not highly talented, but stable. Whether the resources are given to Zheng Feng or not, it is reasonable. If the resources do not reach Zheng Feng, and he does not have the Summoner Guild to help him deal with these matters, he can say whatever he wants. The homeroom teacher said on the phone that the mayor personally awards the prize. But Zheng Feng is very clear. The mayor found that Zheng Feng, the summoner, is not as bad as he thought, but the resources have already been distributed. In order to keep him, he has to go through a process. Paint a big picture, and then give some compensation. That's about it. It is because of this reasonableness that Zheng Feng is very angry. What should have belonged to him? Why should it be given to others? So even if Zheng Feng has time, he still refuses the mayor's invitation to meet. Holding a grudge. There is no way. Zheng Feng is not a magnanimous person. Whether he wants the resources or not is irrelevant, but what belongs to him cannot be given to others. Even if he doesn't want it, it is not a reason for these people to grab it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call and said somewhat surprised, he refused to see me? The head teacher on the phone spoke cautiously. Zheng Feng said he wants to enter the abyss. Time is running out. I will have him contact you when he comes out of the abyss. The head teacher tried to smooth things over as much as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled. This kid still holds a grudge, just because we didn't provide him with resources? Fine, when he comes out of the abyss, I'll compensate him and that's it. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Then the head teacher's voice sounded somewhat strange as he asked, Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give any resources to Zheng Feng? The tone was not as respectful as before, more like questioning. Mayor Zhou Yun furrowed his brow. He could sense that Zheng Feng's teacher on the phone was being a bit confrontational, wanting to argue, questioning my authority. But after some thought, he held back. He also knew that the other party's emotions might not be too good right now. So he patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you also know that resource subsidies require evaluation and approval. After evaluation by experts at various levels in Jiangshui City, it was unanimously agreed that Li Feng has greater potential. Although Zheng Feng has an S-level talent, his profession is ultimately a summoner. Our achievements in Jiangshui City have been at the bottom for many years. We cannot waste resources because of Zheng Feng. Resources are really limited. You need to understand the government, understand our decisions. The head teacher on the phone, after listening to the mayor's words, said softly, Are the experts always right? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to sound a bit impatient. Comrade Zhang, I'll say it again, this is a decision made after evaluation, and the Provincial Department of Resources has agreed and issued it. If you have any objections, you can go to the provincial district for inquiries. Zhou Yun was annoyed. Although he was the mayor, there were many things he couldn't control. Especially in terms of political achievements. Does he not want to provide resources to Zhengfeng with his S-level talent? It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. The national S-level talent resources are distributed in 4 parts. One at level 1, one at level 10, one at level 25, and one at level 40. All 4 rewards are very generous. But they doubt whether Zhengfeng can upgrade to level 10. Who should receive the first and second rewards? Should they report to the higher-ups again, saying that Jiangshui City's key nurturer has failed again? What future can a summoner have, wasting these resources? It just so happens that the son of the Minister of Resources in Jiangshui City is an A-level warrior, which is a win-win solution. As for Zhengfeng, just a summoner, soon to be forgotten by everyone. Distributing resources to Li Feng instead will be praised as the right choice. He also knows that Zhengfeng and his teacher will definitely have complaints. So, as a mayor, being able to personally call Zhengfeng's head teacher and patiently explain the reasons and consequences of these matters is already giving them face. What more do they want? Do they really think that he, as the mayor, owes them something? He wasn't lying, because as soon as Zhengfeng's S-level talent summoner profession was reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the Resources Department, came looking for him. Many meetings were held, and many plans were made. In the end, it was decided to report to the provincial department and make an exception, not giving resources to the S-level Zhengfeng, but to the A-level Li Feng. Seeing no response on the phone, Zhou Yun spoke with a heavy heart. The provincial department has agreed. What can I do? I can only assure you that Zhengfeng will receive some compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You need to understand me, and also understand the province. Now there are more and more professionals, and the number of high-talented professionals is increasing. Zhengfeng's S-level talent is no longer considered rare. That's it, think about it yourself. He hung up the phone and called his secretary. Prepare a set of resources from our side, don't touch the resources of the resource department, prepare to give it to Zhengfeng. This matter is indeed his fault, so he still plans to make up for Zhengfeng. However, the secretary said, Mayor, I think there is no need to prepare. Mayor Zhou Yun raised his head in question. The secretary said, Teacher Zhang Cheng should not have told you that this time Zhengfeng entered the Abyss of Nightmares as nightmare level. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. He wants to die? The secretary did not answer, but continued, before entering the nightmare level instance, he spent money to announce it. At that time, all professionals in the Cold Street Secret Realm Hall knew that Zhengfeng had entered the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's face looked strange. This kid has quite a temper. Is he planning to vent his dissatisfaction by dying? He did not believe that Zhengfeng had the ability to clear the nightmare level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss in Jiangshui City has been around for more than 10 years, and no one has ever cleared the nightmare level abyss, let alone Zhengfeng being a summoner. At this point, Zhou Yun also realized why teacher Zhang Cheng's attitude was so strange just now, respectful before, and suddenly began to question. It turned out that he knew Zhengfeng had entered the nightmare level abyss and probably would have a hard time coming out alive. Zhengfeng had no borrowed money, his family situation was not good, and he had no resources, which meant he entered the nightmare level abyss unprepared. Isn't this just sending himself to death? Mayor Zhou Yun, however, smiled and did not think it was a bad thing. Go prepare an obituary, do you know how to write it? The secretary's many years of work experience were not in vain, so he naturally understood the twists and turns here. He said, I will write it with genuine feelings, lamenting the loss of an S-level talent in Jiangshui City. In addition, exaggerate the fact that Zhengfeng spent money to make the announcement, portraying him as arrogant due to his S-level talent, and ultimately causing his own demise because of his arrogance. Also, mention the drawbacks of summoners, unable to leave combat normally, and unable to use the resurrection cross. And subtly mention Li Feng's achievements. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, don't mention Li Feng, take it out. Understood. The secretary wrote avoid suspicion in the notebook. Also, prepare the resources you were asked to prepare earlier, give them directly to Zhang Feng's teacher. I remember Zhang Cheng has a child in the first year of high school, right? Let him handle these resources as he sees fit. Understood. Cold Street Abyss. Zhengfeng lay on a recliner, resting with his eyes closed. Because there was no internet connection in the abyss, he couldn't even browse forums, so he could only drink some coffee and rest his body. After resting for about 2 hours, the twin fire demon regained his spirits. Summoners could see the status data of their summoned creatures. The goblin general's mental and physical state reached 98% after the rest. His health was fully restored. The Goblin General did not enter the summoner's space to rest, but as a goblin labeled as a battle-hardened veteran, endurance was its strength. Its mental and physical state remained very good. This veteran, accustomed to war and constant battles between life and death, would always remain vigilant and serious. The Goblin General would never truly relax, so it could not reach a 100% status value. On the other hand, within Zhang Feng's summoner space, the Twin Fire Demon quickly recovered to a full 100% status. The Twin Fire Demon's label was young, lively, and energetic combat element. Youth was its capital. Combativeness was the Twin Fire Demon's nature. But this also led to the Twin Fire Demon consuming quickly, not understanding combat moderation, which could result in situations where it exhausted its energy and couldn't release skills. Lacking endurance, but all skills were continuous skills. I need to find a way to improve the Twin Fire Demon's combat endurance, Zhang Feng pondered. After reaching level 10, summoners will receive exclusive training skills to cultivate summoning beasts, modify their characteristics, develop attributes, and refine skills until they are suitable for battle. However, due to the complexity and cost involved, many summoners struggle through the novice stage only to eventually give up the summoner profession after reaching level 10. For Zhang Feng, regardless of how he cultivates, ultimately it is talent that determines combat power, so he has no worries. At this point, Tao Qian and others pack up camping equipment such as tents, campfires, food, and hot water quickly and efficiently. Zhang Feng is somewhat sentimental. Where can I find such good teammates? If you guys were the same level as me, I wouldn't need to find new teammates for the dungeons after level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong are not strong, Tao Qian, being Zhang Feng's real brother, understands Zhang Feng's thoughts very well and often takes care of things before Zhang Feng even speaks. Just like when Zhang Feng said he wanted to compete for the rankings, Tao Qian immediately started recruiting teammates without any hesitation. Wu Zong's barbecue skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Especially the grilled pork loin, perfectly cooked with a great taste. When Ren Xingyu makes tea. Kuang looks like a child who often does chores, very efficient in tidying up. The key is, these two girls are not only good-looking but also capable. They are not only good-looking and capable but also obedient. Aren't they better than those little fairies? The higher the level of a professional, the higher their status, and the higher their status, the more arrogant they become. This is especially true for female professionals. Without ability, they are already out of line. With the support of their profession, the assistance of their appearance, and the character of a little fairy, what more could they ask for? Zhang Feng feels that it may be difficult to encounter such obedient and well-behaved teammates in the future. Zhang Feng, it's okay, we are all level 6 now. After clearing the Nightmare Abyss, we should be able to reach level 7, and reaching level 10 is just a matter of a couple of simple dungeons. Tao Qian has already calculated it. The second level abyss is between level 10 to 20. Even if you clear another nightmare level dungeon, you won't exceed level 20. There are still opportunities, and it is said that after level 20, it takes hundreds of thousands of experience points to level up. We have plenty of opportunities to cling to your coattails. Zhang Feng can't bear these soy sauce followers. Tao Qian and the others can't bear to lose Zhang Feng's support. Following Zhang Feng's way of clearing the abyss, their levels will increase rapidly, and for the sake of the rankings, they cannot afford to rest. They cannot always rely on Zhang Feng's abyss runs. But they can cling to him whenever they can. At least at this second level abyss stage, they can still cling to him. After packing everything up, Zhang Feng summons the twin fire imps in their recovery state, with the Goblin General standing at the forefront. Zhang Feng checks the time. It has been 6 hours since entering the nightmare level abyss. They are now in the final stage of the abyss. The difficult level abyss ends at the human skin spider. If they can't kill the human skin spider, they will need to take the female corpse to the center of the lake. From here on, it is a place that no professional in Jiangshui City has ever reached. Zhang Feng throws a training dummy to Tao Qian. You guys wait here, if you notice anything wrong, you can exit the abyss in time. Let's go. After speaking, Zhang Feng has a Goblin Death Knight carry the female corpse, while he and the Goblin General ride on a giant wolf and enter the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake is shallow, only up to the wolf's mid-leg. The temperature around is at least 40 degrees below zero, but the unfrozen lake still ripples, clear to the bottom. In the center of the unfrozen lake, there is a mound. It is unknown whose grave it is. The grave is not large. It is stuck in the center of the lake, half submerged, but the top of the grave is still dry. carrying the female corpse, walking to the grave, without any obstacles. No cold corpses, no skin monsters, only bone-chilling cold, and a palpable sense of resentment. Click. A crisp sound of ice forming came from behind. The temperature dropped suddenly. The undying lake instantly froze as the wind blew over the grave. A surge of overwhelming resentment gushed out from the grave. Zheng Feng quickly stepped back, standing on the frozen undying lake, with Goblin General, Twin Fire Fiends, and Goblin Combat Team all ready for battle. Clearly, he had activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss. A nightmare-level abyss, the last monster. Are you also here to persuade me to spare them? A noisy voice echoed from all around. It didn't sound like one person's voice, but like hundreds of spirits screaming at once. Zheng Feng quickly stepped back and said, I'm just here to return things to their rightful place. With that, he had the Goblin General set down the female corpse. But it didn't stop the surrounding temperature from dropping. Resentment, cold breath, and angry emotions lingered on the frozen lake. The Twin Fire Fiends raised the temperature of their flame aura to resist the cold. Return things to their rightful place? She should stay in that deep well forever, never seeing the light of day, just like she did to me. Are you also pleading for her? The voice was sharp and full of resentment. Click, click, click. Several cold corpses crawled out around the undying lake. Zheng Feng's face darkened. Because these cold corpses were all level 15. Death Knights, stop them. Goblin General, go dig the grave directly. It was difficult to kill a level 15 skin spider, let alone a group of level 15 cold corpses. The boss in the grave had to be dealt with. Only then could they completely clear the nightmare-level abyss. The Goblin General charged forward at lightning speed, reaching the grave. Roar, the cold corpses blocked the Goblin General's path. Boom! The cold corpses were knocked back by the wolf cavalry charge. A level 15 cold corpse was sent flying. Minus 18,451. The level 9 Goblin General, with an attack power of 656, multiplied by the 27x wolf cavalry attack coefficient, dealt nearly 20,000 damage. Taking away 2/3 of the health directly. The health of these cold corpses here is not high. Zheng Feng stepped back and observed the battle. This was the fighting style of summoners, not just summoners, but also druids who summoned beasts, and necromancers who summon undead creatures. The farther back, the better. If it weren't for the fact that professionals had to enter the Undying Lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he wouldn't want to enter the Undying Lake. Twin Fire Fiends, Death Knights, Archers, clear the way for the Goblin General. 2 Fire Fiends released flame auras and fireballs to lower the cold corpse's health. The Goblin Archers harassed from behind, adding damage. The Goblin Death Knights blocked the cold corpses with their bodies, buying time for the Goblin General. The Goblin General leaped up and struck the grave with a heavy hammer. Stop hiding, the cold corpses you control can't stop me. Keep hiding, and I'll dig up your grave. Boom, the Goblin General's heavy hammer fell. But it was caught by a small, pale hand. Finally, you've come out. Zheng Feng looked at the pale hand with vacant eyes. The size of a child's arm, probably around 7 or 8 years old, the fingers were pale, with blood and dirt under the fingernails, and the skin covered in frost like the other cold corpses. And its data appeared in front of Zheng Feng. Cursed Little Chi, level, LV level, first tier curse source, God of the Cold Prison health, 200,000 attack power, 1,500 skill I, absolute 0 skill 2, piercing cold skill 3, Lord of the Unfrozen Lake skill 4? Skill V? Tisk, 200,000 health. It's quite intimidating. No wonder so few people clear the Nightmare Abyss at the Nightmare level. Just this 200,000 health is enough to deter so-called genius professionals. God of the Cold Prison. Zheng Feng looked at the word appearing on the Nightmare level boss and it was not unfamiliar to him. Just like the game. The sudden appearance of temples, abysses, and digitized professionals on Earth also has a big background. That is, opposition to the gods. According to the stories of other Nightmare-level Abyss instances, one can gather information that the Abyss is a byproduct of the appearance of gods. For example, the child named Shao Qi in front of him. Having the ability to freeze everything and create cold corpses, but ending up lying in a coffin in the unfrozen lake. God's favor is not a blessing. It is a curse. This is all the information Zheng Feng knows about the Abyss. After all, even the highest level non-Muyun is only level 71 and has not encountered a true god in the Abyss. Ka! A crisp freezing sound appeared on the Goblin General. As boss Xiaoqi climbed out of the grave, the temperature around dropped again, and directly froze the nearest goblin that came. The effect of the ice crystal pendant has been triggered, immune to freezing once, the effect is in cooldown, next activation time is 1 minute later. The ice crystal pendant effect is activated. Although this necklace is only level 5, it is very effective in the cold street abyss. Not only immune to freezing once per minute, but also increases 10 points of ice resistance and a 20% slowing effect. Without this necklace, the Goblin General would not be standing in front of Xiaoqi. Boom! The freezing was lifted, the Goblin General didn't say a word, didn't even wait for boss Xiaoqi to fully climb out, and just hammered the outstretched hand. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. The momentum was grand, but no damage was dealt at all. Zhang Feng frowned. It's actually normal not to deal damage, after all, the elite monsters in the cold street abyss have ice armor protection, but the problem is that even with ice armor, damage values should still be dealt. Even if it's 0 damage. Back off. Zhang Feng immediately realized something, making the Goblin General quickly move away from the only ground on the unfrozen lake. Ah, but it was still too late. A piercing cry rang out from the surroundings of the graveyard. The previously unfrozen lake shattered completely, restoring the original rippling water surface. Zhang Feng, standing on the lake, went straight into the water. Although the lake's depth only reached Zhang Feng's knees, the bone-chilling cold made Zhang Feng's whole body numb, a chilling sensation spread from the leg bones to the spine. At the same time, the Goblin General, along with the wolf, was sent flying out. Minus 4,187. Over 4,000 damage, nearly half of the Goblin General's health was taken away. Plus 1,000. Plus 2,500. Zhang Feng quickly restored the Goblin General's health. Earlier in the restaurant with the cold corpses, he found quite a few recovery items, which came in handy now. The reason for not dealing damage just now was because boss Xiaoqi was using his skill. Piercing cold deals damage composed of resentment and cold air, while condensing cold air, it does not take any damage. A skill of the boss. The mechanism is charging up, invincible during the charge-up period. This mechanism is really disgusting. Zhang Feng complained, and also drank a bottle of potion. The invisibility potion given by Wenren Qinjiu. A bone-chilling cold struck General Goblin, dealing 4,000 damage. If it had hit him, the damage would have overflowed. Even with training dummies, one must proceed with caution. If one encounters a problem, everything is lost. From a distance, Tao Qian and others were shocked to see this damage. Damn! Tao Qian cursed. He had only seen General Goblin fight against cold corpses and deal this kind of damage, but he had never seen General Goblin endure such a high amount of damage. Isn't this too outrageous? Directly 4,000. Kling glanced at his own health and murmured, if it were me, I would have been instantly killed. No wonder the nightmare abyss is so difficult to pass. It's impossible to pass at all. Wu Zong anxiously watched General Goblin being knocked back and the frost forming on his body. Can he win? A moment of silence. Even Tao Qian, who usually had great confidence in General Goblin and unconditionally supported him, remained silent. They were anxious but could do nothing. They could only wait anxiously and hope that General Goblin had a trump card to turn the situation around. General Goblin certainly had a trump card. But now was not the time to use it. This was just the first move against the Cold Street boss. Ah, the piercing screams continued. At this moment, the boy named Xiaoqi, cursed by the god of cold prison, had completely crawled out of his grave. He floated in mid-air, surrounded by cold air. Resentment had even turned into visible black smoke swirling around him. A 7 or 8-year-old boy with his internal organs hollowed out. His face was covered in scars, one arm bent at a 90-degree angle, deformed and pressed against his chest, with his chest completely empty, revealing several severed intestines and shredded flesh. Fortunately, due to the cold temperature, everything inside was frozen, and there was no sticky blood or plasma. Ugly, frightening, bloody, but General Goblin was deeply concerned. That internal organ cake was most likely made from this child. It was hard to imagine how much suffering the child had endured in his lifetime. Phew, at this point, the twin fire demons had already dealt with 2 level 15 cold corpses. They adjusted the temperature of their flame aura appropriately, returned to General Goblin's side, and dispelled the cold for him. Because General Goblin was in stealth mode, only General Goblin, the twin fire demons, and the surviving Goblin combat team could be seen here. Shao-Chi, floating in midair, stared blankly at the twin fire demons. It was clear that he detested flames. You, all deserve to die too. Voices came from all directions. Hoarse, tearing, male, female, children. Shao-Chi controlled the souls of the entire Cold Street Abyss as he spoke. He charged straight at the twin fire demons. The flames made him uncomfortable. He could also sense that the twin fire demons were the most threatening presence. Stop him. General Goblin quickly retreated, enduring the cold to stay away from the twin fire demons to avoid being affected. The Death Knights rushed forward. Shao-Chi, with a face full of scars, showed a look of disdain. With a flick of his right hand, a cold air like an ice dragon swept over the 5 Death Knights. Crackling, directly frozen. His skill was absolute zero. Looking at the frozen Death Knights, Shao-Chi's eyes, which had long lost their pupils, showed a look of extreme contempt. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because only 4 Death Knights were frozen here. One had appeared behind him without him noticing. Get lost. Boom, before he could react, there was a loud noise as the Death Knight exploded right in front of the boss. Purple flames completely engulfed him. Minus 5,874. General Goblin's first trump card. A Death Knight that could use the Assassin's Blink skill and self-destruct. The suicide damage of the Goblin Death Knight is actually quite good. It deals around 5,000 damage. However, facing the boss Shao-Chi with 200,000 health points, it's just a drop in the bucket. But the damage from the suicide is not important. What's important is the Goblin Death Knight's blood that explodes from its body. It's poisonous. Not only is it poisonous, but it's also flammable. The Goblin Death Knight not only is unafraid of death, but also has the ability to explode upon death, constantly consuming poison, injecting special blood, causing the Goblin Death Knight's blood to turn into another type of weapon. Splat blood splatters all over boss Shao-Chi. A hissing sound of corrosion is heard. Minus 109. Minus 125. Minus 158. The damage gradually increases. 3 to 4 hits per second. Phew, the death of this Death Knight buys time for the twin fire fiends. The flame cage is ready to unleash. Boom! The flames ignite the purple blood on boss Shao-Chi, which is already corrosive, instantly setting it ablaze. Like maggots on bones, tormenting Shao-Chi's skin and body. Minus 258. Minus 269. Minus 3,684. Minus 2,284. The burning of the Death Knight's poisonous blood, the damage from the flame cage, combined with the burning of the flame aura, 3 types of damage mixed together. The health of the Cold Street boss visibly decreases. Remember, the twin fire fiend's damage is doubled. Nearly 10,000 health points per second. It makes Tao Qian exclaim, damn. Nightmare Abyss is indeed difficult. But Zheng Feng is too insane. Is this a summoner? Isn't this a battle between bosses? Tao Qian actually didn't look down on the twin fire fiends before. After all, they were just responsible for grilling sausages, but they turned out to be so fierce. But it's still not enough. Even though the twin fire fiends currently have the upper hand, Zheng Feng still has 4 Death Knights ready to intercept the Cold Street boss at any time, giving the twin fire fiends enough time to output damage. As long as there is enough time, the twin fire fiends can burn everything. But when Ren Xingyu still frowns. Bosses have a cruel state. This Cold Street boss hasn't released any skills yet. If it enters the cruel state, the Goblin Death Knights won't be able to stop it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong also show worried expressions. We must win. Wu Zong can only pray for now. Ah, another piercing scream. A voice full of resentment instantly freezes the Death Knight preparing to approach it. Click. The Death Knight is frozen to death on the spot. It doesn't explode. Zheng Feng. Alright, playing like this, huh? Zheng Feng was thinking of sending another Death Knight to intercept boss Shao-Chi. The twin fire fiends have high output, but they are also fragile. Just one touch could kill the twin fire fiends. But unexpectedly, this boy with his entrails hollowed out actually anticipated the Death Knight's movements in advance. Even though he can still evolve countermeasures, it seems I can't simply regard you as a game boss. Summon Beast Berserk. Zheng Feng reveals his second trump card. It's also his only active skill as a summoner. Summon Beast Berserk enrages all summoned beasts of the summoner, causing them to enter a berserk state and enhancing their overall strength. The skill description is very simple. There are no values, no coefficients, just a simple introduction. According to the not-so-textbook, the degree of enhancement from the summon beast Berserk is based on the level of the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the greater the enhancement, but the corresponding Berserk duration will decrease, and the summoned beasts will enter a weakened state after the Berserk ends. The Berserk duration is related to the talent level of the summoned beast. The higher the talent, the longer the duration. This is the author of that textbook, summarizing the experience gained from personal practice. Beast Berserk, the trump card skill of summoners. The summoner profession is weak, but this Beast Berserk skill is not weak. At the moment the skill is released. The flames on the Twin Fire Fiend instantly turn purple. The high-level flames double the damage once again. Roar! Not only the Twin Fire Fiend goes Berserk, but also the Goblin General, Giant Wolf, Death Knight, and Goblin Archer all go Berserk. Their eyes become frenzied. Their breath becomes chaotic. The biggest change is surprisingly the Death Knight. Originally irrational due to their special unit status, now after going Berserk, they completely lose their rationality and become purely insane monsters. Howl! The Death Knight lets out a roar. With a crazed look in their eyes, they stare at Boss Xiaoqi, a look filled with primal desire that even makes Xiaoqi feel a hint of concern. Just that slight concern gives the summoned beasts the opportunity to attack. The 4 Death Knights all blink in front of Boss Xiaoqi. Boom! The first one explodes. Boom! The second one follows suit. Boom! The third one. Boom! The last one. 4 consecutive explosions directly blast away 30,000 of Boss Xiaoqi's health points. But it's not over yet. The Goblin General follows closely. Goblin Charge. Like a steel blade, it pierces into Boss Xiaoqi's heart. An exaggerated huge amount of damage bursts out. Minus 32,489. Directly dealing 30,000 damage. Along with the continuous roasting from the Twin Fire Fiend, followed by the Goblin Archer adding to the damage. Boss Xiaoqi's health is left with just over 40,000. Beautiful! Tao Qian exclaimed excitedly. After this set of attacks, the health drops rapidly. If I didn't know this boss had 200,000 health points, with this rate of health loss, I would have thought it was just a few thousand. This is insane. I didn't expect summoners to have such powerful skills. Quite impressive, said Wen Qingyu. Are you sure it's the skill that's strong, and not just the wind? Tao Qian asked back. When Ren Qingyu nodded and said, both are strong. I observed before, the wind's Goblin Charge can deal up to 18,000 damage in one hit. But after using this Beast Berserk skill, the damage is nearly doubled. This is not a skill that a player below level 10 should have. This skill, the stronger the summoned beast, the stronger the amplification after going Berserk. For other summoners, it's just average. After all, doubling trash is just like having 2 trash, but doubling the wind. Tao Qian added, 1 freak becomes 2 freaks. That child has entered a ferocious state. Wu Zong's words interrupted the two. A bone-chilling coldness swept over. Ripples appeared on the frozen lake. When Boss Xiaoqi's health was reduced to a quarter by the berserk damage from the wind, the cursed Xiaoqi entered a ferocious state. His hidden 2 skills were also revealed. Skill 4, Father? Skill V, Mother? I just want to ask, who is winning this nightmare-level abyss? After holding back for a long time, Wu Zong finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask. The wind is so insane, even fighting a nightmare-level abyss is so difficult, can other players really surpass it? The reason for asking this question is because behind this boy whose internal organs have been emptied, the person who was dealt with by the wind, the skin spider, reappeared. He is the father. The female corpse pulled out of the well by the wind slowly stood up. She is the mother. The existence of parents should shield their children from the wind and rain. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I'm dead, shouldn't you do something for me? Xiaoqi revealed his true voice for the first time. A crisp child's voice. No level? No health points? After the appearance of the human skin spider and the underground female corpse, Wu Zong discovered that the monsters referred to as Mom and Dad by the Cold Street boss had no data. So he wanted to ask, who is winning in the nightmare level abyss? Because he couldn't see any winning strategy at all. The 5 dead soldiers of Zhenfeng all self-destructed, the berserk state also feels close to the end, just managed to trigger the opponent's brutal state. How do we proceed from here? At this moment, Wu Zong had already considered withdrawing from the abyss. If it weren't for the goblin general leading the way, he might have really retreated. When Ren Qingyu stared firmly at the center of the lake, you need to understand, only Zheng Feng has the strength to fight this boss, we can't help much. To clear the nightmare-level abyss in other cities, there must be at least one SS-level talented professional, and the remaining team members must be at least S-level to qualify for clearing the nightmare-level abyss. And this doesn't guarantee absolute clearance. To be honest, Zheng Feng's ability to reach this level is already quite strong. When Ren Qingyu actually didn't hold much hope for clearing the abyss. She did not expect the Cold Street nightmare-level abyss to be so strong. When Ren Qingyu, Koing, and Wu Zong looked a bit desolate, after all, they had borrowed a lot of money to bet on Zheng Feng's ability to clear the nightmare-level abyss. Money wasn't really a serious issue. They had also leveled up to 6 or 7 in a day, which was at least a start, and they could slowly earn money later. The unfortunate part was this nightmare-level abyss. If they could clear it once, the clearance rewards, historical record rewards, first clearance rewards, nightmare-level special rewards, these resources would be enough to sustain them until they reached at least level 20 and entered the third stage of the abyss. Unfortunately, fantasies are just fantasies, reality is cruel. From the current situation, they couldn't see any chance of a comeback for Zheng Feng. 2 monsters of unknown levels. A boss in a brutal state. On the other hand, the twin fire demons were about to run out of energy again, and although the Berserk goblin warrior could still fight, he couldn't withstand the 3 monsters. The goblin dead soldiers all self-destructed and perished. The goblin wolf cavalry, who had been left behind, was surrounded by a group of cold corpses. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life to kill the human skin spider. Only the weakest goblin archer remained. By now, Zheng Feng had completely lost any chance of winning. I'm going to help him. Tao Qian pulled out his monk staff and rushed out. Are you crazy? Wu Zong directly stopped Tao Qian. What can you do by going up now? Can you kill the human skin spider or stop the underground female corpse? In other abyss levels, they, at level 6, could still be considered combat ready, but this was a nightmare level abyss. Not to mention them. Even if Li Feng came, he would only be a burden. I can't just watch Zheng Feng die like this. Tao Qian was very anxious. They could exit the abyss if they were not in combat. But Zheng Feng couldn't, as long as he couldn't escape the boss's attacks, he couldn't leave the abyss. Tao Qian almost didn't think about it, he was ready to rush in to help Zheng Feng. You going up there is also a death sentence. Wu Zong advised. It doesn't matter. Tao Qian's eyes were firm, he lifted his monk staff and turned to enter the unfrozen lake. Although he knew very well that he was no match for the boss and the cold corpse monsters. But he still went. Not for anything else, but if Zheng Feng died, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Damn! Crazy! Crazy! Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. And the next moment, Wu Zong found that Kuing also pulled out a dagger, looking stunned. You don't also want to go up there and die, do you? Kuing nodded seriously on her doll-like face. For me, I can only turn my life around by becoming a professional. Otherwise, it's no different from death. After speaking, she entered stealth mode and slowly submerged into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was a bit confused. Tao Qian could understand why he went to help Zheng Feng, because Zheng Feng and Tao Qian had almost grown up together as brothers, with a strong emotional bond. But why did Kuing do it? Don't look at me, I don't know either. When Ren Qingyu noticed Wu Zong looking at her and casually said while hugging her arms. Then she pointed around and said, you probably want to retreat, right? Do it quickly. At this moment, Wu Zong finally noticed the rustling sounds around him, as the cold corpse group reappeared due to the resurrection of the human skin spider. Damn! Damn! Wu Zong was in a dilemma. His previous interactions with Zheng Feng and the others had been good, but that was only because Zheng Feng could help him level up. But now the situation was different. The cold corpse group appeared. He not only had no place to hide, but also Zheng Feng's goblin general was being suppressed by the human skin spider and the underground female corpse. He couldn't see any hope of winning. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Ren Qingyu and asked, aren't you leaving? When Ren Qingyu took out a dagger, my sisters are here, I'm leaving, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Zong looked at Zheng Feng and Tao Qian with a complex expression. I want to live. Wu Zong sighed in the end. Going up now is just sending myself to death. Tell Tao Qian I'm sorry. Wu Zong ultimately chose to leave. He felt he had been crazy enough to come this far with Zheng Feng and Tao Qian. Gambling was one thing, but risking his life was another. After all, he had seen the opponent's formidable strength, and to gamble further would be foolish. He wanted to become a professional. He was indeed attracted by the rewards of the nightmare-level abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But the problem was, the die was cast, the outcome was set, there was no hope left. Let me advise you, while you're not in battle mode yet, try to quit as much as possible. Leaving with a green mountain ensures a future supply of firewood. Wu Zong looked at Wen Renqingyu with some reluctance, advising her. Wen Renqingyu showed no concealment of her disdain. Take care of yourself. You don't have the right to have any improper thoughts about me. Besides, I'm not obligated to pass on any messages for you. Get lost. Wu Zong. He did have feelings for Wen Renqingyu. But it was just a pity that beauties like Ko Ying and Wen Renqingyu would die with Zheng Feng and the others. Fine. Wu Zong shook his head. He chose to forcibly exit the Abyss instance. Forcibly exiting the Abyss instance will result in a 2-level drop and a negative effective 60% reduction in experience points in the next Abyss. If you understand the punishment mechanism for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please click Confirm. Exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life, what did this punishment matter? Confirm exit. Exiting the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 10. 9, 8. Team notification. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has left the team. Due to forcibly exiting the Abyss instance, Wu Zong will receive a penalty. Zheng Feng turned back and saw that Wu Zong had turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. He also noticed Tao Qian holding a monk's staff, shivering in the unfrozen lake as he ran towards Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng, I'm here to help you. He shouted as he ran. Then, due to his legs being numb from the cold, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud. He was pushed back down. Ku Ying. It's obvious that Ku Ying is the hidden assassin. Before Tao Qian could stand up again, another footprint landed on his back. Damn it! You two are going too far. Tao Qian cursed. The assassin was fast, could hide, and could teleport, but needed a foothold, and Tao Qian lying down was just right. Zheng Feng was surprised to see these two beautiful female assassins. What? Didn't expect us to stay? Wen Renqingyu raised an eyebrow at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng smiled, indeed. Looking at the current situation, his chances of winning were indeed slim. Tao Qian was a truly loyal friend. But Ku Ying and Wen Renqingyu, in the end, it was just a matter of self-interest. When Renqingyu pointed to the dull-faced Ku Ying beside her, she said she believes in you. Zheng Feng glanced at Ku Ying. During their rest earlier, they had chatted and heard that it was Ku Ying's decision to join his team. Although Wen Renqingyu came from a prominent family and knew more, when it came to making decisions, she always followed Ku Ying. Why? Zheng Feng asked. Then he pointed to the goblin general who was already half dead under pressure, just because of them? Ku Ying pursed her lips and said, I'm also taking a gamble, betting that you still have an ace up your sleeve. Zheng Feng chuckled, to gamble, you need to have cards at least. If you don't have any cards, where can you bet? Ku Ying wasn't swayed by Zhang Feng's words and said directly, because you're about to level up. Smart, Zheng Feng nodded. Whether it was Wu Zong, who would rather endure the punishment of forced retirement than continue to stay here, or the knowledgeable Wen Renqingyu, neither of them noticed that they were close to reaching level 10 in experience. Instead, it was this seemingly naive and legal lowly who observed this. Yes, this was Zheng Feng's final trump card. It was also the grand gift he prepared for the boss Shao Qi of the Cold Street. In fact, up to this point, the strength of the Cold Street boss exceeded his expectations, possibly due to his solo dungeon runs, which had increased the difficulty significantly. According to his plan, the Summon Beast's Berserk skill was originally intended to be used in the brutal stage. After all, getting stuck at level 10 and instantly boosting one's strength was too risky. But now, he was left with only this trump card. It had to be said that it was truly a nightmare-level abyss. He had played out his trump card completely. Level 10? When Renqingyu on the side said in confusion, although reaching level 10 does improve strength, it's far from the qualitative changes that come with evolving at level 25 or awakening at level 50. Her concerns were valid. Level 10 could only be considered a minor improvement. The real significant improvements came at levels 25 and 50. It depends on the person. For me, each level increase is a huge improvement, Zhang Feng said in a calm tone. At the same time, the twin fire demon burned another level 15 cold corpse to death. Killed cold corpse, LV15, gained 1681 experience points. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV9 LV.10, 11,000, 10,541 experience points needed to level up. Health, 1410150, 450 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 105116, 35 equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points, 20, leveled up to level 10. Obtain Summoner Basic Specialization Skills, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training, Level 10. Zhang Feng looked at the increased attributes and nodded in satisfaction. He temporarily ignored the 3 new specialization skills he had acquired. Specialization skills couldn't bring immediate improvements to Zhang Feng. The most important factors were actually the maximum health points and the free attribute points. Level 10 granted him 10 attribute points. 1 attribute point equaled 50 health points. 20 free attribute points means 100 talent points. This means that as long as you sacrifice another 500 health points, you can directly upgrade the Gemini Fire Demon to the 4th tier talent. This is the reliance of Zhang Feng. The 3rd tier Gemini Fire Demon can already restrain the Cold Street boss. If upgraded to the 4th tier, it will reverse the current situation. Most importantly, Zhang Feng discovered that every time he upgrades the level of the summoned beast, the beast's status will be reset to its peak state. Boom! A loud noise. The Goblin General was lifted into the air by the skin spider. The female corpse underground pressed her hands on the ground, and a huge ice cone surged out of the frozen lake, piercing the belly of the giant wolf. Splurt! The fresh blood sprayed out was frozen into ice debris. With a whimper, the giant wolf choked and died. Only the Goblin General was left to fight alone. Zhang Feng no longer hesitated. He quickly allocated all his attribute points to health, then sacrificed another 1,500 health points to exchange for 150 talent points. All focused on the Gemini Fire Demon. The Goblin General needs 100 talent points to go from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier. The Gemini Fire Demon requires 150 points to do the same. However, the more talent points needed, the greater the improvement after the upgrade. Buzz! A beam of light descended on the Gemini Fire Demon. Summon Beast Gemini Fire Demon, 3rd tier, Talent Evolution Twin Flame Dragon Snake, 4th tier. Summon Beast Twin Flame Dragon Snake, level 10, increases with the summoner's level, health 9,500, attack 696, 116, summoner's current intelligence, asterisk 6.0, coefficient, talent, 4th tier, 850 talent points away from leveling up, plus, skill I. Flame Halo LV10 can control the temperature within a 50-meter diameter, reaching maximum temperature, causing 2088 burning damage per second to all objects, 696, Fire Spirit Attack, asterisk 3.0, coefficient, skill 2, Flame Breath LV10 spews ultra-high temperature flames, causing massive damage. Flame Breath has strong adhesion and is difficult to extinguish, causing 4872, 696, Fire Spirit Attack, asterisk 7.0, coefficient, fire damage per second. Skill 3, Twin Contract, Special Skill, No Level, Gemini Fire Demon Symbiosis, can release skills simultaneously, damage stacks, fire damage doubles. Skill 4, Fire Snake Hell LV10 prepares a Fire Snake Hell in advance. When an enemy enters the area, it triggers automatically. The entire area of the Fire Snake Hell is covered in high-temperature flames, causing 7239, 696, Fire Spirit Attack, asterisk 10.4, coefficient, damage per second, and 10, summoner level, asterisk 2, coefficient, Fire Snake avatars appear, each causing 1392, 696, Spirit Attack, asterisk 2.0, coefficient, explosion damage. Summon Beast Equipment, Nana's sound of snake cries mixed with dragon chants echoed over the frozen lake. Hiss! The light of evolution disappeared. A 2-headed snake appeared in front of everyone. Its body was over 5 meters long, connecting 2 dragon-like heads with snake-like features. The bright red body was covered in deep red flames. The moment the twin flame dragon snake appeared, the cold that filled the entire cold street abyss was dispelled. Boom! Flames descended. Boss Xiaoqi, who had always been confident, looked grim and fearful as he gazed at this 2-headed fire snake. Fire naturally restrains ice. The 3rd tier Gemini Fire Demon had already made it unable to defend itself, forcing it into a brutal state. Now, this twin flame dragon snake made Xiaoqi feel the threat of death. This time, Boss Xiaoqi let out a scream. Fire restrains ice. This is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Whose flames instantly engulfed everyone present. After evolving to the 4th tier, the range of the flame halo increased to a diameter of 50 meters, although it couldn't cover the entire unfrozen lake, it was large enough. The engulfment of flames not only made Xiaoqi scream, but also made the cold ice attribute individuals like the human skin spider and the underground female corpse continuously retreat, trying to escape the burning flames. This gave Goblin General a chance to rest. Tao Qian and the others fell silent again. They looked at the twin flame dragon snake in speechless amazement. Even though Kuang had already guessed that Zheng Feng might have a level 10 hidden card, he didn't expect this hidden card to be so extreme. As soon as the twin flame dragon snake appeared, it directly suppressed the brutal cold street boss. Someone is going to regret it. Tao Qian saw the twin flame dragon snake suppress the boss and no longer held back, standing next to Zheng Feng and saying with a smirk, "Actually, it's quite normal." Zheng Feng knew that Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already left. After all, he had no reason to stay here and die with me. Although Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years to become a professional, and to enter the family tree, he had borrowed money with gritted teeth. But compared to life, all of this was insignificant, not enough to be a reason for him to sacrifice his life here. Leaving was understandable. The consequences were his own to bear. Regardless of good or bad, it no longer concerned him. "I'm just curious about the reasons you two have for staying here." Zheng Feng looked curiously at Wen Chengyu and Kuang. "The fact that I might have a level 10 hidden card is not a reason for you to stay here." Seeing Zheng Feng's serious tone and knowing that he wouldn't be easily fooled by a random excuse, Wen Chengyu said, "I need strength to seek revenge. I didn't have much hope for revenge, but if I can clear the nightmare level dungeon, there is hope. Kuang must become a professional. She has committed a serious offense in her family and is being hunted by the family. Without strength, the consequences are not much different from death." It was a difficult argument to refute. One needed strength for revenge, the other needed it to survive. Hunted by the family? Zheng Feng was very interested in this term, mainly curious if a family would go after their own relatives with blood ties. Kuang did not explain why she was being hunted by her own family. But it was definitely not a trivial matter. In any case, both of these people had their own stories. Zheng Feng and Tao Qian exchanged a glance, realizing that living as ordinary people was more carefree. During the conversation, the twin flame dragon snake had already unleashed its most powerful skill, Flame Snake Hell. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake turned into a sea of fire. The boss Xiaoqi felt like he was in hell, being burned and corroded by the flames. Injuries kept appearing on his body. Roar seeing Xiaoqi about to be burned to death, the underground female corpse suddenly pounced on him, shielding him from the flames. But even the underground female corpse couldn't withstand the damage from the flames. Hiss! At the same time, the sound of snakes hissing could be heard. They surrounded the human skin spider trying to escape, continuously attacking him. As the father, this human skin spider's first thought when faced with danger was surprisingly to run away. Each flame snake hell had 30 fire snakes. With the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire snakes surrounded the human skin spider, tightly entwining around him. Hiss! The sound of burning continued to echo in the center of the unfrozen lake. Everything came to an end with the curtain falling along with the vigorous flames. The final battle was not intense, nor was it a balanced confrontation as imagined, but rather a one-sided suppression by the twin flame dragon snake. 4th tier twin flame dragon snake. Double flame attribute. Summon beast frenzy effect. This put the twin flame dragon snake in an absolute advantage, at least in the cold street abyss, it had an innate advantage. Boom! The flames continued to burn. The human skin spider kept struggling. But because it had no bloodline, no life, it couldn't die, only continue to struggle, enduring the pain. In the center of the undead lake, the true mother and son embraced each other in the flames of the fire snake hell, quietly awaiting death. No, it was the undead woman underground waiting for death. She used her own body to suppress the struggling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, whose skin was burned to the point of cracking and charring, wanted to leave this fiery hell but was firmly held by the undead woman. "Let me go! Let me go!" Xiaoqi's face twisted, writhing, and cursing wildly. At this point, his blood volume had completely bottomed out, but he had not completely died. Zheng Feng did not let the twin flame dragon snake and the goblin general continue to attack, because it was considered the end here. What happened next was no longer Zhang Feng's concern. "Do you want to kill me?" Xiao Qi was angry, finding himself unable to break free from the undead woman's control. He bit directly into the undead woman's shoulder. A hint of tenderness finally appeared on the pale face of the undead woman. Xiao Qi, let it all end, don't suffer anymore. End? Why should it end? The suffering I endure is caused by you, and now you say it's over? Where's the justice in that? I'm sorry. Faced with Xiao Qi's questioning, the undead woman could only say sorry, and continue to hold him tightly. You should feel the most sorry for giving birth to me. The undead woman fell silent. I'm sorry. After a long time, she still said the same thing. Xiao Qi's patience was worn out by the undead woman, and in order to break free from her restraint, he reached out and grabbed her neck. With a fierce and terrifying expression, he said to the undead woman, "What's the use of apologizing to me now? Everything that should have happened has happened. The torment I suffered, you never experienced. What right do you have to apologize? When I was tortured by them, what were you doing? When they cut me open and took out my organs to make a cake, where were you? Now you say sorry to me? You don't deserve it." Xiao Qi shouted and screamed, gripping the undead woman's neck tightly, questioning over and over again. But the undead woman never answered. Because that undead woman had long been dead. Dead for who knows how many years. Whether it was the undead woman underground or the human skin spider, they were all created by Xiao Qi himself, just to satisfy the resentment he could never let go of. Everything was controlled by Xiao Qi. Even, including the action of being held by the undead woman, and that apology. After all, how could the cold corpse he created bind himself? The flames disappeared. Along with it, the cold in the undead lake disappeared. In their place appeared a street filled with a suppressed atmosphere. Zheng Feng, Tao Qian, Wenren Chengyu, and Kuing stood on the street, looking at the increasingly desolate Fuyan Street and a group of angry people. They passed by Zheng Feng and the others, heading towards a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was you, wasn't it? The tourists are gone, the business is gone, I borrowed money to set up my shop, and now I haven't earned a penny. Instead, I've lost a lifetime of savings. Stop talking so much. The oracle said that as long as we kill him and offer his organs to Fuyan Street for a celebration, Fuyan Street will be able to return to its original state. Catch him, a crazy child, it's not a pity to kill him. Among this group of people, Zheng Feng saw many familiar faces. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village chief who was speaking, with the head of the human skin spider being the village chief's head. These people looked ferocious, almost losing all their reason. This is Xiao Qi's memory? If I'm not mistaken, these people should have gone mad a long time ago, when Ren Xingyu said on the side. It feels like brainwashed. Who are they talking about, the witch? Kuing asked. Zheng Feng shook his head, who knows, but obviously, all the evil comes from that witch, or rather from the curse carried by Xiao Qi. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Xiao Qi had disappeared in an instant. The body was carelessly thrown aside, and the organs were made into a cake by the chef. A group of people, as if going mad, completely unaware of the absurdity of their actions, gathered excitedly together, placing the organ cake at the entrance of Fuyan Street. Following the witch's instructions, they built an altar and personally changed Fuyan Street to Han Street. So they changed it themselves. Zheng Feng's eyes twitched. He had thought Xiao Qi did it. The sacrifice was halfway through. Everyone came to the cake, devoutly and madly taking a piece of bloody cake, murmuring, "Next year will be better, I am so devout, the gods will help us." Hearing these murmurs, Zheng Feng was indeed speechless. They had become like this because of the curse from the gods, but he didn't expect them to be so devout to the gods. At this moment, a crazy woman came to the altar. She rushed to the cake in a frenzy. No one stopped her. Perhaps out of guilt. But more likely because the sacrifice was already completed, and no one cared about what the crazy woman would do next. To everyone's surprise, the crazy woman carefully picked up a piece of cake that was not stained with blood or organ fragments. Smiling, she asked the village chief next to her, "Can I give this to Xiao Qi? It's his birthday today." Xiao Qi said he wanted to have a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday is. He said, having a birthday cake counts. So, can I have this? The village chief stared expressionlessly at the crazy woman until he realized that she indeed did not know that Xiao Qi had already died, then he nodded slowly. The crazy woman looked around and asked the village chief, "Have you seen Xiao Qi?" "I haven't seen him all day. This child, always running around." The crazy woman couldn't control the muscles on her face, her speech was always jerky, but the love in her eyes could not be erased. The village chief stared at the crazy woman. Maybe he's playing by the well behind the street? Or, shall I accompany you to look for him? The scene shifted again. The village chief pushed the crazy woman into the well. Damn! Finally, it's all settled. The village chief cursed fiercely. I never expected that after I had my way with you, you would actually get pregnant, and then you damn well went into the mountains to give birth to the child. So what if you gave birth? In the end, you gave birth to a cursed beast, causing harm to all of us. You shouldn't have given birth to Shao-Chi, you shouldn't be alive. Damn it! The village chief spat into the well. He turned and left. The following plot unfolded just as Zheng Feng had expected. A child cursed by the gods, it's not so easy to die. The body of Shao-Chi, hollowed out and abandoned in the back kitchen, stood up again, freezing the entire Han Street, turning everyone in Han Street into cold corpses. He cut off the scalps of every villager who had eaten the cake, sewed the village chief into a human skin spider, forever enduring pain. The crazy woman was left forever in the well, because he also believed that she should stay there forever. Because without her, he wouldn't have been born. He wouldn't have suffered so much pain. Being dismembered into a cake was just the end of this matter. With no father, a mother who was insane, he endured inhuman treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and grievances created the boss Shao-Chi today. The scene returned. The boy Shao-Chi's hand was inserted into the chest of the mad woman. He hated everything. But most of all, he hated the mother who gave birth to him. The abyss of the cold street, nightmare level, has ended. It will automatically settle in 5 minutes and exit the instance. Is this how it ends? Tao Chen felt very anxious. The historical tragic ending seemed to become more twisted because of their arrival. Is something missing? I feel so unsatisfied. When Ren Xingyu always felt like something was missing, feeling restless. They finished the abyss, killed the boss Shao-Chi, which should have been a happy occasion, but they couldn't be happy. Zheng Feng said, indeed, something is missing. This shouldn't be the ending. Zheng Feng took out the visceral cake from his backpack. He found a cake that was not contaminated by bloodstains, without visceral fragments, and walked to the burnt charcoal and the mad woman with lifeless eyes. Placing the cake between them. Mission item triggered. A prompt appeared instantly. The mad woman, who was already dead, suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled, picked up the clean cake, smiled gratefully at Zheng Feng, then fiddled in her pocket and took out a candle. Inserted it into the cake. With all her strength, she sent it towards the charcoal in front of her. Shao-Chi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The mad woman's voice was extremely gentle. She tried hard to be a real mother, but due to her mental illness and intellectual disability, she lacked normal logical thinking and realistic cognition. But she was really trying to play the role of a mother well. A slight cracking sound, the charcoal that was originally attached to Shao-Chi slowly cracked, revealing his original childlike face. So pure, so lovely, so beautiful. No internal organs removed, no face scratched. Shao-Chi stared blankly at the mad woman in front of him. His eyes revealed a look even he didn't understand. Come, Shao-Chi, blow the candle. The mad woman, with a broken voice, some awkward pronunciation, said with effort, I heard that, they blow candles on their birthdays, they say it can grant a wish. Mom! I hope Shao-Chi can live a normal life. Mom hopes that she won't be Shao-Chi's mother in the future, so Shao-Chi can always be happy, like other children, and have a proper birthday every year. Mom hopes that Shao-Chi has a normal mother, not me. Shao-Chi can carry a school bag, go to school with good friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Shao-Chi, Mom. Mom hopes she's not your mother, but Mom is so selfish, because Mom never thought of giving you up. Because you are the only one I once had, the only one I ever loved. Shao-Chi, forgive me for selfishly giving birth to you. Make a wish, say you want to leave here, go to a place where no one knows me. There you will be very happy, very happy, very happy. Shao-Chi looked at the mother in front of him. He finally realized that in this world, the only person who loved him was the one he hated the most. He remembered the woman who made a flower crown because he was bullied, trying to make him happy. He remembered the woman who always remembered his birthday, stole various foods for him from Fuyan Street, the woman who celebrated unconventional birthdays with him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of guilt and wondered if he had really done wrong. But at that moment, Zhang Feng said to Shao Qi, "You are not wrong. And there is no need to feel guilty. The wrongdoers are never you, nor your mother. It's the witch, the villagers who believed in the witch's words, the village chief who took advantage of the mad woman." Zhang Feng took out the organ cake. Zhang Feng had already discovered that the properties of this organ cake changed when Shao Qi entered a state of residual blood. Cursed version organ cake. After absorbing the resentment of the Cold Street for hundreds of years, the cake gave birth to the original souls of the Cold Street inside. Feeding their bodies with the cake will bring them back to life. Shao Qi. Zhang Feng smiled somewhat mysteriously and contentedly. He pushed the organ cake towards him, saying with a smile, it was this cake that they ate initially, which made them stay here forever. Now let them eat it. Again. The cold corpses are unaware, thoughtless, incapable of repentance, and cannot feel pain. This is far from enough to ease your resentment. For revenge, it must be more thorough. Here you go. Zhang Feng handed the organ cake with completely altered properties to Shao Qi. With a very bright smile, he said, let those demons, let those beasts that once caused you pain, experience true hell. Let their souls return to their bodies and feel pain again. This is the ending I believe should happen. In fact, the entire Cold Street Abyss was created by Shao Qi himself, whether it was the cook cold corpse, the fisherman cold corpse, the butcher cold corpse, or the human skin spider, and the unfrozen lake, they were all created by him. The only one who remained in the original state was the female corpse underground, his mad mother. In Zhang Feng's view, there were two possible endings for the Cold Street Abyss. One was for Shao Qi and his mad mother to die together, achieving a complete massacre ending. But Zhang Feng felt unsatisfied with this ending. The other was to use the cursed organ cake to let the wandering souls in the Cold Street Abyss return to the cold corpses. To give Shao Qi a satisfying revenge. This was also the most comfortable ending in Zhang Feng's opinion. He was always one to seek revenge, and regardless of the final reward, he found it very worthwhile. Congratulations on completing the only achievement in the Cold Street Abyss, Living Yama, achievement badge. You will be resurrected as a tormented soul in the Cold Street Abyss, allowing them to relive the pain of being avenged by their enemies, praised by Yama. This is the true Yama. Basic achievement attributes, intelligence plus 1%, strength plus 1%, special achievement attributes, damage dealt to you by cold corpses plus 50%, damage you deal to cold corpses plus 100%. After handing the organ cake to Shao Qi, a special achievement was activated. The attributes were not bad, surprisingly a percentage increase. Although it was only 1%, it was still a very significant boost in the later stages, as achievements only needed to be activated, not necessarily worn as a badge. Many professionals, after reaching a certain level, would choose to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and increase their strength. These professionals were called achievement hunters. This also led to a profession that specifically helped others complete achievements, reportedly earning a good income. As for the special attributes of achievements, Zhang Feng believed they would be useful. After all, the attributes mention cold corpses, not the Cold Street Abyss. The cold corpses were created by Shao Qi, but they were made using the curse power of the god of cold hell. It did not rule out the possibility of encountering this god of cold hell in the future. If encountered, he would have an advantage due to this achievement. The abyss has ended, exiting the abyss. 10, 9. The system voice sounded. Tao Qian, Wen Rin Qingyu, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Shao Qi and the mad woman embracing each other, the human skin spider convulsing on the ground, and the chaotic cold corpses in the lake. Tao Qian proudly said, Zhang Feng and I are truly fierce. Wen Rin Qingyu, Koing. As the countdown ended, Zhang Feng and others were sent out of the Cold Street Abyss one by one. The four of them left. Various cold corpses lying in the unfrozen lake suddenly began to twitch, their originally lifeless eyes suddenly showing a glimmer of light. The cold corpses such as the cook, the fish killer, the butcher, and the human skin spider, one by one, all the cold corpses stood up again. This time, they were no longer cold and numb. Instead, they were filled with fear. Shao Qi helped up the crazy woman next to him and said with a smile, Mom, let's have a proper birthday this time. The crazy woman asked, what is a proper birthday? Shao Qi's mouth curved into a cruel arc, his voice cold but full of interest. Of course, it's when you see blood and organs, that's a proper birthday. Come on. Let's have a feast. A hellish feast that belongs only to the Cold Street. At the same time. Cold Street Abyss Hall. A group of people were surrounding a team that had just come out. Damn! Amazing! Is Li Feng really an A-level talent? Not only did he break the record of the ordinary level of the Cold Street Abyss, but he also refreshed the difficult level record that has been held for several years. I have to say, it's really amazing. I remember this record was broken 3 years ago by an S-level talent professional with 4 A-level talents, right? Yes, it was originally an impossible record to break, and now Li Feng has broken it. Envious. The group of people surrounding them was none other than Li Feng, who had just cleared the difficult level of the Cold Street Abyss and broke the record. Wu Zong sat in the corner, looking at the proud Li Feng with a calm heart. Li Feng was Li Feng, and he was himself. Li Feng could break records, that was his ability. He was grateful for his current choice, at least he could save his life. Although the money might have gone down the drain, he now had a level 6 rank, and he could easily find teammates in any team. It was easy to brush through the simple level abyss. What a pity! Someone behind Li Feng said. Li Feng was taken aback because those were the exact words he was thinking. He turned to look and found several unfamiliar professionals chatting. They seemed to be talking about Zhang Feng. I don't think it's a pity. Zhang Feng brought it upon himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. If he had agreed to Li Feng's team invitation back then, wouldn't he have received a reward for nothing? One can only say, Zhang Feng is a bit too arrogant. Well, you don't understand anything. No, do you understand? I do know something you don't. The relationship between Zhang Feng and Li Feng is far more complicated than it seems. Could there be a secret? Well, do you want to hear it? Adoptive father. Obviously, the person did not expect that someone would lower themselves for gossip. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, why do you think Zhang Feng rejected Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? The person shook his head, too shallow understanding. Because Li Feng took away the resources that should have belonged to Zhang Feng. Huh, what do you mean? What resources? S-level talent subsidy. Do you know how many good things are in a single S-level talent subsidy? Not to mention the 5 million value resurrection cross, golden weapons, golden armor, golden jewelry. Damn, a full set of golden equipment? Of course, not to mention the money and medicine in the subsidy, all given to Li Feng. Wait, shouldn't the S-level subsidy go to Zhang Feng? That's what I'm saying. Not only did Zhang Feng not get it, he was also invited by Li Feng to join the team in front of everyone. If you were Zhang Feng, would you join the team? Well, I definitely wouldn't, that's an insult. You're thinking too shallowly. It's not just an insult, you have an S-level talent, your resources were stolen, are you willing? Of course not. Then what will you do? Report it, if the city doesn't care, report it to the province, if the province doesn't care, go to the central government. S-level subsidies are not a joke, he took away my future. Exactly, you think this way, Zhang Feng thinks the same way, Li Feng would also be afraid of Zhang Feng doing this, after all, it would affect his father's career. Could it be? Exactly, as long as we make Zhang Feng disappear into the abyss without a trace, there won't be any problem. Inviting Zhang Feng, do you think it's out of goodwill? It's actually a trap. Damn, there are so many twists and turns in this? But how do you know all this? When questioned, the person revealed a special smile and said, because I am Li Feng's brother. Ha! After saying this, the person who claimed to be Li Feng's brother disappeared without a trace. Wu Zong listened to the whole process. He felt some regret, but also noticed that many people were discussing the matter of Li Feng taking Zhang Feng's resources. No wonder Zhang Feng entered the nightmare level abyss to voice his grievances. In my opinion, he's a bit foolish. Even without the subsidy, he has an S-level talent, isn't it good enough to be alive? No, he hasn't died yet, why do you all think Zhang Feng is doomed to die? Well, look who that is. Ha! Isn't that the monk who went in with Zhang Feng? Why is he here? He probably exited early, facing the penalty for forced withdrawal. If he can be here, Zhang Feng can still survive? But what if? There's no what if Zhang Feng can clear it, forget it, clearing it is too unrealistic for him, even if Zhang Feng can survive, I'll stand on my head and rotate a 5-speed fan. But honestly, if I were Zhang Feng, I wouldn't stubbornly enter the nightmare level abyss. He's too hot-tempered. Then what's the solution? Haven't you heard that Li Feng's father is Li Nan, not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Changgong in the Central District, with such a strong background? Li Chenggong? The level 65 flame warrior? Yes, that's him. Wow, I didn't expect Li Feng to have such a background. That's why I'm saying, Zheng Feng was not just robbed of resources, but also of his future development. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to our Jianshui city? Just to snatch resources? Probably not, after all, that would be too blatant. It's probably a coincidence, Li Feng happened to not successfully awaken to S level, and there happened to be an S level Zheng Feng, who is also a useless professional summoner. It can only be said that Zheng Feng was unlucky. Ah, what a pity. The discussions of the crowd not only reached Wu Zong's ears, but also were heard by Li Feng. Brother Feng, do you want to go teach them a lesson for spreading rumors and gossiping? Asked the crew-cut youth next to Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head, he wasn't too worried about these rumors, anyway, he wouldn't stay in Jianshui city for long. Once he left, the rumors would gradually dissipate. The idea of taking Zheng Feng's resources was his suggestion. Originally, his father Li Nan had refused. But with his mother's help, as well as the threats from his mother's family, his father mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and the matter was unexpectedly resolved. Not only did he smoothly obtain the resources, but also got approval from the province, turning the matter from a snatch into a legitimate acquisition. Mainly because of Zheng Feng being a summoner, which made everything easier. At this moment, Li Feng saw Wu Zong sitting in the corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also looking at him. Li Feng walked up to Wu Zong with a smile. Wu Zong said unkindly, "People are dead, why are you looking for me? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" He may not agree with Zheng Feng's approach. But he also looks down on Li Feng, who seizes resources from others. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I am not qualified to insult you, after all, I do not have the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss. I just came to remind you that there are things that should be said and things that should not be said." Wu Zong chuckled in anger. "Do you think these rumors are from me? Then who?" Li Feng believed that only Zheng Feng and his teammates knew about these things, and currently only Wu Zong fit the bill. Whether it was you or not, just remember it, so you don't get into trouble. Faced with this threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swallowed the unpleasant words he had prepared. Zheng Feng is already dead, so even if he scolds Li Feng, it would be meaningless. He was just curious about one thing. "I want to know, when you invited Zheng Feng initially, did you really want to kill him?" Wu Zong asked bluntly. In fact, he never intended to get a real answer, just to discuss Li Feng a little. Li Feng sighed and said, "I don't know why it got twisted into this, but I did sincerely invite Zheng Feng in the beginning. It was a form of compensation for him, as his strength indeed matched that of my teammate. But now there's no chance, he dug his own grave, and I can't be blamed for it." Surprisingly, Wu Zong somewhat believed Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand, with your good background, and such a powerful grandfather, you should have endless resources, why did you have to snatch from Zheng Feng?" Li Feng said expressionlessly, "Snatch? Everything was reasonable and legal, approved by the provincial authorities, who determined that my potential in Jianshui city surpassed Zheng Feng's, hence the resources were allocated to me." Li Feng did not directly answer Wu Zong's question. He couldn't possibly say that the S-level resources given by the country were so abundant that it drove people crazy. Or that most influential families with power did the same thing. Although it was an unwritten rule in their upper society, it was a secret that couldn't be told to someone like Wu Zong. Revealing it would lead to a quick death. Reasonable and legal. Wu Zong muttered those 4 words. Reasonable? Not really. Legal? Ironically, it was legal. Wu Zong felt uncomfortable. On one hand, he thought he knew something that others didn't, but couldn't say it. On the other hand, he felt sorry for Zheng Feng's death. Watching Wu Zong remain silent with his head down, Li Feng snorted coldly. He could tell that this person was tough on the outside but actually a coward. However, just as Li Feng was about to leave in Wu Zong's side, and everyone lamented the unfairness of the world, a notification swept in like a bombshell. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare. Level, Clearance time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds, Captain, Zheng Feng, Summoner, Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Shengyu, Assassin, Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, deserted during the battle, will not receive any rewards, and will be penalized for forced withdrawal. Other team members receive rewards, Professional Experience plus 15,000, Historical Record Gift Pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level, X1, Historian Title, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level Version, X1. Silence. No one spoke. Some repeatedly opened and closed the notification, trying to confirm if they had misread it. Did the system make a mistake? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered him. The only responses were the sounds of people gasping in disbelief and the repeated expletives. The system would not make a mistake. This was the temple. For decades, the temple had never made any errors. So many people feel like they are the problem. How is this possible? Zheng Feng cleared the nightmare level abyss? A summoner with 4 soy sauces cleared the nightmare level abyss. Are you kidding me? At first, they didn't believe it. Until a new set of data appeared on the leaderboard screen in the central hall of the Cold Street Abyss. The clearance data recorded by the temple. First clearance record of Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level Zheng Feng, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wanren Xingyu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin, clearance time of Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds clearance members, Zheng Feng, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wanren Xingyu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin. Although Zheng Feng and the others have not been teleported out yet. But the records don't lie. This summoner, who everyone underestimated, actually cleared the Nightmare Abyss. I feel like I'm dreaming, someone said. Yeah, it's too unreal. Is Zheng Feng really just an S-rank talent? That's not important. I want to know if Zheng Feng is really a summoner? Wasn't it said that summoners are the weakest? How did he clear the Nightmare Level Abyss? Who knows? Anyway, no one had high hopes for Zheng Feng before. It's not about having high hopes anymore. I remember someone saying before, if Zheng Feng survives, he'll slap a 5-speed fan. Now not only did he survive, but he also cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss. Let's liven things up. I said Zheng Feng survived to slap a fan, not that he had to slap a fan after clearing the Nightmare level. What's the difference? He survived anyway. It's different. What's different? One is surviving, the other is surviving more impressively, and slapping all of our faces. The way of survival is different. Talking about this, I do feel sorry for someone. Who? Li Feng? Li Feng is actually okay, although he got slapped pretty hard. He will cause trouble in future resource disputes, but after all, his surname is Li, we don't need to sympathize with him. You mean Wu Zong? Exactly, look at his face now. Ha ha. Pure pig liver color. I can't, I need to laugh for a moment. He's definitely a poor guy, the Nightmare Level Abyss. Missed out on a great opportunity? What poor guy? He chose to quit on his own, who can he blame? That's true. Their discussions were loud. Hardly any attempt to conceal it. Either accidental or intentional. Compared to envying Zheng Feng, they preferred to see Wu Zong as a joke. What could have been a big advantage to pick up has now turned into a lifelong regret. No one knows what happened in the Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss, but they know that it has nothing to do with Wu Zong. Schadenfreude is the greatest joy. Wu Zong's face is indeed pig liver colored. He sat there looking confused, the ups and downs of just one day leaving him breathless. Ah! Wu Zong couldn't help but let out a sigh of regret and anger. Just one step. Just one step, and he could have been on the leaderboard, enjoying the resources, enjoying the envy of others, instead of being surrounded by people gloating at his misfortune. If only he had persisted a little longer. Persisted? He suddenly paused. He remembered Zheng Feng being suppressed by the Cold Street boss, Tao Qian picking up the monk's staff with a determined look, completely ignoring his advice, and rushing him without hesitation. He remembered Kuang and Wanren Xingyu's courage to risk their lives. Given another chance, could he really persist? Can you really charge forward like Tao Qian for your brothers? Gamble your life for your own future? No. He knew he was a coward. He looked at the notice in front of him. Team member Wu Zong, warrior monk, will not receive any rewards for deserting the battle and will be subject to a penalty for forced retirement. Deserting the battle. These 4 words, like insults, made Wu Zong's vision go black, and he fainted directly on the ground. Someone fainted because they didn't receive a reward. Is there a priest? Use a healing spell. Someone who wasn't afraid of causing trouble deliberately shouted. Let's not do that. Let him wake up now. When he sees the truth later, how can he face the truth with any dignity? It's too cruel, isn't it? Ha, indeed cruel. For such cruel things, let me handle it. I am a level 10 priest. Watch my greater healing spell. I'm having a good time today. It's really interesting. People, they love to watch the excitement. Especially in such satisfying matters, they love to kick someone when they're down. This is positive energy. A group of people watching the excitement, a group of people whispering and gossiping, and another group of people have already started showing their true colors on the forum. The previous posts criticizing the truth were all dug up like digging up graves. Original post, Truth has left, actually refused to join a team of 4 A-level talents. 126th floor, Li Feng has left, dare to snatch the resources of the truth. 127th floor, what's the big deal about 4 A-level talents? If Li Feng didn't snatch the truth's resources, if he didn't have his family background, how could he break the record? He's just a pure thief. Original post, as the only S-level talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are puzzling. 298th floor, puzzling? He has the ability to pass the nightmare abyss on his own, does he need Li Feng to lead him? 299th floor, indeed puzzling? What's puzzling is not the truth's choice, but the truth's strength. Original post, detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the simple level 2 of the Cold Street Abyss in 45 minutes. 1112th floor, so, what did you analyze? 1113th floor, the OP analyzed a bunch, and finally came to a conclusion. The truth passed the simple level Cold Street Abyss by luck. Now that the truth has passed the nightmare level, analyze again. What luck is it this time? 1114th floor, I didn't expect this nonsense analysis post to have over 1,000 replies. Original post, rational analysis, the truth's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing, proving the truth's strong self-confidence. 17th floor, damn. It had to be you. 18th floor, awesome, with so many posts, you're the only one supporting the truth god, and you're right, it's really strong self-confidence. 19th floor, with great strength comes great self-confidence, OP, you're a wise person. 20th floor, don't be a Monday morning quarterback, this person is just a troll, I've read his posts, none of them are mainstream posts, he's all about rebellion, this time he just happened to hit the mark. Original post, cowardly truth, trash summoner, pure criticism post, if you don't like it, don't enter. 154th floor, come on, let's debate. 155th floor, come on, come out and take the scolding. 191st floor, cowardly OP, trash. Pure criticism, welcome to the battle team. Truth hadn't even teleported out yet. In just 5 minutes, all the forums in Jiangshui City exploded. Not only the forums, but also the mayor's office phone, and the phone of the Minister of Resources, Li Nan. An emergency meeting was held late at night in the mayor's office of Jiangshui City. At the same time, those who learned of this news also included the neighbors of Jiangshui City, Shangyu City. Shangyu City Mayor Zhang Zhan looked nervously at his secretary, who shook his head and said, Truth didn't answer the phone. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, that means he hasn't come out of the abyss yet. He stood up, lit a cigarette, and after a moment of thought, he said to his secretary, immediately send someone to block him at the entrance of Jiangshui City for me. Let Chai Fang go, he's fast, he can get from Shangyu City to Jiangshui City in 2 minutes. We must capture this genius for me. Since Jiangshui City doesn't want him, then we in Shangyu City will take him. This unexpected wealth, we in Shangyu City will take it. There is competition among professionals, competing for resources, competing for rankings. The same goes for cities. Shangyu City and Jiangshui City are old rivals. In the Jiangnan province, they rank 2nd and 3rd every year, lacking high-quality talent, insufficient talent output, and inadequate funding from above. With outdated equipment, healthcare, and education, even fewer people come, leading to a vicious cycle. If there are no achievements, this mayor might really not be able to continue. What troubles Zhang Zhan is that there are still no talented professionals today. And then, he discovered Zheng Feng. Because he has always been paying attention to the situation in Jiangshui City, he naturally knows about Zheng Feng. An S-level talented professional had his resources stolen. The one who stole his resources is Li Qingdong's grandson. When ordinary people encounter such a situation, they can only back down. Wanting to reclaim the resources? It's impossible. Most importantly, Zheng Feng is not even considered an ordinary person. Without parents, his grandfather just passed away. Living in a poor area. After learning about Zheng Feng, he thought this might be an opportunity. Even if he is just a summoner, it's worth a gamble. Just as he hesitated, Zheng Feng refreshed the record of clearing the simple level Cold Street Abyss, which further strengthened his idea. However, he learned that the province had already approved the replacement of Zheng Feng with Li Feng. He couldn't get anything. After struggling all night and just about to give up, he learned the astonishing news that Zhang Feng had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He jumped up from his seat. Then he called his secretary, immediately applied for resources from above, and consulted with the resource department of Shangyu City to come up with a strategy, determined to capture this genius Zhang Feng. But Zhang Feng has cleared the nightmare-level abyss. Even if Mayor Zhou Yun is influential, he can still distinguish between priorities, right? He probably won't let us have him. Someone raised a question. Not let us? Who said he has a say in this? Aren't we here to snatch people? Do we need his permission? But the problem is, the price we offer won't be much higher than Zhou Yun's, and they have Li Nan's help. If Li Nan can offer more resources to appease Zhang Feng, we won't have an advantage. That is indeed a problem. Snatching people is not easy because professionals who can clear the nightmare-level abyss have unlimited potential in the future. Not to mention that Zhang Feng is even more difficult than soloing, as he cleared the abyss with 4 bystanders. This talent and combat ability are enough to make the mayor set aside his pride and properly appease Zhang Feng. Zhang Zhan smiled and said, "It's not as pessimistic as you think. I think we have a good chance of capturing this genius." Zhang Feng is not the type to swallow his pride. He has already made a public announcement, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with Mayor Zhou Yun. If he has no other choice, he might temporarily endure it due to resource issues. But once there is a choice other than Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City, he will definitely not choose reconciliation. Zhang Zhan, with a look of understanding Zhang Feng, analyzed, "I know Zhang Feng very well. He directly rejected Li Feng, indirectly mocked Mayor Zhou Yun through a public announcement, entered the nightmare-level abyss, and challenged the resources department of Jiangshui City. Such a person should not be provoked, but it's best to get along with him. Because we know very well what he needs." Zhang Zhan is very confident. As long as there are no unexpected incidents, he will have a chance to reject Zhou Yun's appeasement with the letter of introduction he sent. At this moment, someone from the Human Resources Department knocked on the office door and entered. "Mayor Zhang, we checked and found that Zhang Feng's household registration does have issues. His parents went missing in their early years, and the so-called grandfather is just a scavenger who found Zhang Feng, with no blood relation." Zhang Zhan asked, "So, Zhang Feng is not from Jiangshui City?" "Not only that, he doesn't even have a registered household." "No household registration? Is he an illegal resident?" "Not exactly, it's just temporarily on hold. As you know, these procedures are quite difficult to go through. We can't prove his relationship with his grandfather, nor can we prevent Zhang Feng from going to school. So we have to wait until Zhang Feng turns 18 to handle his household registration on his own." "So, it's not done yet?" "Not yet." "Great. That's fantastic. I can only say that luck is on our side in Shangyu City. If it weren't for Li Nan, Zhou Yun wouldn't give up on Zhang Feng. After all, compared to an S-level summoner, Li Nan and his family are more suitable objects to curry favor with. This oversight has missed out on the talent of Zhang Feng. Quickly handle the procedures, complete all of Zhang Feng's paperwork, and make him a resident of our Shangyu City now. Oh, and there are a few more things, you go take care of them. Jiangshui City, office of number 1 middle school. Take your things back, I don't want them." Zhang Feng's homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, looked expressionless at the secretary in the mayor's office and coldly refused. The secretary smiled at Zhang Chang. The smile was standard, but the words spoken were icy. "Teacher Zhang, you better think twice before saying no. If you refuse this resource, consider it as if nothing happened, and you'll be the head of number 1 middle school next year. And if I don't accept?" "If you don't accept? So what? You might as well just fire me," Zhang Cheng said indifferently. "This isn't the first time. You all used to tamper with resources in the past, but it was B-level and C-level resources back then, now it's just S-level. It's all the same, I just can't live with my conscience." Zhang Cheng pointed to the clean desk and the luggage box beside it, indicating that he had already prepared to leave. It wasn't just because of Zhang Feng's situation. It was a long-standing resentment. "Oof." The smiling secretary snorted, "Since Teacher Zhang has made up his mind, then I can only say sorry." Just as the smiling secretary was about to take away the gift prepared for Zhang Chang, a notification appeared in front of them. Both of them froze in place. They closed the notification, opened it again, rubbed their eyes, widened them, and slightly opened their mouths in a series of actions. There was almost no professional who had heard this news and hadn't reacted in disbelief. The secretary was dumbfounded. What's going on? Did Zhang Feng clear the nightmare level abyss? Zhang Feng? The Zhang Feng they were just talking about. Something's not right. Something's not right. This is bad. Something big is about to happen. The secretary sensed something keenly. Because all the work he had done recently was planned based on the assumption that Zhang Feng would die in the nightmare level cold street abyss. But he never expected Zhang Feng to clear the nightmare level abyss. Chaos ensued. Everything was in chaos. Because he immediately thought of Zhang Feng's household registration issue. Due to some reasons, Zhang Feng was stuck not because the government couldn't handle it, but because resolving the blurred household registration issue would eliminate the subsequent impact of Li Feng stealing Zhang Feng's resources. But now it had become the most troublesome thing. Damn it! The politically astute secretary, disregarding etiquette, was about to leave, but was stopped by Zhang Cheng. Leave the things. What? I said, leave the things. Aren't they for me? Zhang Cheng has changed his mind. He wants this resource and offers it to Zhang Feng as compensation. The secretary didn't have time to argue with Zhang Cheng. He had to quickly go and handle the aftermath, so he left the school, leaving the resource behind. Zhang Cheng looked at the resource in front of him. His previously heavy heart suddenly felt better. I never thought that after enduring silently for so long, finally standing up for myself would bring me good luck. A professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss is my student. Zhang Cheng felt proud. Although he knew he couldn't stay in Jianshui City, he had no regrets. At that moment, a phone call came in. Hello? It was unknown who was calling. Hello, are you Zhang Cheng, the teacher of Zhang Feng? Yes, I am. Are you willing to come to our city of Shanyu to teach? Zhang Feng hadn't even emerged from the abyss yet, but there were already undercurrents swirling around him. Shanyu City was eager to attract talent and was reapplying for resources for Zhang Feng. People in Lizi were watching the show, and the Jianshui City Forum was more lively than ever. As for Jianshui City itself, it remained quiet. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was in the teleportation space, looking at his rewards. You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and received rewards, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, Professional Experience plus 15,000. Congratulations! You have obtained the first clear reward for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. You have received, Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare level, Professional Experience plus 15,000. A clearance reward. A first clear reward. 2 Nightmare level chests from level 1 Abyss, meaning 2 Platinum level equipment. There were also historical record rewards received before teleportation. In total, 3 rewards. A total of 45,000 experience points. To go from level 10 to 11, you need 11,000 experience points, so Zhang Feng estimated that with 45,000 experience points, he could at least reach level 13. Very satisfying. Truly a nightmare level abyss, the rewards were really satisfying. However, because they were still in transit, they couldn't claim the rewards immediately. As the dizziness subsided, Zhang Feng and the others finally emerged from the abyss. They're out. Don't say that, Zhang Feng looks quite handsome. Are you smitten? Forget it, didn't you see the 2 beautiful women beside him? They are much prettier than you. Damn, a nightmare level abyss, this wave must have made him rich. And it's the first time clearing a nightmare level abyss, with rewards including abyss records. I can't even imagine how crazy the rewards will be. Isn't it better than the resources given by Jianshui City? Whether it's good or not, these resources were earned by Zhang Feng himself, so the government resources should go to Zhang Feng, not Li Feng. Principles are principles, reality is reality. Before Zhang Feng cleared the nightmare level abyss, didn't you also think summoners were useless? Almost 99% of the forum users thought there was no problem giving resources to Li Feng. Now they are just being opportunistic. That's not my concern, isn't this the mayor's decision? I'm curious about what Mayor Zhou Yun is going to do next. It is said that the resources Li Feng received followed the proper procedures. Not only were they analyzed by experts in Jianshui City who unanimously believed Li Feng was the most suitable candidate for the resources, but they also received approval from the provincial authorities. Well, it will be interesting to see what happens next. Yeah, who would have thought Zhang Feng would be so powerful, directly challenging those experts? Experts? Just a bunch of idiots. I remember those so-called experts were saying back then, let's sell the houses we can't afford to buy equipment. Is that even sensible? A bunch of useless people who cause more harm than good. Wait, look, are those government officials? Someone noticed that at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss, there were already several men in suits carrying briefcases, heading towards Zheng Feng. Isn't that Chai Feng? Who is Chai Feng? Chai Feng is currently a professional in Shangyu City. It seems like he just got promoted to the position of Minister of Resources, and he is currently at level 42. What is he here for? What else? To recruit people. Recruit Zheng Feng? Who else would he be recruiting, if not you? Wow, Shangyu City is so bold, coming to our city to recruit S-level talented professionals? Well, you should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to come and recruit. Isn't it because they treated Zheng Feng as trash and threw it away? We can't pick it up but they can? If they want to recruit, let them. It's none of my business. How is it not your business? It is related, and very much so. How so? Every city has a powerful professional. In our city it's Zhou Yun, who originally came from Jiangshui City, but he has been stuck at level 45 and can't progress. If Zheng Feng surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jiangshui City. What does that have to do with me? The thing is, each stage of the abyss is extremely difficult, but every time an abyss is cleared, the temple will provide resources to the entire district around the abyss. Don't you understand? Why do cities spend so many resources to cultivate professionals? It's for this reason. Ah! Finally, someone understood the significance of S-level talented professionals. Doesn't this mean that if Zheng Feng is taken away, then every abyss he clears in the future will have nothing to do with us? No relation at all. That won't do. For decades, Jiangshui City has only had this one professional who can clear nightmare-level abyss. It's crucial that he awakens. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Some people started to realize the situation. They began to panic. If Zheng Feng was powerful on his own, then it wouldn't matter to them. They were from two different worlds, and there would be no connection in the future. But now it's different. Zheng Feng is not only an S-level talent. He is also the only professional who has cleared nightmare-level abyss in the past decade. He is destined to surpass level 40. They will benefit from every abyss Zheng Feng clears. While Zheng Feng eats meat, they drink soup. Even if it's just soup, it's like a pie in the sky. Oh no, why haven't the people from Jiangshui City come yet? Some people saw that Zheng Feng had already started communicating with Chai Feng from the Resources Department of Shangyu City, and they became anxious. No, I have to call the mayor. You know the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint hotline? It's always busy. I've tried. What about petitioning? There's surveillance, and the petition box is locked with a fist-sized lock. Do you think it's a joke? Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan will back down? Damn, it's disgusting. Someone cursed under their breath. Indeed. For the sake of his own future, Zhou Yun chose Li Feng and abandoned Zheng Feng. But Li Feng is not bad either. Li Feng's family is in the central district. Coming to our Jiangshui City is clearly to snatch the resource quota for Zheng Feng. No matter how strong Li Feng is, it has nothing to do with us. Zheng Feng met this professional from Shangyu City. Level 42. A second-tier mage. The first thing he said after seeing Zheng Feng was, "Do you want to make Zhou Yun regret? Come to our Shangyu City, let Zhou Yun bear all the accusations and insults from the citizens of Jiangshui City in the future. We will help you secure the S-level resource quota." One sentence directly moved Zheng Feng. This Chai Feng knows how to negotiate. Because this is exactly the result Zheng Feng wants. If you take my resources, you have to pay a price. When Zheng Feng and Chai Feng were discussing the follow-up matters, Wu Zong looked on from a distance with envy. He felt very aggrieved and conflicted. He didn't envy Zheng Feng. After all, Zheng Feng had achieved everything through his own strength, and it wasn't Zheng Feng who forced him to withdraw. It was all his own wrong choices. What he envied were the three people standing beside Zheng Feng: Tao Chen, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing. Just a few hours ago, they were all gathered together eating barbecue, laughing and chatting, but now he could only hide in a corner, watching them with envy. He didn't dare to appear in front of Zheng Feng. He was ashamed. He didn't know what to say. Apologize? It was too late for that now. When he chose not to trust Zheng Feng's decision to withdraw from the abyss, he had already been expelled from Zheng Feng's small group. This was his own choice. Wu Zong ultimately chose to quietly leave. He wouldn't come back to the cold street abyss for now. At least he would wait until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second tier abyss before he dared to return. Tao Qian saw Wu Zong's departing figure. He felt a bit sorry for his friend. He had persevered at the martial arts school for 3 years, sacrificing food and drink, all in the hope of one day walking the path of a professional again. He had finally seized an opportunity, only to give it up with his own choice. What a pity! Tao Qian sighed. When Ren Qingyu smiled and said, "There's nothing to regret. It's all about one's own choices. As adults, we must take responsibility for our choices and bear the consequences." Actually, he did gain something, at least he reached level 6. That's true. Tao Qian nodded. He wasn't trying to plead for Wu Zong, who had fled at the critical moment. He was just lamenting how some people's decisions could impact their whole lives. Like his firm choice to support Zhang Feng's decision. Honestly, he had supported Zhang Feng initially because they were good brothers who had grown up together, skipped school together, and struggled together. But he never expected that his resolute support would open up his own path as a professional. Throughout the entire continent, the number of professionals who had cleared the nightmare level abyss was few. And now, he was one of them. By the way, where's Li Feng? Ku Ying asked eagerly. She couldn't wait to see Li Feng's expression and also wanted to know how Jiangshui City would handle the replacement of resources for Zhang Feng. Didn't see him, probably left, right? Tao Qian looked around but didn't see Li Feng. If it were me, I would leave early too. You can't just stay here and watch Zhang Feng's face, right? Indeed. Not seeing Li Feng was a pity. But they saw a group of people entering in a grand manner. Is that Mayor Zhou's secretary? Yes, that's him. I've seen him before. He brought Mayor Zhou to our school to give a speech not long ago. Tao Qian frowned. No, they sent a secretary? When Ren Qingyu chuckled, it seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City really has a small mindset, huh? Shangyu City 1. Ku Ying asked in confusion, I don't understand. Do they really not care about Zhang Feng? He's a professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss. When Ren Qingyu analyzed rationally, they probably gave up. Between the Li family's power and Zhang Feng's future, they could only choose one. Moreover, do you think Zhang Feng would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Ku Ying pondered for a moment and said, it depends on the extent of the apology. Exactly, knowing Zhang Feng's temperament, Mayor Zhou Yun would have to write an apology letter at the very least and make it public for Zhang Feng to possibly accept this unfair treatment. But do you think Mayor Zhou Yun, a big mayor and a level 45 professional, would do that? So, the appearance of Shangyu City gave Zhang Feng an opportunity to choose, rather than stubbornly persisting to the end and ultimately parting unhappily. Now we just have to wait for things to slowly ferment. Zhou Yun may become a disgrace to Jiangshui City in the future. The stronger Zhang Feng becomes, the higher his level, the more he will be cursed by his fellow townspeople, even his own relatives. In this world, strength is everything. Level indirectly represents strength. As long as Zhang Feng's level is higher, the choice for Zhou Yun to drive away Zhang Feng in the future will only lead to more curses directed at him. Zhang Feng. The mayor's secretary called urgently, leading people to Zhang Feng's side. First of all, congratulations to Zhang Feng for clearing the nightmare level abyss of Cold Street. On behalf of the entire Jiangshui City, we will hold a grand celebration, and all the citizens of Jiangshui City will celebrate your clearance of the nightmare level instance. Regarding the matter of your S-level subsidy, it was indeed mishandled by our mayor's office, and we did not compensate you with resources in a timely manner. But rest assured, Jiangshui City will provide you with additional compensation. We guarantee it will not be lower than the S-level subsidy. The secretary quickly listed all the compensations he could think of. But he did not mention at all the fact that Zhang Feng's resources were taken by Li Feng. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Chai Fang beside him said, laughable, is this the compensation you came up with? Laughable, do you really think flattering Li Nan will bring you benefits? Oh, no, that's not right. It can bring benefits, but only Zhou Yun benefits, not the people of Jiangshui City. Because there were many onlookers, Chai Fang's words were almost said in front of the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary was well aware that Chai Fang was escalating the conflict. The secretary simply ignored Chai Fang and said directly to Zhang Feng, you need to think clearly. You are now a person of Jiangshui City. If you go to Shangyu City, are you trying to morally blackmail me? Before the secretary could finish, Zhang Feng asked directly. No. Or do you think that if I leave Jianshui City, it's my loss, not yours? Zhang Feng smiled. He looked at the secretary and said, if you want me to stay, it's not impossible, promise me 2 conditions. What conditions? The secretary asked. Chai Feng beside him also nervously watched Zhang Feng. First, return the resources given to Li Feng to me intact. Second, I want a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan. The secretary fell silent. Zhang Feng's demands were actually the most basic requests, but he knew that this was an impossible thing. The secretary explained desperately, you should understand that Li Feng obtaining these resources, whether in terms of process or reasonableness, cannot be faulted. So are you saying that I am at fault? No. Let me ask you, were these resources originally mine? Zhang Feng asked. The secretary remained silent. Fine, don't answer, no problem, because you also cannot make the final decision. So go back and tell Zhou Yun about my 2 conditions. If he agrees, I won't leave. Zhang Feng shrugged and then said, you see, I am not being aggressive, not even asking for any compensation. I just want the most basic, my own resources, and an apology. But you cannot satisfy me. So, is it me leaving Jianshui City, or you forcing me to leave? The secretary. The secretary was speechless. Because after all, they were in the wrong. The conversation broke down directly. And there was no room for any turning back. Because Zhou Yun could not apologize. As a mayor, a level 45 professional, how could he possibly apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just cleared a nightmare-level abyss with no records for over 10 years, it was not enough for a mayor to publicly apologize to him. In this world, strength is everything. Zhou Yun has a level strength of 45, which is his pride and capital. Even if one has potential, they must realize that potential into strength in order to have fairness. Even Zhou Yun cannot publicly apologize, let alone Li Nan. As for resources, they cannot be taken back. Zhou Yun used these resources to give to Li Feng in exchange for the qualification to enter the Li family faction. Taking them back would mean offending both sides. Between the Li family and Zhang Feng, he can only choose one. Of course, choosing Zhang Feng is not possible. A perfect solution? Does not exist. The secretary is very clear, having worked with many mayors, Zhou Yun is the most arrogant and opportunistic professional he has ever seen. The secretary looked at Zhang Feng, sighed, and no longer spoke in an official tone. If I were in your position, I wouldn't accept it either, but if I were in Zhou Yun's position, I wouldn't back down either. So, I can only hope that you will not have any future developments, otherwise, I will end up like Zhou Yun, being cursed to death. In the end, this is just the secretary's job. The secretary left with his people. After Zhang Feng and Chai Feng exchanged contact information, Zhang Feng left the Cold Street Abyss Hall with Tao Qian and others. Mayor's office of Jianshui City. Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned about Zhang Feng's 2 requests from the secretary. Seeing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun spoke up, this young Feng guy thinks he can make demands on me just because he managed to clear a nightmare-level abyss. He's still young, I don't believe a summoner like him can have much development in the future. Li Nan smoked his cigarette, with an indifferent expression, said, you can't say that, clearing a nightmare-level abyss is not just luck. However, a first-stage abyss, even if it's nightmare level, can only be considered a beginner abyss. In our central district, there are countless geniuses who have cleared nightmare-level abysses, it's just that in your remote city, it's considered rare. Remote city. Zhou Yun wanted to complain, although Jianshui City may not compare to the central district, it can't be called a remote city. Li Nan did not notice Zhou Yun's subtle expression and continued, I won't interfere with how you choose, but Li Nan only has Li Feng as his son. Rest assured, Minister Li, I understand. That's good. Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and then left Zhou Yun's office. In the moment Li Nan left, his smiling face turned dark. At his level, in order to continue to advance without enough strength, one must take sides. Li Nan's arrival in Jianshui City is the best opportunity for him. Taking sides, joining the Li family faction, not only provides political protection, but also priority in team formation. Decades of development have allowed some people to monopolize a portion of the rights in the abyss. This right is the right to form a team, known as factions. The difficulty of the 4th stage abyss makes it extremely luxurious to have teammates to enter the abyss. Most skilled professionals will join a faction to solidify their position. Only members of the same faction have the opportunity to form a team with powerful teammates. This is the most important condition for clearing the abyss. And in the entire 9 provinces, there are only a few strongest factions, one of which is the Li family faction led by Li Chenggong at level 65. Compared to the resentment of an S-level talented summoner, being able to join the Li family faction through this matter is the most important. Nothing is more important than improving strength. As for why Li Nan dotes on Li Feng so much, it's not entirely because of the reason he's the only son. It's about the family's status. For families like the Li family, family status is very strict. Li Nan wants to compete for the family status and become a key figure in the faction. It not only requires his own strength, but also that his offspring cannot be weak. Obviously, Li Feng, with an A-level talent, is a black mark for Li Nan. And having only one son is not because he favors Li Feng, but because he has no other choice. It is estimated that he wants Li Feng to gain more upgrade resources without relying on the family's assets, and then consolidate his position. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and picked up the phone. Secretary Wang, have the personnel department block Shang Feng's household registration. He wants to go to Shanyu City, right? Just prevent him from going. Mayor Zhou, it may not be possible to block him. What? Can't block him? Why? The secretary explained, Zhang Feng is not originally from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was just a garbage collector without a household registration from the beginning to the end. Then how did he go to school? Because of his good grades, he excelled in all evaluations, almost ranking first in the first middle school, so... Zhou Yun understood that the first middle school ignored Zhang Feng's household registration issue for the sake of his performance. What kind of people are they? Zhou Yun wanted to curse. By the way, make sure that Zhang Feng's teacher, Zhang Chang, doesn't stay at the school anymore. The secretary paused and said, Zhang Cheng has already gone to Shanyu City. Why can't even such a small matter be handled properly? I have to worry about it. A bunch of useless people. Zhou Yun couldn't help but curse. The secretary felt wronged. Throughout the government, he was the most dedicated and hardworking, always handling things and cleaning up the mess. Don't you ask who is responsible for the development to this extent? Who are you cursing at? The secretary suddenly felt an urge to say, I don't want to do this anymore. Alright, things have come to this, let it be. Just consider it as a new professional, issue a notice, I will enter the 4th abyss of Jiangshui City in a few days, and when I clear it, all professionals in the city will have benefits. By then, no one will remember who Zhang Feng is. As for the future, as a summoner, what future does he have? Zhou Yun still believed that Zhang Feng cleared the nightmare-level dungeon by luck. He didn't believe that Zhang Feng could really threaten his future position. Not now, and even less likely in the future. Moreover, he has now joined the Li family faction, with a bright future ahead. What is there to fear about the future? However, Zhou Yun still ignited the fire. He directed it at those experts. Immediately dismiss those idiotic experts, then write a notice to all professionals. You should know how to write it. Although the secretary still had grievances, work had to be done, after all, to make a living. Understood. Downplay the Zhang Feng incident, don't mention Minister Li Feng and Li Nan, shift the blame to the experts, expose their scandals, divert attention, and then, seal it. He was very familiar with this approach. Okay, go ahead and do it. Thank you for your hard work. In the end, Zhou Yun still thanked him. Jiangshui City can do without Zhou Yun, can do without Zhang Feng, but absolutely cannot do without Secretary Wang. Jiangshui City, the slum area. Zhang Feng's home. Tao Qian skillfully entered Zhang Feng's home, took out an ice cream from the fridge, and asked Zhang Feng, do you want to eat? Zhang Feng shook his head. Have one. I don't want to eat. You haven't had enough of the cold street abyss, and you want to eat ice cream when you come out? What about you two? Do you want to eat? Tao Qian asked Wen Ren Qingyu and Kuing, who had also followed Zhang Feng to his home. Wen Ren Qingyu shook her head. Kuing curiously asked, isn't this Zhang Feng's home? Why does it feel like your home? Tao Qian casually poured some water and sat on the sofa. Since I came to Jiangshui City from Zhang Feng, we have been neighbors. I am very familiar with his home. Zhang Feng nodded, indicating that this was normal. Let's talk business. Zhang Feng put down his phone. I just talked with Chai Feng earlier, and Shangyu City has transferred teacher Zhang Cheng to Shangyu City. Next up is you guys. I'm not sure if you two are originally from Jiangshui City? Zheng Feng asked Wenran Xingyu and Kuing. Wenran Xingyu shook her head and said, no, then after you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. Shangyu City has 2 level 2 abysses, and you can strategize there. Okay. Kuing eagerly replied. This meant that Zheng Feng agreed to continue leading them, which was a great opportunity. Although they were just tagging along, the rewards they would receive wouldn't be distributed fairly. However, even so, the rewards Zheng Feng would get from guiding them through high-difficulty abysses would be much more than an average person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Wenran Xingyu, however, worried and asked, but the difficulty of level 2 abysses far exceeds that of level 1. Can you continue to lead us? Yes, Zheng Feng didn't say much. His 2-word promise already put Wenran Xingyu and the others at ease. Zheng Feng needed teammates who would listen to him. He had previously asked Tao Qian, Wenran Xingyu, and Kuing about the rewards they received, and they only had one historical record abyss box. The reward for the first clear was a random gold level equipment box. The reward for clearing nightmare level was to choose a gold level weapon for any profession, but it had to be from the weapons produced in the Han Street Abyss. The experience reward was also 3 times lower than Zhang Feng's. In other words, the temple would distribute rewards based on the combat performance and results in the abyss, in a more personalized manner. However, even with reduced rewards, it was enough to make others envious. Actually, we don't need to wait. I think the 15,000 experience reward is enough to level us up to 10, Tao Qian said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's claim the rewards and open the boxes. Zheng Feng was also looking forward to it. After all, it was his first time clearing a nightmare level abyss. He had been eagerly anticipating the box that was guaranteed to contain platinum level equipment. Claim the rewards. Zheng Feng directly claimed all 3 rewards. Historical record reward, professional experience plus 15,000, historical record gift pack, Han Street Abyss Nightmare level, X1, historical record title, Han Street Abyss Nightmare level version, X1. First clear reward, Han Street Abyss first clear gift pack, Nightmare level, professional experience plus 15,000. Nightmare level clear reward, Han Street treasure chest, Nightmare level, professional experience plus 15,000. First, he received 45,000 experience points directly. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV10 LV.13, 27,400, 26,900 experience points needed to level up, health, 1250280, 450 equipment attributes, mana, 340370, 150 equipment attributes, intelligence, 116161, 35 equipment attributes, strength, 2026, 2 equipment attributes, agility, 1619, remaining free attribute points, 15 just as Zheng Feng had planned, he leveled up 3 times in a row. Reached level 13. The increased health and free attribute points meant that he could use talent points to evolve his summoned creature. What should I choose for the 3rd summoned creature? Zheng Feng didn't rush to choose the summoned creature. He first opened the historical record gift pack. It was said that the historical record gift pack would definitely contain a top-tier platinum weapon, which made Zheng Feng very excited as he was currently lacking a suitable weapon. He opened the gift pack. A dazzling light flashed on the panel. You have opened the historical record gift pack, Han Street Abyss Nightmare level. Your profession is detected as summoner, and the prize pool is locked to the staff series. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon Frost Prison Staff LV10, Platinum Tier. Congratulations! You have received 10 enhancement stones, 10 forging stones, 100 frost stones, materials, 10 healing potions, 5,000 HP. Directly giving the staff? Zheng Feng's face lit up with joy. He had originally thought that if he received a different weapon, he would use the equipment forging device to exchange it for his own weapon. Unexpectedly, the gift package was quite user-friendly, directly giving out the staff. However, thinking about it, it was reasonable. Because Tao Qian and the others had a self-selected golden tier weapon gift package, where they could choose their own class's weapon. As the highest achiever, he had no reason not to. A transparent staff made of ice crystals appeared in Zheng Feng's inventory. Frost Prison. Looking at this name, Zheng Feng thought of the Frost Prison god who cursed Xiaoqi. This staff should be considered the strongest weapon in the Frost Street Abyss. Zheng Feng looked at the attributes of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff, required level, level 10, class requirement, staff mastery class, tier, platinum, attributes, intelligence plus 150, casting speed plus 50%, skill damage plus 10%, ice damage increased by 150%. Equipment effect, every 3 skills cast, automatically cast Frost Prison skill, powerful ice abilities lock onto enemies, dealing 3000 fixed ice damage and freezing the enemy. Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes, no runes embedded, quite something. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this staff. Just the plus 150 intelligence bonus alone was very good, considering Zhang Feng's current intelligence was only 161 points. Subtracting the 10 intelligence points added by the novice staff. And this Frost Prison staff added intelligence almost the same. Not only that, the skill damage and ice damage. For a summoner, skill damage is equivalent to the summon's skill damage, a significant enhancement, although the casting speed was of no use to Zhang Feng. The equipment effect was surprisingly powerful. Every 3 skills cast could add a control-type skill with fixed damage. Summoned creatures' casting skills could also trigger the Frost Prison staff effect. As for forging, enhancement, refinement, runes, all were at 0. Platinum tier and above equipment could undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging required forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as frost stones from the Frost Street Abyss. Forging stones obtained by dismantling equipment could increase the equipment space attributes and change its attributes, enhancing its power. Enhancement required enhancement stones and corresponding attribute materials, produced in stages 2 and above in the Abyss, could increase the weapon's ignore damage attribute and the armor's defense attribute. Refinement required core stones and corresponding attribute materials, produced in stages 3 and above in the Abyss, could also be purchased directly from the temple to improve the weapon's quality. Runes, produced in stages 4 and above in the Abyss, could also be purchased directly from the temple, carrying powerful additional effects, with divine runes even rivaling a mage's curse effect. All these items could be purchased at the temple. The prices were generally very expensive. But no matter how expensive the materials were, there would always be people cultivating them. A level 10 professional, with a cultivated platinum tier equipment in hand, could not only kill recklessly in stage 2 but also pass through without any waves. The treasure chest could also regularly yield some enhancement stones and forging stone materials. Zhang Feng directly replaced the novice staff with the Frost Prison staff, increasing his total intelligence to 301. Next, Zhang Feng opened the remaining 2 nightmare-level Frost Street treasure chests. You have opened the Frost Street Abyss first clear gift package, nightmare level. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ring Engagement Ring Emitting Resentment LV10, Platinum Tier. Congratulations, obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Cold Ice Stones, Materials, *25, Healing Potions, 5000 HP, *10. You have opened the Nightmare Level Treasure Chest in the Cold Street Abyss. Congratulations! You have obtained the Summon Beast Equipment Fish Killing Knife LV10, Platinum Tier. Congratulations! Obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Cold Ice Stones, Materials, *25, Healing Potions, 5000 HP, *10. Oh, not bad. I didn't expect to get equipment for a Summon Beast. This might not be good. If other professionals get this equipment, they would probably be furious. Can't use it, can't sell it. Selling it at a low price would be a waste of the platinum quality. In a level 10 equipment, the platinum tier is not considered top tier because it has no market value. Summon Beast Equipment, Fish Killing Knife Equipment Level 10 Equipment Attributes, HP plus 5000, Attack plus 350 Equipment Effect. The Summon Beast equipped with the Fish Killing Knife will have a unique line killing fish for 30 years, my heart is as cold as my knife. After saying the line, the next 3 attacks will have a 100% speed boost. This must be the exclusive weapon of that fish killing guy, Cold Corpse. Xinfeng directly gave it to the Goblin General. Then he looked at the Platinum Ring. Ring, Engagement Ring Emitting Resentment Wearing Level 10 Wearing Requirement, None Tier, Platinum Attributes, Intelligence plus 100, Strength plus 100, Magic plus 500 Equipment Effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment that can withstand 10,000 shield value of spell damage. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Break, after the shield breaks, it deals 2,500 fixed damage to the surrounding area. Forging, 0 enhancement, 0 refinement, 0 runes, no runes embedded. To be honest, the ring's attributes are quite good, much stronger than other level 10 equipment. 100 points of intelligence are great. 10,000 shield value is very high. 2,500 fixed damage can be considered negligible. Looking at the 10,000 shield value, Jinfeng remembered the videos of professional matches he had seen before, where a high-damage assassin only dealt a few hundred damage to a warrior. He didn't understand it at first, but now he does. Equipment suppression. With this ring of resentment, it's hard for an ordinary assassin to take him down in seconds. Put on the ring. Intelligence increased by another 100. With 2 platinum tier equipment, his intelligence reached 401. Then he put on the 3 pieces of human skin spider obtained from the human skin spider. Attributes increased across the board. Name, Jinfeng. Title, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level Record Holder, King of Hell Occupation, Summoner Level, Level 13, 26,900 experience points away from the next level, HP, 10,300, 7,950 equipment attributes, Magic, 370 Intelligence, 451 Strength, 180 Agility, 28 remaining free attribute points, 15 skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Berserk, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Training, Summon Beast Space, Goblin General, Double Flame. Dragon Snake, Uncontracted Talents, Demon Contract, Butler's Heart, Main Companion, Library Card Equipment, Human Skin Spider 3-piece Set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring Emitting Resentment, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summon Beast Equipment, Sharp Fangs, Fish Killing Knife. The Human Skin Spider 3-piece set directly raised his HP to 10,000. But the HP he can use is only 2,350 points. Plus 15 talent points. And 10 talent points from training dummies. A total of 320 talent points can be offered. Zhang Feng glanced at the Goblin General. Talent, 4th tier, 500 points away from upgrading, plus, he then looked at the Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Talent, 4th tier, 850 points away from upgrading, plus, one needs 500 points to evolve to tier 5, and the other needs 850 points to evolve to tier 5. Still a long way to go. To reach the level of soloing in the second stage of the Abyss, a tier 5 summoning beast is a must, although with his current strength, he can easily clear the Abyss. But his goal remains at the Nightmare level. Having experienced the difficulty of the Nightmare level Abyss and the Cold Street Abyss, he is more cautious and wary of the second stage Nightmare Abyss. Fortunately, he now has many ways to enhance his strength. Developing equipment, nurturing summoning beasts, a 3rd summoning beast, and 2 Hextech strengthening runes waiting to be claimed at level 10 can all help increase his strength. Forging, enhancing, refining, and runes can all be bought with money. As long as the resources applied for in Shangyu City are credited to him, he can strengthen himself a bit. As for the 3rd summoning beast, Zhang Feng found 4 level 10 summoning beast skill books in the temple. They are Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Desert Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. Shadow Bat belongs to the assassin type of summoning beast. War Centaur and Desert Wolf belong to the warrior class of summoning beasts. Rain Butterfly is a support type summoning beast. Zhang Feng leans towards Rain Butterfly. After the battle with Xiao Qi, he realized his lack of endurance and recovery abilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Snake has high damage but is fragile, and using skills consumes a lot of energy, requiring an auxiliary summoning beast that can both protect and restore energy. The Goblin General has explosive damage but is not fast, and Rain Butterfly happens to be an auxiliary summoning beast that can increase group speed. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose Rain Butterfly. He doesn't like damage in his hands. Choosing Rain Butterfly is also because he doesn't need to invest a large number of talent points for now, as he plans to save up talent points to upgrade the Goblin General to tier 5. Early talent points are simply not enough to simultaneously upgrade 3 summoning beasts. Resources must be concentrated on 1 summoning beast. The Goblin General is the best choice. It can withstand damage, deal output, and the advanced talent points required are minimal. It's almost a perfect choice. Most importantly, after reaching level 10 as a summoner, the 3 additional skills for nurturing summoning beasts can only be used on 1. Of course, the first choice is the Goblin General. After level 10, each profession will receive specialized skills, allowing the same profession to develop different branches of skills. For example, warriors will receive 3 different specialized skills: Vitality, Burst, and Offense-Defense Integration. Choosing different skills leads to completely different development directions. It can be a mixed development or a comprehensive development. Summoners are the same. Divided into 3 branches: Physique Development, Skill Development, and Attribute Development. Physique Development can be divided into the Giant Beast branch, mainly focusing on developing the summoning beast's size, health, and defense. Skill Development mainly targets the Twin Flame Dragon Snake, with branches including the Cordan branch, the Magic Bombing branch, the pure element branch, and the mixed element branch. Attribute development is the simplest. It's just stacking attributes. The Goblin General follows the attribute branch. The higher the attribute value, the higher his damage. In the past, summoning beasts followed the attribute branch because of limited resources. Pure attribute stacking was the simplest. Of course, you can also develop the Goblin General based on physique, nurturing a giant goblin. However, nurturing summoning beasts not only requires various expensive materials but also requires sacrificing summoning beasts with the same talent. The most important thing is the time cost. A large amount of time and money are needed to cultivate a truly perfect summoning beast. This is the obstacle that has blocked the growth path of summoners in the past. Because they cannot afford to cultivate, summoners are unable to truly demonstrate the strength that summoning beasts should have, causing them not only to be unable to clear the abyss, but also to not achieve any rankings in various competitions. As a result, summoner has become a sewer profession. Talented professionals would never consider the summoner profession, and without talent, it is even harder to cultivate good summoning beasts. In short, a vicious cycle. Zheng Feng purchased the Rain Butterfly Summoning Beast Skill Book from the Temple Store. Summoning Beast Rain Butterfly, Skill Book, learnable at level 10, disposable item, Skill Book disappears after learning. Summoner professionals can learn and obtain a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 yuan, to be fair, it's a bargain. Skill books are very difficult to come by. Zheng Feng cleared the abyss twice, even once at nightmare level, but did not get a single skill book. Normally, a level 10 warrior skill, the worst fire blade, would cost 200,000 yuan, and it's not a fixed price, it needs to be obtained through auction. The usual selling price is around 300,000 yuan. Although warriors are a popular profession, the popularity has driven up the prices of all warrior-related equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng Feng threw all the unused materials and equipment in the warehouse into the temple store. He kept the strengthening stones and forging stones. The rest, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, gloves, were all sold. Many materials were also obtained from the Cold Street Abyss, and they were all sold to the material merchant. These materials that ordinary professionals find useless are very useful in the hands of merchants. A lot of money was made. Materials like ice-cold stone were sold for nearly 200,000 yuan. Ice blade, 270,000 yuan. Because when Rin Qingyu and Kuing had obtained golden weapon selection boxes, the previous transactions became useless, and Shenyu directly hung them in the temple, selling them for 270,000 yuan each. The bloodstained chef's hat, priced at 120,000 yuan, was bought by a player with a secondary chef profession. A level 5 bone chopper sold for a surprising 150,000 yuan. A bunch of novice equipment, a complete set of 5-piece warrior set, was sold for a fixed price of 100,000 yuan. In the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, novice equipment seemed to be bursting as if it were free. After one trip to the nightmare level Abyss, even selling junk brought in enough money to buy a house. Although Tao Qian and the others received relatively little, they managed to gather 300,000 to 400,000 in income. And this doesn't even include the equipment they got from opening boxes. Tao Qian opened a platinum grade top, a golden grade monk staff, and a golden grade shield in the historical record treasure chest. Platinum grade equipment cannot be sold, so it's considered a hidden treasure. The monk staff was obtained from the selection box. It can be said that with this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be underestimated. As for the shield, damn! 4.2 million. Tao Qian found the shield's previous trading price. Tao Qian's first reaction was one of great confusion. No, why would someone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 equipment? Haven't you noticed that a level 20 golden grade shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Feng pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple store. You see, at this stage of level 10, golden grade equipment is the best equipment available on the market. Platinum grade equipment can only be obtained by clearing nightmare level Abyss and is generally not for sale, so golden grade equipment naturally fetches a high price. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Damn, there are really a lot of rich people. Look, this level 10 platinum warrior weapon sold for 13 million. Scary. You don't understand the world of the wealthy. Zheng Feng remembered the billionaires from his past life, where even a car cost hundreds of millions. The price of this equipment wasn't much different from their luxury items. Oh, someone made an offer. A fixed price of 4 million, should I sell? Tao Qian had just hung the shield in the temple when someone made an offer to buy it. When Ran Qingyu analyzed, Shield warriors may not be top-tier professionals, but many wealthy players choose this profession because it's not easy to die and the operation is simple. You can go for an auction. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tao Qian was very receptive. After all, when Ren Chengyu was the one with the broadest knowledge among the four of them. Tao Qian directly refused the fixed price and put it up for auction at a starting price of 3.4 million, with a 24-hour auction time. I just remembered a question. Tao Qian, while monitoring the auction price, said to Zhang Feng, "This shield alone is worth millions, so how many pieces of gold-level equipment did Li Feng take from you?" "A set." When Ren Qingyu answered him. "Tao Qian, how many pieces?" "A standard set includes a weapon, top, gloves, hat, pants, and boots, 6 pieces." "Wow." Tao Qian's eye twitched a bit. "These 6 pieces must be worth at least 20 million? When Ren Chengyu reminded, Li Feng is a warrior. The price of a warrior's equipment is even higher. So, the price for this set would double. Li Feng, that beast. Finally understanding the value of S-level resources, he cursed directly. He finally understood why someone from Li Feng's background would come to snatch resources. The value of resources far exceeded his imagination. When Ren Qingyu explained, because the abyss keeps appearing and expanding, if not suppressed, the entire world will be swallowed by the abyss. Therefore, the government's primary goal is to cultivate more professionals. Almost all the resources of the national treasury are used to cultivate talented professionals. This is only the first stage of resources. The second stage, the third stage, all the way to the fourth stage, will only be higher, not lower than these. It can only be said that the market price of level 10 gold level equipment is inflated and does not reflect the actual price. It seems a bit exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded. "I see. It's unknown if Tao Qian absorbed this information, as he had already focused all his attention on the auction house. The shield he had just thrown into the auction house already had people bidding on it. It shows how popular level 10 gold level equipment is. When Ren Qingyu and Kuang each obtained their own professional equipment and auctioned off an extra piece of gold level equipment. When Ren Qingyu sold a pair of gold level ranger boots. Kuang sold a gold level warrior armor. Armor equipment is not as valuable as weapons, but Kuying's warrior armor still sold for a price close to 4 million. After selling, the two hurriedly left Zhang Feng's house to repay their debts. The longer they delay, the more interest they accrue. Tao Qian simply lay on Zhang Feng's sofa, starting to choose silver-level equipment. A piece of gold-level weapon could be exchanged for a whole set of silver-level equipment, leaving a substantial amount of money. Tao Qian happily selected his equipment. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, went inside to contract his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz, the contract took effect. A rain butterfly with a light blue color and huge wings appeared in the center of the magic circle. The wings were large, spanning over 2 meters long, which was already considered big for a first-level 0th tier summoned beast. Zhang Feng didn't know much about rain butterflies either. Because in the past summoners, no one has ever chosen rain butterfly as a summon. I estimate that it can be cultivated towards the physical direction. A huge auxiliary butterfly? Zhang Feng thought of the butterfly queen in the Godzilla movie. If rain butterfly can really be cultivated to that extent, auxiliary? Directly crush in size. Rain butterfly is very beautiful. Even Zhang Feng, a straight man, has to admit that rain butterfly's looks are top-notch. Summon Rain Butterfly, level 13, increases with the summoner's level, health, 7,800, attack, 1353, 451, summoner intelligence, *3, coefficient, talent, tier 1, 20 talent points away from leveling up, plus, skill I, Rain Butterfly Guard LV13 Rain Butterfly will bind a protective relationship with a summon, providing 5412, 1353, Rain Butterfly attack, *4, coefficient, shield value to the bound summon, causing 2030, 1353, Rain Butterfly attack, *1.5, coefficient, damage after. The shield breaks, and helping to share 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13 Rain Butterfly, as a spirit body, has rapid recovery ability. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately restore 4059, 1353, Rain Butterfly attack, *3, coefficient, health points, self-healing effect enhanced by 25%. Skill 3, Butterfly Chant LV13 Rain Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to chant. Increases 130 agility speed and 130 movement speed for all summoners' summons. Summon equipment, none so powerful. Zhang Feng looked in amazement at the attributes of this rain butterfly. 3 skills. Healing, shield, speed, all are sufficient. But suddenly, it's not the rain butterfly that's powerful, but Jinfeng's ridiculously high intelligence, giving rain butterfly an attack power of 1353. Whether it's shield or healing, the values are in the 4 to 5,000 range. Goblin General cooperating with rain butterfly has both endurance and recovery, Goblin's outbreak, rain butterfly sharing damage. And this is only tier 1 talent. Jinfeng calculated that to upgrade rain butterfly to tier 3 talent, it only needs 90 talent points. Immediately consume talent points to reach the maximum health value. Summon rain butterfly, tier 1, talent evolution. Summon spirit butterfly, tier 2. Summon spirit butterfly, tier 2, talent evolution. Summon giant wing spirit butterfly, tier 3. Summon giant wing spirit butterfly, level 13, increases with the summoner's level, health, 11,500, attack, 2,706, 451, summoner intelligence, *6, coefficient, talent, tier 3, 300 talent points away from leveling up, plus, skill I. Spirit Butterfly Guard LV13 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly will bind a protective relationship with a summon, providing 13530, 2706, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly attack, *5, coefficient, shield value to the bound summon, causing 5683, 2706, Giant Wing. Spirit Butterfly attack, *2.1, coefficient, damage after the shield breaks, and helping to share 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, as a spirit body, has rapid recovery ability. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately restore 10,824, 2,706, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly attack, *4, coefficient, health points, self-healing effect enhanced by 50%. Skill 3, Butterfly Chant LV13 Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to chant. Increases 260 agility speed and 260 movement speed for all summoners' summons. Skill 4, Spiritual Nourishment. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly will transfer its energy to the summon with the lowest energy, restoring its spiritual power. The spiritual power of the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly has increased by 100%. Summon Equipment, none, 3rd rank Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Not only does it have an additional skill of providing energy through spiritual nourishment, but its attack power has also increased directly to 2,706 points. The current Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly can release a shield of nearly over 14,000 and restore 10,000 health with a single bite. This is already an exaggerated extent. The increase in intelligence from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring is significantly noticeable. Evolving to the 3rd rank, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly has a very large body size. At the moment of successful evolution, Jinfeng directly placed the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly into the summoning space to prevent it from breaking through the ceiling. Inside the summoning space, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly flaps its wings and greets the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Snake. The summoner's summoning space is a vast free space, not like the game where it's grid by grid. Inside the summoner's space, all summons rest, live, and idle. Before the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly arrived, the Twin Flame Dragon Snake and the Goblin General had almost no communication, mainly due to the Twin Flame Dragon Snake's fault. Jinfeng discovered during the Twin Fire Demon stage that this fire element summon had a rather solitary temperament. Not only solitary but also irritable. This led to the Goblin General rarely communicating with him, fearing that the Twin Flame Dragon Snake would explode. The Goblin General's personality is more like that of a seasoned warrior, fond of drinking and with a cheerful disposition. Seeing the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly appear in the summoning space, the Goblin General was quite happy, at least not always facing a sulky fire snake. As for the Twin Flame Dragon Snake, it continued to lie there as if it hadn't seen the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly, continuing to sleep. Summons all have their own personalities. They are not just skills but more like life sealed in skill books. Besides developing their strength and fighting alongside them, I believe it is also necessary to cultivate emotions and intimacy appropriately. These were the words written by Zhang Anquan in that textbook. As Zhang Feng's level increased, he increasingly felt that the textbook was not as useless as he had previously thought. The complexity of the summoner profession far exceeds that of other professions. Exiting the summoning space, Zhang Feng opened the Hex Strengthening Runes. You have 2 Hex Strengthening Runes waiting to be claimed. Would you like to claim them now? Yes, claim them. These were 2 Hex Runes he obtained when he leveled up to level 10, which he had kept unopened. Congratulations! You have drawn the 5th rune, Prism Grade Rune, Unexpected Fortune. Congratulations! You have drawn the 6th rune, Prism Grade Rune, Golden Egg. Unexpected Fortune, Prism Grade Strengthening Rune. Gain talent points equal to the summoner's level *100, and continue to receive talent points equal to the level *100 in the next 3 upgrades. Golden Egg, Prism Grade Strengthening Rune. Obtain a Golden Egg, which requires 22 Abyss matches to hatch. After hatching, it will provide a large amount of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell-level Abyss matches count as 2 matches. Damn! Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse. 2 Prism Grade Runes. An Unexpected Fortune and a Golden Egg. The Unexpected Fortune speaks for itself. Getting it early on is a dream start. He's only level 13 now, so it's not too late. He can instantly gain 1,300 talent points, which means the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Snake will have talent points for advancing to the 5th rank. As for the Golden Egg, it requires 22 matches. Still a long way to go. The 3rd stage has Hell-level difficulty Abyss matches, which is still far off. However, it's worth the wait because the rewards from the Golden Egg will be very good. Zhang Feng opened the 2 strengthening runes. You have unexpectedly gained wealth, plus 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a Golden Egg, with 22 rounds left to open the Golden Egg. Place the Golden Egg in the inventory. Then summon the Goblin General and the Double Flame Dragon Snake directly. Start evolving. The Double Flame Dragon Snake, consuming 850 points, evolves directly to the 5th rank. Summon Beast Double Flame Dragon Snake, 4th rank. Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Double Magic Fire Dragon, 5th rank. 5th rank evolution, the Dragon Snake evolves directly into a dragon, completely removing the snake's attributes. Gained a new skill, Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath, the Double Magic Fire Dragon gathers flame energy, spewing high-temperature breath, causing instant damage of 27,706, 3,958, Double Magic Fire Dragon attack power, *7, coefficient. Standard explosive flame damage. Adding flame burns, plus double damage from the twins, even the positive wind dare not imagine how high the damage of this breath would be. The biggest change in the Double Magic Fire Dragon is its form. The 5th rank Double Magic Fire Dragon still maintains a 2-headed posture, but the 2 snake heads have completely transformed into dragon shapes, and the snake body is covered with dragon scales. The body is still composed of elemental flames. The attack coefficient has increased from 6.0 at the 4th level to 8.0 now. In addition, with the Summon Beast equipped with a fish-killing knife, the attack power has increased to 3,958. The increase in health is not much. A standard fire mage with low health. Extremely high damage. But fragile. However, with the Goblin General leading the way, no one can harm the Double Magic Fire Dragon. Zhang Feng thought, looking at the Goblin General. Unexpectedly, there are still 450 talent points left. Directly pushing the limit of 500 points of maximum health, exchanging for 50 talent points, totaling 500, and advancing directly. The Goblin General advances to level 5 talent, requiring only 500 talent points. Enough! Summon Beast Goblin General, 4th tier, Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, 5th tier. The 5th tier Goblin General didn't even change his name, the only change was the addition of Heavy Cavalry Corps. No new skills. But the General's command, this core skill, has undergone a major change. Skill V, General's Command Heavy Cavalry Corps. General's Command Heavy Cavalry Corps, summon the Goblin Army, 26 in total, summon quantity increases with level, to battle. Army composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Death Knights, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 Goblin Wizard, 1 Troll Goblin, summon time unlimited, cannot summon again until all Goblin Army members die. Summon the Goblin Heavy Cavalry Team, 26 in total, summon quantity increases with level, to battle. Team composition, 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. Making a fortune. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this heavy cavalry corps. There is a saying that in the era without firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry is already remarkable, and even with 500 heavy cavalry, there is confidence in rebellion. 5,000 heavy cavalry, sweeping all armies. Although he currently only has 26 Goblin heavy cavalry in the Abyss, it is considered an absolute weapon for monster farming. The 5th tier is already so strong. Will the 6th tier take off? Then Zhang Feng looked at the next advancement condition. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, Talent, 5th tier, 3,000 talent points away from upgrading, plus. Alright. He looked at the double magic fire dragon again. Double magic fire dragon, talent, 5th tier, 5,000 talent points away from upgrading, plus, alright. 5,000 talent points. That is, a maximum health of 50,000. Actually, it's not bad. Because so far, there has never been a summon beast with a 5th tier talent recorded in summoner history. The 5th tier is indeed considered the pinnacle in theory. Level 12 to 13, increased by 400 in maximum health. As the level increases, the increase in health will be higher. If only using the demon contract, at level 20, you can have a 6th tier summon beast. However, at level 15, you can also unlock a summon beast contract space, which requires a sum of talent points. The giant winged spirit butterfly is only 3rd tier. Tisk. Zhengfeng calculated that the talent points were far from enough. Fortunately, there is still unexpected wealth. Zhengfeng really liked the prismatic grade enhancement runes. The upcoming levels 14, 15, and 16 will each provide 1,400 talent points, 1,500 talent points, and 1,600 talent points respectively. Adding up, a stable 6th tier. Imagine a level 16 summoner with a 6th tier talented summon beast. It would be a blow to other professions. Rain Butterfly, learnable at level 10, is a 1st tier talent. Shadow Monster, learnable at level 15, is a 2nd tier talent. Following this pattern, if a summoner progresses steadily, it will take at least until level 40 to have a 6th tier summon beast. The demon contract plus unexpected wealth directly maxed out the early stage. In fact, summoners can also enhance the talents of summon beasts in other ways, such as continuously cultivating the 3 skills at level 10. It just takes a long time. According to the textbook's understanding of Zheng Anshuan, a summoner is a profession that cannot be rushed and needs to be slowly honed over time. However, Zhengfeng has made some advanced developments. After counting the spoils of war, Zhengfeng, who was slightly excited and not sleepy, casually wrote a strategy. Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy, Video plus Pictures plus Detailed Explanation, Step-by-Step Guide to Clearing the Nightmare Level Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans/hour. There are many paid posts on the forum. Strategies, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans are equivalent to 100 yuan. Anyway, Zhengfeng has always been recording battles, and guides with videos and pictures like this usually sell very well. Zhengfeng meticulously wrote a lengthy strategy. Once published, it directly topped the forum's hot list. Damn! Nightmare level strategy. Is it really him? Of course, with videos and pictures, how could it not be him? Step-by-step guide? So, if I learn, I can also clear the nightmare level abyss? One dares to teach, one dares to learn. What's scary is, there are actually people who dare to believe. Do I lack strategy? What I lack is combat power. Although this strategy may not be useful to me, I still want to buy it to see, mainly out of curiosity, what is the complete history and plot of the Cold Street Abyss. I'm more curious about how Zhengfeng, a summoner, can clear the nightmare level abyss. Because of a strategy. The forum in Jiangshui City suddenly became lively again. The number of buyers surged. In fact, most people buy strategies out of curiosity about Zhengfeng's strength, while some are looking for flaws. Even if Zhengfeng cleared the nightmare level abyss, many still believe it was more luck than skill. Or perhaps Zhengfeng found some shortcut to clearing it. After all, Zhengfeng is a summoner. Known as the weakest summoner, clearing the most difficult nightmare level abyss, many still find it hard to believe even a day later. Jiangshui City Martial Arts Hall. Wu Zong, not knowing that Tao Chen and others had already reached level 10, decided to return to the martial arts hall to avoid overlapping team times with them. His colleagues at the martial arts hall looked at him with a strange look. There was no malice. It was just a bit of schadenfreude. They were all colleagues, all people who had not been able to pursue a professional path. If you really managed to hitch your wagon to Zhengfeng's star and successfully cleared the nightmare level abyss, we wouldn't be on the same level anymore. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Otherwise, they would have felt uncomfortable. Wu Zong was actually used to being scrutinized like this. Because that's how people looked at him in the Cold Street Abyss Hall. Even though those people might not even be level 1, and might never have the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss, it didn't stop them from enjoying the show. Used to it. Wu Zong comforted himself. Anyway, with a little more patience, he would still be able to enter the abyss. The only person who didn't look at him differently was Wu Zong's brother, who comforted him. It's okay, if it were me, I would do the same. It wasn't really comforting. He had spent the night browsing the forum as well. He understood that unless it was a matter of life and death, his brother would not be the type to flee at the last minute. Brother, about the money. Wu Zong hesitated. It's okay, pay me back whenever you can, I'm not in a hurry. I've saved quite a bit of money over the years running the martial arts hall. At most, I'll just get scolded by your sister-in-law. Besides, you haven't gotten nothing, you're already level 6, which is considered stepping onto the path of a professional. Wu Zong's mood was still somewhat low. Stepping onto the path? Not really. A true professional is considered at level 25. Without a proper team, he estimated it would be difficult for him to reach level 25. Hey, look, Zhang Feng has posted a strategy. What strategy? Of course, it's a nightmare-level strategy. It's useless for me, I can't even pass the simple level abyss, no one wants me. What if there's a chance? You're right, it's just $100, it won't hurt to take a look. Now that you mention it, I'm actually interested. Hearing the discussion, Wu Zong and his brother also opened their phones and saw that the top trending post on the forum was Zhang Feng's strategy. Wu Zong's brother directly purchased the post. Wu Zong didn't buy it, as he had first-hand experience and knew how Zhang Feng had cleared the level. Strategy? Bullshit strategy. Wasn't it all about crushing through with sheer strength? Even if you know the strategy, it's useless. You can't even get past the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fish killer and the skin spider ahead. Oh my god! But when they opened the post, they all exclaimed. Because Zhang Feng had rudely placed a photo of their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by the scene of the goblin general battling the butcher. Zhang Feng, Wen Rin Chengyu, Kuing, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong were all in the picture. Smiling brightly. With wine and meat. Wu Zong's brother couldn't help but look at Wu Zong. Did you guys go on an outing? What he really wanted to ask was, you're having so much fun, why quit? Fortunately, someone noticed that this was a photo from the simple level abyss. Because when Ren Chengyu had posted it on the forum before. Zhang Feng posted it purely to provoke, to annoy those who had refused to team up with him before. Further down, there was the real nightmare level abyss strategy. Very detailed. Divided into 5 stages. 1. Butcher, fish killer. 2. Chef. 3. Skin spider. 4. Corpse in the well. 5. Little Chi with emptied organs. 5 stages, each with videos and images, with Zhang Feng providing detailed explanations, including how to stop the skin spider, how to deal with Little Chi's 2 forms, and how to handle both the normal and brutal stages. A very serious strategy, but the comments below were not so serious. Zhang Feng really wants to teach us. I thought it was a show-off post, but Zhang Feng is really making a strategy. Ha, you're thinking too much, this is just Zhang Feng showing off. Even if you follow his strategy, can you block the chef's flying knives? Or escape the skin spider's chase? Isn't the summoner powerful? These summoned beasts feel stronger than the SS level warrior I saw the other day. If this were real life, I'd say impressive, but this is the internet, so I can only say, kid, you're not there yet, you need more practice. Although these people were boasting online, they could tell from the videos and records in the post that this nightmare level abyss was truly difficult. Zhang Feng's summoned beasts were indeed strong. In the first half of the strategy, they could see Zhang Feng and Tao Qian eating and drinking while fighting monsters. But in the second half, starting with the skin spider, the difficulty spiked. The terrifying skin spider. It had almost half the forest's undead gathered. At this point, many who thought they had some skills, thinking that if Zhang Feng, a summoner, could clear the nightmare level abyss, they could too. But the reality was, they couldn't. In the video, the human skin spider can kill a goblin shield soldier in one hit, dealing 6,000 damage, with extremely fast speed, control, defense, and damage. It is almost a nightmare for novice players. Not to mention killing the human skin spider, they don't even have the strength to escape from this forest. Is this the abyss that people live in? No wonder for over a decade, no one in Jiangshui City has cleared the nightmare level abyss. It turns out to be so difficult. I saw some people on the forum saying that Zhang Feng cleared the nightmare level abyss by luck. Come on, explain, is this luck? Luck? A goblin that can deal over 10,000 damage is called luck? I can only say Zhang Feng's summoned beasts are ridiculously strong. But I have to say, the nightmare level abyss is truly insane. This human skin spider has no weaknesses at all. How can other professions fight it besides Zhengfeng? Upstairs, you are surprised too early, this is just the beginning. There are even stronger opponents? The boss is even more insane. Hiss, some players who have read the entire strategy in advance start to spoil the plot. In their eyes, this post is not a strategy guide at all, but more like a first-person perspective abyss story with a plot. Viewing from Zhengfeng's perspective, it is a standard cool story. Spoilers are essential for this kind of story. As the strategy continues, killing the human skin spider, escaping from the cold zombie group, and arriving at the unfrozen lake, the real difficulty is just beginning. Zhengfeng describes the boss Xiaoqi as a boss that even I find tricky. Many people express the same sentiment as Wu Zong, who is really winning the nightmare level abyss. The appearance of the boss Xiaoqi in the video, the attribute table of the boss Xiaoqi in the picture, the human skin spider appearing again in a brutal state, the undead female corpse coming back to life, and the cold zombie group emerging from the forest again. All the players who doubted Zhengfeng's strength have been silenced. As for how to deal with the boss Xiaoqi, Zhengfeng simply explains everything with the phrase, just rely on raw strength. No strategy. Just strength. Little brother, this is really not your fault. Wu Zong's brother, seeing Zhengfeng being pressed down and beaten by the brutal boss Xiaoqi, and the entire cold street abyss having no safe place left, finally understands his younger brother. It's not that his brother is cowardly. He just made a correct and reasonable decision. Anyone else would have made the same decision. Compared to death, what is that punishment? As for Tao Qian, when Ren Chengyu, Kuring, he can only say that these three are not normal. The online reputation of Wu Zong has also changed. Well, how should I put it, if it were me, I would have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong is not bad, he risked danger to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. It can only be said that normal people would choose to retreat, those who don't care about their lives are the abnormal ones, right? But, in the end, Tao Qian and the others received rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the right choice, got nothing. Where's the justice in that? Is it reasonable for a summoner to clear the nightmare level abyss? Isn't it reasonable for Tao Qian to rush into battle for his brother? If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't have retreated. Ha, giants on the internet, clowns in real life. Fools who enjoy watching the chaos. At this moment, Zhengfeng is also reading the comments on the forum post. Seeing Wu Zong's reputation starting to improve, he also feels relieved. To be honest, he had no thoughts about Wu Zong leaving the team. In his opinion, it was just a normal decision. When faced with danger, ensuring one's own safety first is a reasonable thing to do, right? Wu Zong and he are not related by blood. Charging 300,000 fees, although lower than the market price, was a price he proposed himself. In the end, the two of them only had a relationship of mutual benefit. There is no grudge. In other words, he can curse. Tao Qian can curse. But why should those people outside who enjoy watching the excitement curse? There are two reasons for posting positively. First, to respond to those internet users who say they rely on luck or take shortcuts. Second, to explain for Wu Zong. There is no grudge between the two, and Posey Feng doesn't care if Wu Zong quits. In the end, Wu Zong will be the one who regrets. He just wants to tell those people outside who are watching the joke that if it were them, they might not have the perseverance of Wu Zong. The highest point of the post's popularity is not during the boss fight stage, but during the stage of Little Chi's recollection at the end. Whoa, I never thought that the terrifying Little Chi would have such a tragic background. No wonder Little Chi has such a strong resentment. If I had the same energy as Little Chi, my resentment would be greater than his. So this is how you use the visceral cake. I've learned something, I'll try it next time. Really? Is there really someone who thinks they can live long enough to use the visceral cake? I'm not sure if Posey Feng is really teaching me, but I know some people truly believe it. So touched, whoa, I really like that sentence from Posey Feng, making those beasts feel real pain. It's a satisfying feeling of revenge. When he confronted Mayor Zhou Yun before, I knew, this kid has a tough temper, but damn, I like him. Not only did he not blame Wu Zong for quitting, he even posted to help clear Wu Zong's name. I'm a fan now. But some people must be feeling uncomfortable. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Mayor Zhou Yun think after seeing this post. They are high up there, can they control these things? True. The post's popularity is extremely high. It sold over 10,000 copies in just one night. Because not only did the professionals in Jiangshui City buy it, but the professionals in Shangyu City also heard that the mayor had recruited an S-level genius and were curious to read the post. After all, almost every city treats S-level talented professionals like treasures. It's hard to recruit them. When they learned that Posey Feng was a summoner, they became even more curious. The news spread like wildfire. The surrounding cities were also curious about how strong this summoner named Posey Feng really was. Posey Feng didn't expect that just one post would earn him over $1 million. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, he had over $700,000 in hand. No wonder professionals make money. A simple post like this can earn tens of thousands. Posey Feng happily withdrew the money. At Zhengyi, the legend of Posey Feng was spreading. He was robbed of resources by Li Feng. In a fit of anger, he challenged a nightmare-level abyss, confronted Li Nan with his strength, refused Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, and directly joined Shangyu City. After a series of actions, Posey Feng even had a group of supporters. His move from Jiangshui City to Shangyu City not only did not receive criticism but was praised as having integrity. I have put myself in Posey Feng's shoes and considered, if I were him and had my resources stolen by Li Feng, I would probably be furious. I would report it and then make a scene, let all the professionals in Jiangshui City know about this. Isn't that still being furious? If you can't solve the problem, you'll throw a tantrum. Those who can. The Minister of Resources from Shangyu City came directly to recruit. It is said that not only Shangyu City, but people from Qing'an City and Shahe City have also sent people. Wow, I just want to know now, is Li Feng at ease using other people's resources? What's there to worry about? Anyway, I saw a post that detailed the subsidy list for S-level resources. Damn, I'm so envious. A complete set of Golden Warrior equipment. With this set of equipment, even I could clear the difficult level abyss. Hey, stop talking, Li Feng is here. Wow, how did he come to school? Today is the day for the senior vocational students to receive their vocational certificates. Envious. Vocational certificate. It is not considered a graduation certificate. It is a proof that this student is going to pursue the vocational path. But the certificate is not given out casually. It requires the principal's certification, believing that you are qualified to pursue the vocational path and can make a living by upgrading and challenging the abyss. Only then will this certificate be issued. In addition, there is an exam. The exam content is politics. Similar to the civil service exam in the previous life. It also means that those with this certificate can enter politics. Otherwise, with just strength and no brains, how can the people trust these strong individuals to lead them? Students who have not received the vocational certificate need to continue studying. After all, for 90% of vocational workers, upgrading is just a more convenient way to find a job. The school will continue to train them for 3 months, including combat training, archery training, physical agility training, and other physical training. They will also be trained in professional skills, such as making medicines, repairing equipment, and other secondary professions. During these 3 months, if they are unable to pass the abyss due to lack of talent and luck, they will switch to cultural courses and study other subjects. I heard that our school only issued 3 certificates this year. Just 3? That's not bad. Do you think vocational certificates are easy to get? As long as you have that certificate, even if you don't upgrade, you can still earn a monthly base salary of 5,000 yuan, a stable job. Envious. If Sheng Feng were here, it would be 4. What a pity. Li Feng naturally heard the discussions of this group of people. Because everyone is discussing these matters everywhere. You can hear it in the bathroom, while eating, doing anything. Everyone is using Zheng Feng to belittle themselves. Li Feng's eyes were complex, showing anger, unwillingness, but more, grievance. He thought that coming to Jiangshui City with his father would allow him to escape from those abnormal geniuses in the factions, and he wouldn't be treated as gossip by idle people. When he was in the central district, he lived such a life. Unexpectedly, in a remote place like Jiangshui City, he still encountered a freak. He hated Zheng Feng. But he admired him. There was no way he had read that guide. It was absolute strength-crushing. The only thing he was angry about was his luck. Why was it so bad? Because of Zheng Feng, he was beaten by his father last night. Even though he had worked hard, even though he had refreshed the difficult level abyss, it was still in vain. He was a waste in his father's eyes. He was the thief discussed by other classmates. He was the tool that Zhou Yun used to please his father. I did invite him. Why didn't he accept? Li Feng thought if Zhang Feng had accepted his invitation in the first place, he would have understood his killing intent, and in the difficult level abyss, he would probably have been killed by Zhang Feng. In fact, he thought this was the best outcome. Li Feng sighed deeply. Approaching noon. Zhang Feng was awakened by Wen Rin Chengyu and Kuing. They were carrying a lot of luggage. Are you two planning to move in? Do you have any ulterior motives towards me, Zhang Feng? Tao Qian was cooking lunch and commented when he saw the two with their bags. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, I don't think these two girls are good people, you better be careful. Shut your mouth, no one sees you as a mute. Wen Rin Chengyu retorted directly. Zhang Feng sent us a message, saying we are going to Shangyu City tonight, asking us to pack our bags and go together, Kuing explained. So urgent? Tao Qian looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng said, moving, handling procedures, obtaining a professional certificate, and settling down will take at least 2 days. 2 days should be enough for my summoned beast to fully recover. I want to level up faster. Nightmares consume a lot of energy, even the 5th-tier double magic fire dragon and goblin general have reset their energy. But they are not in their peak state. They need rest and recovery. 2 days is just right. And I plan to enter the nightmare abyss next time. I need to go to Shangyu City as soon as possible and make preparations in advance. Wait. Tao Qian put down the spatula and walked up to Zhang Feng, asking seriously, nightmare level? Yes. 2nd tier abyss? Of course. We are all level 10 now, we can't even enter the 1st tier abyss. No, what I mean is, are you sure? Tao Qian actually wanted to say that the 2nd tier abyss is far from comparable to the 1st tier abyss. Even though you cleared the nightmare level of the 1st tier, is it too risky to directly enter the 2nd tier without trying anything else? But Tao Qian didn't say it all. Mainly for fear of losing face. When Zhang Feng said he wanted to compete for the rankings, he was also questioned by himself. Since then, he has never mentioned it again. Questioning Zhang Feng's strength is like giving him a slap in the face. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, actually, I don't know either. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. How about, we play it safe? Wen Rin Chengyu suggested, let's clear a difficult level first to practice? Kuing on the side wanted to comment on this. 2nd tier difficult level, considered practice? But Zhang Feng smiled and said, although I don't know how strong the 2nd tier nightmare abyss is, my strength has improved this time. I'd say it's a 50% chance. This time I'll charge you 1 million, and I'll take you through the nightmare abyss. Are you in? Ignoring the objections, Zhang Feng made a direct offer. Tao Qian, who was worried and opposed just now, agreed without hesitation, it's a deal. Wen Rin Chengyu was even more straightforward, she transferred the money directly. Zhang Feng. Aren't you worried? Tao Qian, you know, brother, I will definitely support you. If you say go, I'll go. Wen Rin Chengyu, there's a 50% chance, let's gamble. Only Kuing was the most honest, 1 million to bet on the 2nd tier nightmare abyss, even immortals can't resist. Dangerous? Which abyss isn't dangerous? With Zhang Feng around, there's only a 50% risk, is that still considered dangerous? Besides, the three of them also clearly realized that they couldn't persuade Zhang Feng at all. So since Zhang Feng wanted to go crazy, they decided to go crazy with him. At this moment, Tao Qian remembered a question and said, if you can lead us through another nightmare abyss, you will definitely be the first on this year's new ranking list. In previous years, the award was always won by newcomers from the Central District. I can already imagine after the list is updated, seeing the first place is Jiang Shui. No, it's a professional from Shangyu City, a summoner. Those talented geniuses from the Central District will be surprised. Shangyu City. Wow, this house is huge, with a yard and a swimming pool. Zhang Feng, are you entering the life of a 2nd-generation rich early? After completing the procedures, Tao Qian and the others arrived at this villa. What's 2nd-generation rich? I started from scratch. Sure. Tao Qian directly took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket next to Zhang Feng, took a big gulp. This stuff is comfortable. Did you buy this house? Zhang Feng lay on the lounge chair, looking at his phone, and said without looking up, it was given to me by the resource department's Chai Feng. I'm staying here temporarily. Tao Qian looked at the size of the villa, it's spacious and bright, the rent for this villa must be over 10,000. 3-story small western-style building, with a large courtyard, lawn, and swimming pool. By the way, have you received your S-level resources? Zheng Feng shook his head, not yet. Chai Feng said it's because the application deadline has passed, and I had applied once before, but the resources ended up with Li Feng. It's a bit complicated. Tao Qian frowned. You couldn't get the application? Although it's not his own resources, it's closely related to him because if Zheng Feng has resources, his strength will be stronger, and the safety of crossing the abyss will be greater, so he is also anxious. It is said that Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City personally went to the provincial area to go through the process. I'm not sure if we can get the application approved. Tao Qian, holding a beer and lying on a lounge chair, said, if Shangyu City doesn't get you the resources, wouldn't we be at a loss coming to Shangyu City? It's all the same. Zheng Feng didn't mind. Whether Shangyu City can get this resource or not, I won't stay in Jiangshui City anymore. You can apply again at level 20. Then wouldn't you lose the resources of the first stage? Tao Qian felt indignant on behalf of Zheng Feng. Chai Feng said if the application is unsuccessful, their resource department will compensate me for the first stage of resources out of their own pocket, no less than the resources issued by the provincial area. This was the condition agreed upon by Chai Feng when he first met Zheng Feng. It seems that Shangyu City really values you. Mainly because Shangyu City has performed poorly in recent years. Not to mention S-level, there are not many professionals with A-level talent, and their development is not good. If this continues, there may not even be new participants in the professional competition. Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng are naturally anxious. That's true. Tao Qian asked again, what about when Ren Xingyu and the others? Tao Qian came to Shangyu City last because he needed to handle his household registration procedures. They went shopping. I asked them to buy some essential items for entering the abyss. The girls are good at bargaining and can save some money. Because he was used to being poor, Zheng Feng had a habit of saving money. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to go to? Zheng Feng nodded. Yes, we're going to Shangyu Shrine. Hiss, the most disgusting one? Although Tao Qian made a shocked expression, he was not surprised at all. Because Shangyu Shrine is the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy. But, it is also the abyss that when Ren Xingyu, Koing, and even Tao Qian least want to enter. Because it's really haunted there. Zheng Feng explained, there are 3 second-stage abysses in Shangyu City. Shangyu Shrine, Blood Red Film Factory, and Dark Valley Bottom. Among the 3 abysses, only Shangyu Shrine has a clearance record, complete strategy, branching plot, and clear instructions on how to get rewards and take shortcuts. I know you are afraid of the shrine, but if you want to increase your success rate in clearing it, the shrine is the most suitable abyss to practice. So I made a relatively stable decision. Relatively stable. Tao Qian felt that Zheng Feng was showing off, but he had no evidence. Practicing with a nightmare-level abyss. And saying that a nightmare-level abyss is relatively stable, listen, is this human language? Unheard of. But Zheng Feng seemed to be really considering them. Zheng Feng explained, there is a complete strategy, and it was made by Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City when he was young, so it is very reliable. How about it, feeling reassured now? Zheng Feng even felt that he was very considerate. Tao Qian. Of course, there is no first clearance reward for Shangyu Shrine, but there is still hope for the Blood Red Film Factory and Dark Valley Bottom. Are you planning to clear them all? Why not? It would be a waste not to take advantage of such good rewards, right? Okay. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Feng. He didn't have much say in it anyway. In any case, Zheng Feng can choose which abyss to challenge, and his only task is to set the atmosphere, cook, and drink. The Ancestral Hall is a type of abyss for ghosts and monsters, so I had Wen Xingyu and the others prepare some props to deal with ghosts and monsters. These things are relatively expensive in the temple shop, but there are cheaper options in the offline market. Also, the Ancestral Hall has a heavy yin energy, so you should go get some chicken. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood wards off evil spirits, I get it. Zheng Feng shook his head. Who told you to ward off evil spirits? The ghosts in the abyss have bloodlines. What are you afraid of? I want you to get some chicken because I heard that the local free-range chicken in Shangyu is a specialty here. Let's go to the Ancestral Hall and roast it to eat. Tao Qian. 6. In the afternoon, Chai Feng brought good news. The provincial department approved his resource application and it is still in progress. It is said that Zhang Zhan directly approached the big shots in his faction and coordinated some relationships to get it through. With this kind of procedural process, it's really not easy without connections, Chai Feng complained on the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Chai Fong took this opportunity to ask directly. Zheng Feng did not refuse or agree, he just asked, isn't it only level 40 professionals who are eligible to join a faction? Factions can be understood as powerful professionals who establish organizations to monopolize certain resources. Strong and unbreakable. Because their interests are closely intertwined. But it's not something that just anyone can join, and the simplest requirement blocks 99% of professionals. The minimum level to join a faction is 40. Because before level 40, you can't even be considered a strong player. Chai Fong smiled and said, hey, isn't this an early attempt to recruit talent like you? Being able to clear Nightmare level Abyss, level 40 is a sure thing. By the way, have you decided which Abyss to go to in the second stage? Chai Fong no longer asked about Zheng Feng's thoughts on joining the faction, but asked another question. Ancestral Hall. That's a very calm choice. This choice, in Chai Feng's view, is a rather conservative one. Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the abyss with the most clearances by professionals in Shangyu City, because there are so many strategies that it's impossible to count. It is the most popular abyss for second-stage professionals in Shangyu City. Chai Fong was slightly disappointed. He was actually looking forward to Zheng Feng trying other abysses in Shangyu City to break some records. After all, the invitation to Zheng Feng had different reactions from the professionals in Shangyu City. Even though Zheng Feng has a record of clearing Nightmare level Abyss, many still believe that the future of summoner profession is uncertain, and giving resources to Zheng Feng would be a wrong decision. So, by setting new records and showing some results, those people would keep quiet. But from Zheng Feng's perspective, the Ancestral Hall is definitely the best choice. Because it's safe. So, Chai Fong said it was a calm choice. Not influenced by external factors, only choosing what suits oneself. This kind of choice is hard to connect with the Zheng Feng who entered the Nightmare level Abyss in a fit of anger before. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial department, asked, he didn't choose the Bloodscar Film Studio? Chai Fong nodded, I also thought he would choose the Film Studio Abyss, refreshing the film studio's record is the most likely. This kid seems impulsive but overly calm. Impulsive? I don't think Zheng Feng is impulsive, Zhang Zhan said with a smile. He just doesn't like to give in easily. That's not considered a flaw. If young people are as cautious and fearful as we are in doing things, then they wouldn't be called young people. Actually, choosing the Ancestral Hall is also good. If he refreshes the historical record of the Ancestral Hall, wouldn't that be more prestigious? Zhang Zhan was optimistic. But Chai Fong said without hesitation, I think it's unlikely. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar dungeon for professionals in Shangyu. It has been refreshed countless times by numerous Shangyu professionals. It's not that easy to refresh. Unless he plans to go to the Nightmare level Abyss. And I think he needs to bring Tao Qian and those two girls with him to break the record solo? Impossible, let alone entering the Nightmare level Abyss. With that, Chai Fong thought of something. Wait, is his team missing someone now? Zhang Zhan nodded, yes, they are missing one person. They are now 4 people, and a young man withdrew from the Nightmare level Abyss. Haha, I bet he's regretting it now. If they are missing one person. Chai Fong rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Should I send someone to help him? Send a helper? That works too. How about letting Zhang Wenchan go? He's a level 18 warrior with A-level talent. Little did Chai Fong directly refuse. Who said I wanted to send him a helper? With Zheng Feng's strength, sending someone is meaningless. None of our second-stage professionals in Shangyu City are S-level. What help can an A-level provide? Since Zheng Feng wants to go solo, he definitely doesn't want a helper. Zhang Zhan asked in confusion, then what do you want to do? I have a distant cousin who changed professions last year but got delayed due to some family matters. I'll have her join in for a bit. Zhang Zhan said, you weren't optimistic about Zheng Feng just now. Chai Fong chuckled, I'm not optimistic about him breaking the record, but in the second stage, he's a big shot. I need my cousin to latch onto this big shot, just like when I teamed up with you back then. Zhang Zhan. Shangyu City. Shangyu Shrine Abyss Hall. After 2 days of running around, Zheng Feng and his team finally finished everything they needed to do and had time to focus on the task at hand. There seemed to be fewer people here. Tao Qian looked around the hall and noticed there weren't many professionals. The staff on the side, who were idle, explained, because the first batch of professionals this year are still in the first stage Abyss. You can't even get into the first stage Abyss. As for those veteran professionals, either they have already leveled up or they have given up completely. It's normal to have fewer people, right? Tao Qian nodded. You're right, I didn't consider that. After all, he had transferred from Jiangshui City, and his previous words had some ambiguity. They entered the hall. The number of people was small, but there were some holding signs looking for teammates. When Ren Xingyu said, "We're missing a teammate." Normally, a team of 4 can enter the abyss, but with one person missing, the experience and rewards will decrease as the number of people decreases. If you want to compete for the rankings, it's best to bring along a bystander. Second stage bystanders are easy to find, and they are willing to pay. Almost 60 to 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage, with some not wanting to continue risking their lives in the abyss. And some simply can't win and have no one to bring them, so they find a job, save money, and wait for a big shot to take them along. Tao Qian asked in confusion, no one to bring them? That doesn't make sense. When I was in the first stage abyss, I saw many people. That was the first stage abyss. As long as the levels are suppressed, it's easy to bring people through simple or even normal abysses. Even so, it has to be 2 warriors with a priest, the standard combination, to bring people. In the second stage abyss, professionals with strength group together to level up. Who has the time to bring bystanders? Unless they don't want to enter the third stage and just want to exchange strength for money, maybe they can bring someone along. Then there are professionals like Zheng Feng who want to compete for the rankings. But the problem is, in a small city like Shangyu, it's been years since a ranking genius has emerged. I see. Tao Qian had a look of understanding. Then he pointed to the group of professionals in the Shangyu Shrine Abyss Hall who were looking for teammates and said, just pick someone from among them. Tao Qian went straight to the staff. An announcement was made on the screen in the hall looking for teammates. Looking for soy sauce, need 1 more person, obedient, not stealing monsters, not stealing items, able to cook and barbecue, preferably able to barbecue waste, not free, price negotiable. Zheng Feng saw this announcement and immediately gave a thumbs up to Tao Qian. Tao Qian understood him. He didn't need a teammate with strength, he just needed a teammate who could barbecue waste to fill the vacancy left by Wu Zong. As soon as the announcement was made, a professional player privately messaged Zheng Feng. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zheng Feng, summoner yes. Anonymous, warrior wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous, warrior wait. Who is the main C? The professional player who contacted Zheng Feng voluntarily was puzzled. He had never seen such a bizarre team before, a summoner as the captain, 2 assassins? Only the monk seemed to fit in. Before Zheng Feng could reply, the anonymous warrior said directly, let me talk to the monk, he should be your captain. Zheng Feng asked, why talk to him? The anonymous warrior sent a speechless expression. Then he said, I need to discuss the price. Zheng Feng said directly, talk to me. Can you make the decision? Yes. B-level talent, talent is fire, can suppress the yin qi in the temple, level 18, cleared 5 simple level temple abysses, 1 normal level temple abyss. After a self-introduction, he said to Zheng Feng, I want 800,000, not expensive, right? What? Zheng Feng sent a big question mark. No, can you make the decision? With my strength, asking for 800,000 is not expensive. Although your team composition is average, with me and the monk, replacing 1 assassin with a priest, we can easily clear a simple abyss, no difficulty. Zheng Feng, summoner, how about you carefully read the announcement I posted? Zheng Feng was a bit lazy to explain. How could someone not even read the announcement content and just come asking for money? The other party was silent for a moment. Then he sent a question mark expression to Zheng Feng. Anonymous, warrior, are you kidding me? Are you guys crazy, or am I blind? With this composition, this level, you want to bring people to clear the abyss? Anonymous, warrior, and you need someone who can barbecue waste? I'm speechless about you guys, are you playing with me here? The other party was obviously very angry. Zheng Feng was puzzled. Staring at a summoner's profession, the other party didn't recognize it? Zheng Feng, summoner, don't you browse the forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? Just a place where a bunch of failed professionals brag and chat. What's there to browse? Did you guys see another post about shortcuts in the temple? Anonymous, warrior, let me advise you, don't believe it, believing it will get you killed. Anonymous, warrior, I'm out, a bunch of kids here trying to amuse me, I thought I finally had a business opportunity. And then the warrior never paid attention to Zheng Feng again. Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng looked at Tao Qian, who also looked gloomy. Apparently someone had privately messaged him and the conversation wasn't pleasant. Well, it seems a true soy sauce is not easy to find. When Ren Xingyu also said, I didn't expect it to be like this. She thought finding a soy sauce would be easy. Zheng Feng said, it seems that the mayor has tried to keep the news of my arrival in Shangyu City as low as possible, probably worried that I wouldn't make it? There's another possibility. When Ren Xingyu said, they never expected nightmare-level Abyss to give so much experience, didn't expect you to be a second-stage professional directly. What do we do now? Tao Qian asked. We found a few, either they came directly asking for money, or they saw you as the captain and immediately left. One was interesting, knew you cleared the first stage of the nightmare-level Abyss, but still refused to join the team. He felt that asking him to roast the kidneys was an insult to him. Keling on the side laughed. If Wu Zong heard about this, he would be furious. Yes, he doesn't even have the chance to roast the kidneys now. Mainly because your reputation as a second-tier professional hasn't taken off yet, and second-tier professionals are a bit arrogant. How about I look for someone on the forum? Just as when Ren Xingyu was about to go to the forum to find soy sauce, Zheng Feng received a call from Chai Feng. Xiaoyu, I heard you plan to enter the Abyss today? Chai Feng's tone was very polite. Zheng Feng was taken aback. Yes, I plan to enter and am looking for teammates. Oh, you need one more teammate? Chai Feng pretended to be surprised. Zheng Feng explained, to be precise, we need someone who can roast kidneys. Chai Feng, what? Roast kidneys? After some negotiation, they finally reached an agreement. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Feng thought Zheng Feng's price was a bit high, he didn't hesitate at all. He believed that nurturing his own genius was essential. He thought that perhaps Zheng Feng was dissatisfied because they hadn't fully utilized the resources until now. Giving a little more was normal. So it's settled, I'll transfer the money to you shortly, just wait a bit. Okay. Zheng Feng hung up the phone and said with a smile, I found the soy sauce. Who? Chai Feng's distant cousin. The Minister of Resources? Yes. She can roast kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Feng said his cousin's family specializes in barbecue, so she should be better than Wu Zong. Then there's no problem. Wen Ren Chengyu. Are you guys seriously discussing whether someone can roast kidneys or not? Chai Yun, Ranger, applies to join the team. The captain has agreed to let Chai Yun, Ranger, join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger. Hello Captain Zheng Feng. Hello everyone, I'm Chai Yun, nice to meet you all. Greater than or equal to or less than or equal to, smile. Tao Qian, Monk Q Zheng Feng, Summoner welcome. Wen Ren Xingyu, Assassin welcome, sister. Keling, Assassin welcome, sister. Seeing the word sister, Chai Yun, on her way to the Suyu Shrine in a taxi, gritted her teeth. She was indeed a year older than Wen Ren Xingyu and the others, a professional from last year, stuck at level 12 without progressing. No teammates, no big shots, it took over a month to form a team, almost dying in the shrine. Later, due to some family matters and her own lack of talent, she gave up. She hadn't planned to continue on this path until last night when her golden child cousin Chai Feng called her, saying he found a master to guide her through the abyss. No risk, no need to do it herself, just be a soy sauce. A professional praised by Chai Feng as a master must be reliable. But the thought of the other person being a year younger made her feel a bit awkward. Arriving at the Suyu Shrine Abyss Hall in Shangyu City, she immediately spotted her team. Because when Ren Chengyu's figure was too eye-catching. A group of 4 young-looking people gathered together, hard to miss. Zheng Feng also saw Chai Yun. A very healthy-looking girl. Wheat-colored skin, long legs, short hair very neat, bandages wrapped around her wrists, muscles visible on her forearms and calves. Zheng Feng nodded at Chai Yun and said, there's a file I sent in the chat group, take a look, don't make mistakes. Okay. Chai Yun's first impression of Zheng Feng was reliable. At least he wouldn't pretend to be something he's not and enter the abyss without reading the strategy. But she didn't take the information about the Shangyu City Shrine Abyss seriously. Because it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, the Shangyu City Shrine Abyss was a course in the Shangyu City School, and every student knew it like the back of their hand. There was no need to consult a guide. Although Chai Yun's disdainful attitude was not apparent, she had learned from her brother that Zheng Feng was the genius who had come from Jiangshui City. Since he was from Jiangshui City, it was normal for him not to understand the depths of Shangyu City. 1 hour, Zhang Feng said. In 1 hour, we will enter the abyss. Zhang Feng gave Chai Yun time to review the information. Chai Yun had just joined the team and didn't want to say much. Chai Feng had told her to speak less because Zhang Feng preferred pure soy sauce. But the more Chai Yun read, the more something seemed off. Why were all the guides for nightmare-level abysses? She suspected that Zhang Feng had found the wrong guide. These nightmare-level abyss guides were only good for entertainment for ordinary professionals. They couldn't learn any skills from them. To truly learn skills, one needed guides for difficult abysses. Chai Yun couldn't help but remind Zhang Feng, what's wrong? Zhang Feng saw Chai Yun hesitating to speak and asked directly. Chai Yun straightforwardly expressed her thoughts. Did you pick the wrong guide? I saw in the group chat that the guide was for a nightmare-level abyss. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, that's the guide. Chai Yun. Seeing that Chai Yun was puzzled, Zhang Feng explained, although you don't need to fight, the Shrine Abyss has many traps and mechanisms, especially in nightmare-level abysses. Nightmare-level abysses are very different from the ordinary ones you knew before. Nightmare-level abysses are more realistic, so the guide plays a crucial role in helping us break historical records. Ha! Chai Yun made a special sound. Nightmare level. Didn't your brother tell you? Zhang Feng asked. Tao Chen, who was nearby, asked Zhang Feng, did you tell Chai Feng that you were going to clear the nightmare-level shrine? Zhang Feng was taken aback. I don't think I did. It was only then that Zhang Feng realized, no wonder when I asked Chai Feng for 3 million, his tone seemed off, he probably thought it was too expensive. Chai Yun stared at Zhang Feng in confusion. Are you serious? Zhang Feng said somewhat helplessly, you're the third professional today to ask me this question. Well, it was a communication issue on my part. My team and I are going to enter the nightmare-level Shangyu City Shrine Abyss. If you think there's a risk, you can leave the team. I'll refund the money to Chai Feng. As for soy sauce team members, they could be found on the forum. There would always be warriors. Chai Yun stood there thinking for a moment, feeling hesitant. It wasn't until Zhang Feng looked at her hands and said, the calluses on your hands show that you haven't given up training all year. As a ranger, arm strength is crucial. Do you want to take a gamble with us? An invitation from Zhang Feng. A professional who had rested for a year but continued to exercise, with thick calluses on her palms, showed that she had never given up on the path of a professional. So, Zhang Feng decided to give her a chance. If she was willing to gamble, the path of a professional would open up for her. Chai Yun looked at Zhang Feng seriously, her eyes showing confusion, uncertainty, but more importantly, anticipation. Are you confident? 50%. Either die or clear the level? That's a great understanding. I might withdraw halfway. Chai Yun said directly, without any concealment. Zhang Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, it's okay, I've been through this before, but the money won't be refunded. Chai Yun. 3 million. If you can really clear the nightmare-level shrine, then I've hit the jackpot. Chai Yun fell silent again for a long time. I must be crazy. She muttered to herself, her rational mind telling her that a summoner with 4 soy sauces could not possibly pass the nightmare abyss. Even if Zhang Feng had a glorious record, it was still impossible. Because the difficulty between the first stage abyss and the second stage abyss was incomparable. But there was always a voice in her head telling her to take the gamble. In the end, she chose to ignore rational judgment. I'll take the bet. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, congratulations, you've boarded the pirate ship. Should I tell your brother? Chai Yun said, I'll tell him. Chai Yun sent a message directly to Chai Feng, I'm going into the nightmare abyss, if I can't come out, please take care of my parents for me. Is it done? Yes. Then let's go. Zhang Feng opened the page and selected the Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Zhang Feng, summoner entered. Tao Chen, monk to be honest, I'm a bit nervous this time. Koeng, assassin come on. When Ren Shengyu, assassin don't be nervous, either we'll pass with great wealth and prosperity, or we'll die in the nightmare abyss, but at least it won't be a coward's death. Tao Chen, monk TSK, Jinx. Chai Yun, ranger. Entering the Shengyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level, please wait. Meanwhile, Chai Feng, who was in a meeting, received a message from his sister Chai Yun. At first, he didn't see anything unusual, just smiled and said, this girl, still playing this sentimental game with me. But at the second glance, damn! He jumped up from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, frowned and said, "We're in a meeting. Show some respect." But Chai Fong completely ignored Zhang Zhan. Because he saw the keyword. Nightmare level. Zhang Fong is going into the Nightmare Shrine Abyss. No wonder he boldly asked me for 3 million. Upon hearing Chai Fong's words, Zhang Zhan was also stunned. "Are you saying that the summoner we recruited has entered the Nightmare Abyss?" Chai Fong nodded. "My cousin Chai Yun just sent me a message, and even left a damn farewell letter." Zhang Zhan. Do you remember what level we were when we entered the Nightmare Abyss? Zhang Zhan, level 19. Zhang Fong is only level 13. And he brought 4 soy sauces. Is he out of his mind? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong thought Zhang Fong was crazy. The 5 of them had already entered the Shrine Abyss. In front of Zhang Fong was a pitch-black space, with the voice of an old man in his ears. Shrine, main purpose, worship. Marriage, funeral, birthday, joy, worship of ancestors and sages. Offerings, prayers, celebrations, blessings, believing that ancestors and immortals will bless them. It's the same in Shangyu village, where their ancestors have blessed them for generations, with good luck, no hunger, no war, no fire or water disasters. They thank their ancestors, respect the shrine, until, one day the ancestors start to ask for something in return. "I promise you safety, you offer life. Will the ancestors you worship really bless you? Or rather, are they really your ancestors?" The voice was low and eerie, like telling a ghost story, narrating the history of the Shrine Abyss. You have entered the Shangyu City Shrine Abyss Nightmare level difficulty. This difficulty restores the Abyss to its true form, and reconstructs the entire history of the Abyss, extremely difficult, with a very high death rate. Please be cautious. A cold wind blew. With a feeling of push and pull, Zhang Fong and the others appeared on a dark forest path. Zhang Fong shivered inexplicably. The wind here was not as piercing as the cold street abyss, but it sent a chill down your spine. As if something was staring at you. With resentment and greed. Ha! Staring? No, who told you to stare at me? Zhang Fong looked at the pitch-black side of the road and said discontentedly. Not talking, huh? Without saying a word, Zhang Fong summoned Goblin General. Goblin, charge at him. Goblin General didn't say a word, patted his giant wolf mount, and charged towards the right side of the forest path. After a piercing ghostly howl, defeated Roadblock Ghost LV.15, gained 2094 experience points. All clear now. That annoying feeling of being watched immediately disappeared. Scare me? Who gave you the courage? Tao Qian. Big brother, people just created an atmosphere in the ancestral hall abyss for you, and you ruined. It's... Just when there was a bit of a Chinese horror feeling, Zhang Fong shattered it directly. Zhang Fong walked to where the roadblock ghost had died, looking at the pile of white ashes on the ground, hands behind his back. In the end, this is just an abyss. As long as there's a health bar, I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian rode up and said, Zhang Fong is awesome. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? Zhang Fong. At this moment, the sound of rustling leaves suddenly came from the forest. Faintly, the laughter of children could be heard. Daring evildoer, dare to laugh at me? Zhang Fong was furious and cursed directly. He. The child's laughter slowly dissipated in the swirling gloomy wind. In fact, Zhang Fong was just playing around because he had read the strategy and knew very well that just entering the ancestral hall abyss, this forest path leading to Shangyu village posed no danger. It was just a little trick to set the mood. The roadblock ghost could make players encounter a dead end without harm, but it would delay their entry into Shangyu village. The child's laughter was just a warning. Similar to the frozen corpse shopkeeper at the intersection in the previous Han Street abyss, used to scare people. While Zhang Fong was immersed in playing as Lin Zhengying, when Ren Xingyu and Kuing had already taken out the copper coin strings and talismans they had prepared. According to Zhang Zhan's strategy, the gloomy aura of the nightmare level abyss gradually erodes our sanity. Translated, the gloomy aura affects the recovery of mental strength. The longer you stay in the ancestral hall abyss, the higher the impact. When Ren Xingyu handed out 5 copper coin strings, Zhang Fong took the copper coin string, which was a bit sticky. Copper coin string, made from the copper coins of the ancestral hall, soaked in the blood of Shangyu village for 49 days, linked with the headband of a newlywed woman from Shangyu village, and smeared with sticky rice paste used for ancestral offerings. Can resist the erosion of evil spirits. When Ren Xingyu explained, copper coins, blood, headband, sticky rice, are all materials obtained from other difficult abysses in the ancestral hall. Only available in Shangyu City. Zhang Feng asked, is it very expensive? Because the money was provided by Wen Ren Xingyu and Kuing, Zhang Feng was not aware of the price. 3,000 yuan for 5 strings. So cheap? Local Shangyu City resident Chaiyun said, only the nightmare level abyss requires this kind of thing. To be honest, if it weren't for you, no one would buy it. I see. Then, when Ren Xingyu handed all the talismans to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at the talismans, all items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy. As he put them away, he said, you've all read the strategy. According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical completion time of the Ancestral Hall cannot be less than 3 days. Because after entering Shangyu village, you have to follow the plot, staying for at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, which is the ancestor of Shangyu village controlled by evil spirits behind the Ancestral Hall. The first day is for sacrifice. The second day is for ghost marriage. The third day is for the Night of 100 Ghosts. After the Night of 100 Ghosts, you can see the boss of the Ancestral Hall, so if you want to break the record, you have to strive for time when killing the boss. If we follow Zhang Zhan's strategy completely, we can only fight the boss at full speed. It's possible to make mistakes and not break the record. So, we should try to find ways to activate the boss early, like provoking the fake ancestor behind the shrine. But I currently have no clue, so let's take it step by step. Zhang Feng explained his plan, then casually summoned the twin fire dragons. The appearance of the twin fire dragons instantly dispelled the surrounding gloom, warming up their bodies again. Let's go, head to the village. The goblin general led the way, with the twin fire dragons guarding the rear. The group proceeded towards the direction of Shangyu village along the dark forest path. As Chaiyun left last, she took a deep look at the place where the ghost blocking their way had died, her eyes filled with shock. Chaiyun had no objections to Zhang Feng's plan. Even if Zhang Feng's idea of provoking the shrine's fake ancestor to speed up the clearance was heard by any professional in Shangyu City, they would mock it as unrealistic. But not Chaiyun. Because she had witnessed the goblin general charge forward and directly kill the ghost blocking their way. Although the ghost was only level 15, being killed in one charge was somewhat unbelievable. The damage exceeding 50,000 made it hard for Chaiyun to accept. Was this the damage dealt by a summoned creature? 50,000. She suddenly felt that her so-called bet was not valid in Zhang Feng's case because for him, entering the nightmare level abyss was not a gamble but a display of genuine confidence and strength. The thought of he might really break the shrine's historical record kept swirling in Chaiyun's mind. It seemed like she had hit the jackpot this time. To enter Shangyu village, they needed to pass through this forest path. Occasionally, a few ghosts would appear. It wasn't very dangerous, just a constant reminder to professionals that there were indeed ghosts here. Swish! An arrow shot out, directly hitting the ghost's face. These roadside ghosts were very easy to deal with. According to information from other strategies, these ghosts were actually passers-by on their way to Shangyu village. In other words, unlucky ghosts. Minus 10,745. An arrow dealt 10,000 damage. The 5th-tier goblin general had over 3,000 attack power, and with a 5.7x coefficient for archery mastery, it could normally deal over 20,000 damage. But ghost-type creatures were not normal. In a simple shrine, ghosts could ignore 10% of the damage. In a normal shrine, ghosts could ignore 15% of the damage. In a difficult shrine, they could ignore 25% of the damage. In a nightmare-level shrine, it skyrocketed to 60%. Ignoring 60% of the damage, coupled with factors like hit rate, evasion, and elemental weaknesses, the ghosts in the nightmare-level shrine became extremely difficult to kill. This was also why many professionals in Shangyu City were restricted from challenging the nightmare-level abyss. But fortunately, ghost-type creatures didn't have high health points. A level 15 human skin spider had 60,000 health points. But a regular ghost blocking the way only had 20,000 health points. It was just a matter of 2 arrows. Swish! The goblin general raised his hand and shot another arrow, instantly dispersing the ghost at the end of the road. Killed LV.15 ghost, gained 2,244 experience points. The goblin general continued to shoot down the weak ghosts ahead one by one with arrows, while Zhang Feng, with interest, asked Tao Qian and the others, "Do you eat oranges?" Oranges? Tao Qian couldn't remember if he had bought oranges when packing supplies. Zhang Feng handed him an orange. Tao Qian didn't think much and ate it directly. After a while, Zhang Feng asked again, "Do you eat biscuits?" He handed Tao Qian a few pieces of biscuits. Tao Qian, question mark. "No, where did you get them?" Just after speaking, Tao Qin found that they had unknowingly walked into a cemetery, and the oranges and biscuits in their hands were taken from the graves. Tao Qin quickly threw away the biscuits in his hands. Looking up, he saw Zhang Feng running to another grave, selecting food for offerings. "Brother, did you come here to buy things?" Zhang Feng. "Is this a cemetery?" Chai Yun immediately recognized this place. The cemetery in the Shrine Abyss is the first difficult location, where a high-level soul will appear, which is the soul of the former village chief of Yu Village, powerful and hard to deal with. Chai Yun said anxiously, "To deal with the village chief's soul, we must attract it outside the cemetery, or else we will be attacked by the souls in the entire cemetery if we enter directly." "No, we shouldn't have come to the cemetery so soon." Chai Yun quickly retreated. But she found that neither Zhang Feng nor Tao Qian had moved. Only when Ren Qingyu glanced at Chai Yun, "Didn't you read the strategy Captain Zhang Feng sent you?" Chai Yun fell silent. She indeed hadn't read it much. Mainly because she didn't know that Zhang Feng was going to enter the nightmare-level abyss, so she didn't take it seriously. Zhang Feng patiently explained, "In Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss strategy, it was mentioned that in other difficulty levels of the Shrine Abyss, the cemetery has fixed locations that can be discovered with caution. But in the nightmare-level abyss, the cemetery appears randomly. The earlier it appears, the higher the danger. Fortunately, we entered the cemetery within 10 minutes, more than half an hour earlier than Zhang Zhan." Chai Yun. "Are you sure this is lucky? Isn't it more dangerous?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Of course, it's considered lucky because the earlier you encounter the cemetery, the earlier you can trigger the main storyline of the entire shrine and clear the abyss faster. Although I don't know if it has any effect, as long as we kill all the ghosts we encounter, we can meet the cemetery earlier." "It seems my guess was right." Chai Yun looked at Zhang Feng in amazement. She had been curious before why Zhang Feng insisted on killing the ghosts, even going so far as to hunt down the ghosts in the woods so far away until they were completely destroyed. She thought Zhang Feng just valued the experience points, but it turned out he had a purpose. Chai Yun looked at Zhang Feng, who gave her a sense of both madness and reliability. "But the problem is, how will you deal with them?" Chai Yun now noticed that the figures of souls were faintly appearing in the cemetery, and there were many of them. Zhang Feng smiled and said to Chai Yun, "After passing this level, you should carefully read the strategy one sent you, or you will lag behind later. Also, let me correct one mistake you made. In the nightmare level abyss, it's not a high-level soul, but an elite high-level monster. As for how to deal with them..." Zhang Feng snapped his fingers. The double demon fire jiao behind him suddenly released flames, engulfing the entire cemetery. "Of course, just go straight in and fight." Zhang Feng had done a lot of research on the Shrine Abyss, and he had a basic grasp of the difficulty of the cemetery. To speed up the progress of the dungeon, they couldn't just follow Zhang Zhan's strategy. The storyline of the Shrine Abyss was very simple, no need for exploration or solving problems, just endure for 3 days. Stir up a sacrifice, provoke the false ancestors behind the shrine. From the beginning, they couldn't be timid. They had to come in directly and decisively. However violent, that's how they had to do it. By angering the false ancestor contaminated by the god in advance, they could achieve the possibility of refreshing the record. Burning down the entire cemetery was Zhang Feng's first step. The flames of the twin demon fire dragon opened, directly covering the entire cemetery, and the group of souls that feared the flames let out piercing screams. The twin demon fire dragon, now at the 5th level, had expanded the range of its flame aura to a direct 50 meters. Covering the not-so-large cemetery was not difficult. Moreover, with the burning effect that doubled the fire attribute damage, the souls here were in unbearable agony. When dealing with cold corpses, the twin demon fire dragon was their nemesis. When dealing with souls, the twin demon fire dragon was their daddy. Boom, the cemetery was directly set on fire. The twin effect, double the flame aura damage, directly negating 50% of the damage immunity. Coupled with the fire damage that already countered them, the entire cemetery was engulfed in flames. The wails of the souls were incessant. This place was once a hell for professionals, now it was a hell for souls. Strings of damage emerged throughout the cemetery. Minus 5,741. Minus 5,329. Minus 587. Minus 698. Burning damage, minus 5,339. Minus 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Watching this damage effect, Chai Yun always had a surreal feeling, isn't this more fierce than a mage? Tao Chen, Wen Rin Chengyu, and Kuing on the side looked at Chai Yun's shocked expression with satisfaction. That's right, with that half-open mouth, bewildered eyes, and trembling little finger of shock, that's the look. That's the look. Tao Qian said with a smirk. Because when they saw the damage from Zheng Feng, it was also this look. What mechanism, what danger, in the explosive damage of Zheng Feng's summoned creature, simply did not exist. Not only instant kills, but also area of effect instant kills. The burning continued. The ordinary souls that appeared in the cemetery this time were all at level 20, with their health tripled, it was not likely to burn them all at once. And the most important dish in this ghostly feast had not yet come out. The gloomy wind rose. The wailing began. Faint mournful music echoed around. On the largest tomb in the cemetery, an old man with a withered face and emitting black smoke crawled out of the grave. Like the other souls, his body was semi-transparent. But behind him, the black smoke vaguely formed a strange animal shape. Soul of Shangyu Village Chief, the first person to offer soul sacrifice to ancestors, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 150,000, attack, 2,500, skill I, shrouded in Yin Qi, skill 2, Yin Poison, skill 3, possession, skill 4? A level 20 elite monster. Zheng Feng's expression became more serious. This elite monster was almost comparable to the boss Shao Qi in the abyss of Cold Street Nightmare difficulty. It's worth noting that this was only the first level of the ancestral Hall Abyss. Esteemed guest from afar, may I ask where our Shangyu village has offended you? The village chief's soul looked at Zheng Feng with a gloomy expression. Zheng Feng pointed to the surrounding wailing souls and said, I see that this place is quite unlucky, too much filth, I'll help you clean up. The village chief's soul was furious. The black gas behind him surged out, the Yin Qi swept over the entire cemetery, actually suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire dragon for a moment. The surrounding souls finally had time to rush towards Zheng Feng and his group. Chai Yun watched this scene, her legs went weak. She couldn't figure out how Zheng Feng would deal with this group of souls. You old man, I kindly offered to help you clean up the filth, but you don't appreciate it. Well, forget it, since you don't like it, then just burn with them. Twin Demon Fire Dragon. Zheng Feng ordered the Twin Demon Fire Dragon behind him, burn to your heart's content. Roar, a half-snake, half-dragon roar followed. The fire snake health finally landed in this cemetery. But this time it's not a fire snake. It's a stronger fire dragon. Boom, the flames burn. Since the main course, the village chief's ghost has appeared, it's time for the double demon fire dragon to finish the fire. Double fire halo. Double fire snake hell. Double fire attribute burn. Even if the health is high, with this set, the ghost will be directly roasted. Kill the ghost LV20, gain 3,786 experience. Kill the ghost LV20, gain 3,587 experience. Kill the ghost LV20, gain 3,444 experience. Kill, a big fire roast. Experience harvest is refreshing. No one shares experience with him, and the experience increases rapidly. Before finishing all, the level directly increased to 14. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV13 LV.14, 59,600, 56,500 experience points needed to level up, health, 9400990, 7,950 equipment attributes, mana, 870880, intelligence, 451469, strength, 126130, agility, 2930, remaining free attribute points, 5, the leveling speed is extremely fast. That's why you must bring 4 soy sauces when competing for the rankings, as entering the abyss with 5 people increases the overall difficulty and experience gain. But if others do not participate in the battle, the stronger one competing for the rankings will gain more experience. Soloing Nightmare level abyss, the leveling speed is unimaginable for others. Just one wave of ghosts, directly leveling up. Ah, a sharp cry interrupted the joy of leveling up. The village chief's ghost, watching the other ghosts being burned to death, released anger uncontrollably, enveloping the entire cemetery with gloom. Trying to resist the fire snake hell of the double demon fire dragon with innate attributes that restrain gloom, how could it be suppressed? The flames burned even more fiercely. Seeing that the flames could not be suppressed, and feeling extremely uncomfortable from the flames, it turned into a black smoke and rushed towards Zheng Feng. The speed was extremely fast. However, the goblin general on the side responsible for protecting Zheng Feng's safety was not idle. In this melee involving summoners, one must prepare a summon beast to protect oneself at all times. The goblin general lifted a heavy hammer and struck the black smoke. Whoosh, the heavy hammer directly hit the village chief's ghost. Minus 8,742. Dealt 8,000 damage. But the ghost did not stop because of this. The ghost village chief, turned into black smoke, completely ignored the heavy hammer and went straight towards Zheng Feng. Professionals can directly damage ghosts in the abyss. But fundamentally, ghosts are still ghosts, and it is difficult to stop them physically. Zheng Feng. Seeing the ghost attacking Zheng Feng, Tao Qian and others nervously shouted. Because this was the first time they saw Zheng Feng facing harm. Summoners have a fatal weakness. That is, all the strength of the summoner is concentrated on the summon beast, and their own health and defense are extremely weak. However, the next moment, Tao Qian found that their worries were unnecessary. Summoners may be weak, but they completely forgot that Zheng Feng had 3 platinum-level equipment on him. The attack of the Ghost Village Chief on Zheng Feng directly hit the shield of the Ring of Resentment. Engagement Ring emitting Resentment, Equipment Effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed by resentment, capable of resisting 10,000 shield value of spell damage. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Break, after the shield breaks, it deals 2,500 fixed damage to the surroundings. A shield of 10,000. The Ghost Village Chief couldn't break it at all. Even if the shield is broken, there is still the defense of the 3-piece spider skin set, as well as the taunting defense of training dummies. To touch Zheng Feng, you must first pass through these layers of defense. Minus 6,458. White damage appeared on Zheng Feng's head. White damage means shield value reduction. 6,000. To be honest, it's quite high. The Shadow Village Chief used possession, but because he couldn't break the shield of the Ring of Resentment, the Shadow Village Chief got stuck in mid-air. In this instant, the twin demon fire dragons are ready with their highest temperature breath. Dragon Breath. Zheng Feng watched as the Shadow Village Chief, enveloped in the Crimson Dragon Breath, screamed continuously. The highest quality ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Charcoal grilled shadow. Just add a normal breath that can melt iron. Defeated Shadow Soul Shanyu Village Chief LV20, gained 7,848 experience. The whole cemetery was left with the crackling sound of burning. The shadows that had previously threatened to kill Zheng Feng were now completely dispersed. After the Shadow Village Chief's death, the black smoke attached to him flew into the air and circled twice before disappearing into the sky. Congratulations! Obtained the Accessory Village Chief's Pipe, LV0, Silver Grade, congratulations! Obtained the Armor Robe of the Dead, LV20, Silver Grade, 2 pieces of equipment exploded. One is an accessory, an old-looking pipe that doesn't seem to be for smoking, given how dirty the mouthpiece is. Accessory, Village Chief's Pipe, Wearable Level, None, Wearable Requirement, None, Grade, Silver, Attributes, None, Equipment Effect, with this mouthpiece, you will be treated like a village chief in Shanyu Village. Is it really something to be proud of? Zheng Feng looked disdainfully at the dirty mouthpiece. Obviously, it's a quest item. Although it's a bit dirty, it can be used to save your life at critical moments. Despite his disdain, this item was not mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide because they never killed the Shadow Village Chief. When the Shadow Village Chief's health dropped to 5%, he would release a final skill, the one not visible in the attribute panel. Named Yin and Yang Separation. It means you can no longer attack the Shadow Village Chief. You can only watch as the experience and equipment slip away from you. So, Zheng Feng had the twin demon fire dragons hold back, using the flame aura to simmer slowly, and finally, when the Shadow Village Chief was caught off guard, he used the high damage skill of the Dragon Breath to directly kill the Shadow Village Chief. That's the advantage of having a strategy. Zheng Feng looked at the pipe in his hand and probably formulated a plan to break Zhang Zhan's record. This village chief's pipe is the most important item. As for the Robe of the Dead, Zheng Feng directly threw it into the inventory and classified it as an item for sale. A level 20 silver equipment, he couldn't wear it anyway. After clearing up the profits, Zheng Feng was done, while Chai-Yin beside him was still in a daze. Is it over? The Shadow Village Chief, known as the first roadblock in the Nightmare level abyss, was burned down by Zheng Feng in one go? She stared blankly at the 2 summoned beasts beside Zheng Feng. The powerful and vigorous Goblin General. The twin-headed dragon burning with flames. These 2 summoned beasts completely shattered her perception of summoners. So, summoners are this strong. At this moment, Tao Qian heard Chai Yun muttering to herself and immediately repeated the phrase he had said countless times, "It's not the summoner who's strong, it's Zheng Feng. And, you're still shocked too early. If my positive wind is only at this level, how can I have the confidence to challenge the nightmare level abyss?" As a wind blower, Tao Qian is uncompromising when it comes to blowing positive wind. And he is not shooting in the dark. He has a solid basis for his blowing. In the battle against the village chief of Yin Soul Village, only the twin demon fire dragon exerted its power, and the Dare to Die squad of Goblin General did not appear. The summoned beast's Berserk skill was not released. Positive wind has more than one trick up its sleeve. Moreover, the third summoned beast, upgraded to level 10, has not been released yet. Just watch, the real battle is yet to come. Tao Qian had a look of confidence. "Let's go, stop blowing." Positive wind interrupted Tao Qian. After the disappearance of the village chief of Yin Soul, through the trees of the cemetery, you could see the dim yellow lights of Shangyu village below the mountain. Shangyu village has appeared, the main storyline begins, let's speed up. All right. Hearing positive wind's urging, Tao Qian immediately followed. Thinking back to Tao Qian's words just now, although she felt there was an element of boasting from Tao Qian when Ren Shengyu and Ke Ying's calm demeanor, positive wind was trustworthy enough for them. The anxiety that Chai Yun had been feeling before began to turn into a faint excitement. If positive wind could really clear the nightmare level abyss, it would be a huge win. Although the difficulty is a bit high. Although this is only the first level. But, what if? Early morning. Shangyu village was brightly lit. But the lights were dim yellow ghost lights. There was no one on the street. The doors were tightly locked. The cold wind was blowing. After more than an hour of rushing, positive wind and the others finally arrived at Shangyu village located at the foot of the mountain from the cemetery on the hill. Before entering Shangyu village, positive wind retracted the twin demon fire dragon, leaving only the goblin general. The fire attribute of the twin demon fire dragon would dispel the Yin energy. This was not conducive to him finding the trace of the ancestral hall. To find the ancestral hall, he had to first find the paper effigy. "You have entered Shangyu village, please be careful, as everything you see could endanger your life." Stepping into Shangyu village, the system sent a thoughtful reminder. "We should find the ancestral hall now," Chai Yun hurriedly said. The purpose was to prove that she had carefully read the strategy left by positive wind while rushing just now. A last-minute effort. No, it was a last-minute effort to rely on positive wind. Positive wind nodded, indicating for Chai Yun to continue. Because the eerily deserted streets made her voice low, she hesitated to speak too loudly. Zhang Zhan's strategy says that the first thing to do when entering Shangyu village is to find the ancestral hall. After finding the ancestral hall, hide inside, and a plot will unfold, showing the entire sacrificial scene of the villagers of Shangyu village. But the problem is, the building of the ancestral hall is not obvious, it has no fixed location, and you need to rely on luck to find it. If you enter the wrong house, you will be trapped. The second difficulty of the Shangyu ancestral hall abyss. Every household here poses a danger. Just like the system's warning, everything is dangerous. The fastest and most convenient way is to use talismans, which will burn according to the strength of the Yin energy in the room. The stronger the burning, the stronger the Yin energy inside the house. The one with the strongest Yin energy is most likely the ancestral hall. Chai Yun continued, and positive wind added, "That's right, this is what Zhang Zhan's original strategy mentioned, find the ancestral hall, hide in the wooden coffin inside the ancestral hall, and then proceed with the plot. But our goal is to break Zhang Zhan's record, so we can't just copy the strategy, we need to make changes." Chai Yun asked, "How to change?" Positive wind wrote down this matter in the strategy, to truly break the record and get the reward, changes must be made. And the most effective way to change this is the flow of the story. Zheng Feng said, "In my opinion, Zhang Zhan's strategy is a clever way to look at the whole story of paying respects at the wrong ancestral grave in Shangyu village from a third-party perspective. But the entire strategy does not explain why the wrong ancestral grave was worshipped, who was worshipped, why Shangyu village ended up in this ghostly state, and why the village chief of Yin Soul village stopped us at the graveyard. These details are not included in Zhang Zhan's strategy. This is not a complete strategy. It can only be said that it can pass through the abyss, but it is not perfect." Listening to Zhang Feng's words, Chai Yun inexplicably began to trust Zhang Feng's statement. However, she also knew that if these remarks were thrown into the forum of Shangyu City, they would probably be criticized to death. After all, Zhang Zhan's record of clearing the Shangyu Ancestral Hall is considered a Bible by the professionals of Shangyu City. How dare a mere summoner like you question it? But since seeing Zheng Feng's strength and his completely different way of thinking from others, she, a native professional of Shangyu City, really began to question whether Zhang Zhan's strategy was not so perfect. So, what do you plan to do? Chai Yun asked. Zheng Feng said, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, everything he did was correct, but he still couldn't explain the whole story. That means the perspective is wrong. The perspective is wrong? Yes, Zhang Zhan's perspective is to observe the entire Shangyu village from a third-person perspective, the three processes of sacrifice, ghost marriage, and the night of 100 ghosts. What if we change our perspective and participate in this game from the perspective of the sacrificer? When Zhang Feng said this, not only Chai Yun was stunned, but Tao Qian and Wanren Xingyu beside her also didn't know how to respond. Before they could voice their opposition, Zhang Feng's next words sent shivers down their spines. Or, we can directly become the sacrifice. Can we then face that false ancestor head-on? What kind of expression is that? After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he found no one responded. Chai Yun opened her mouth but said nothing. Only Tao Qian, who had a good relationship with Zhang Feng, said, isn't this beyond the plan? Didn't we agree before to use the burning degree of the seal to find the location of the ancestral hall? To directly become a sacrifice, isn't that too dangerous? Only Tao Qian could say such words. Because after spending time with Zheng Feng, Wanren Xingyu and Kuing could see that Zheng Feng had a strong personality. Once he decided on something, it was hard to change his mind. Looking at their expressions, Zheng Feng smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not crazy. I won't do anything that would put your lives at risk. Tao Qian. Are you sure? The four of them present all had doubts in their minds about whether Zheng Feng was crazy. But they didn't dare say it. Zheng Feng explained with a smile, this plan did come out of the blue, but it is based on evidence and should be the only correct solution. He took out a dirty pipe and threw it to Tao Qian. This is for you. What is this? Tao Qian looked at the pipe with some disdain, but when he saw the attributes of the pipe, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. This is? That's right, this is the most important item that Zhang Zhan missed. It is also the only item that can allow us to participate in the sacrifice. I'll have you carry it later, just carry it. Ha! Tao Qian was stunned for a moment. Me? Yes, this is a crucial item. Don't you want it? Upon hearing this, Tao Qian immediately said, yes. Yes. This meant that he would contribute to this instance, and the rewards he would ultimately receive would not be completely insignificant. Although the pipe was indeed a bit disgusting. But you know what, when Zhang Feng said these words, the girls beside him all looked enviously at the pipe. Dirty? Just having a reward is enough, who's afraid of getting dirty? Besides, this is just a pipe, holding a pipe can increase the reward. Some female professionals are willing to go to bed with big shots in order to join the team. Holding a pipe, isn't it better than holding that thing? But unfortunately, there is only one pipe. So what do we do next? Wanren Xingyu and others also saw the attributes of the pipe. With the identity of the village chief, they could actually participate in the sacrifice. Zheng Feng said, like Zhang Zhan, we need to find the shrine. But the purpose is different. He is looking for the shrine to hide. We are looking for the shrine to cause trouble. The more trouble, the better. According to Zheng Feng's plan, they needed to find the shrine, but they couldn't actually find it. The five of them each held a talisman, standing in front of different villagers' houses. As long as it wasn't time for the sacrifice, these crazy villagers wouldn't come out. Approaching the door, the talisman would burn. Zheng Feng glanced at the talisman in his hand, and a few sparks lit up slightly, indicating that there were few evil spirits inside, maybe even no evil spirits, only villagers. The villagers were the weakest existence in the entire shrine abyss, almost dying with just a touch. And there was no punishment mechanism. Similar to innocent pedestrians in GTA games. Of course, there was no profit either. The five of them were at a distance from each other, and the village was very quiet, making it inconvenient to shout, so they simply communicated directly through a chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman is burning a quarter, there should be something in this courtyard. Kuing, assassin, mine is burning a third. Wanren Xingyu, assassin, my talisman is quiet. Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman is completely burned. Zheng Feng, summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number, it's most likely the shrine now. Chai Yun, ranger, okay. Zheng Feng, summoner, gather at the entrance of Ku Ying's house. Tao Qian, monk OK, gather at the entrance of the villager's house where Ku Ying is located. The burning talisman indicates the presence of evil spirits inside the house. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, and the evil spirits would start attacking the professionals. The stronger the burning, the stronger the evil spirits. The strongest one would be the shrine. But it's not very accurate. Because powerful evil spirits would also burn a talisman, meaning it could be the shrine or a level 20 elite monster. It all depended on luck. Zhang Feng's goal was to cause trouble. So they first ruled out the rooms most likely to be the shrine. Kill the ghosts first. Bang! Goblin General cleared the way, kicking open the door. A gust of cold wind rushed out from the door, accompanied by a foul smell, making Zheng Feng and the others hurriedly cover their noses. Snap! The copper coin chain in Zhang Feng's arm shattered, 1 copper coin shattered. There were a total of 18 copper coins in the chain. Each time it resisted a mental attack, 1 coin would shatter, for a total of 18 times. After the cold wind passed, Zheng Feng and the others finally saw the structure of the room. What came into view was a large courtyard, with a money tree in the middle, proving that this family was not poor. The room directly opposite the courtyard door was half open. Inside, you could vaguely see an old nanny, wearing a gray cotton shirt, sitting on a chair in the hall, staring at them. Most importantly, tears of blood were flowing from the old woman's eyes. The scene was very eerie for a moment. Zheng Feng felt no fear or worry at all. Not only because he could see the health bar above the old woman's head, but also because he had no intention of entering the courtyard in the first place. What's the strongest thing about summoners? Answer: they don't need to personally enter the battlefield. Goblin General, charge! The Goblin General was fearless. What demons and monsters! They were all ready to die. Riding on a wolf cavalry, the Goblin General charged directly towards the eerie old lady sitting in the hall. Facing the wind, he turned his back directly, not even looking at the battle scene, and said to Tao Qian and others, "Let's just wait here. You're scared, you can keep pretending to be mysterious. If I were scared for a moment, I'd be related to you." The special feature of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is face-to-face killing. Just like how the village chief of the evil spirits can bypass the Goblin General's obstruction and charge directly in front of the wind, scenes often seen in horror movies. Yes, you clearly know that a terrifying scene is about to happen. But when the ghost suddenly appears, you will still be startled. Tao Qian and the others don't like to enter the Ancestral Hall because of this. Many second-stage warriors who have experienced the Ancestral Hall, despite having strategies, still have lingering fears. This is much scarier than playing immersive horror games. But the wind is a summoner. It means that as long as his strength crushes the opponent, he doesn't need to watch the battle to command. Bang! The wind even considerately closed the door on the Goblin General and the old lady. "You guys continue, don't mind us." "Tao Qian, can we still play like this?" "Ku Ying, so we just wait here?" "When wrenching you, there is not just one ghost in this room, there is another one near the money tree, and one hanging on the beam. It will take a while." "Wind, who wants to eat oranges?" "Tao Qian, no." "When wrenching you, then how about some tea?" "Wind, sounds good." Watching when wrenching you set up the tea table, Ku Ying brought out some snacks, and Cheyenne felt a sense of unreality. Inside the courtyard, you could hear the eerie cries of ghosts. Outside the courtyard, the wind and others were actually having tea? Is this the abyss? Is this a nightmare-level abyss? How did a perfectly good horror-type abyss turn into this? Cheyenne suddenly felt that summoners also had their advantages, at least in this kind of horror-type abyss. They didn't need to face the terrifying scenes themselves. Inside the courtyard, the ghosts wailed. Inside the courtyard, it was peaceful. About 10 minutes later, the wind had only just finished a cup of tea when he received the system's kill information. Killed LV-20 Blood Tears Evil Spirit, gained 5,744 experience. Killed LV-20 Hanging Ghost, gained 5,871 experience. Killed LV-20 Money Hoarder, gained 6,022 experience. Creak, the door opened. Cheyenne looked into the room and saw not only the powerful Goblin General but also a group of goblins wrapped in black cloth strips, with eyes like hungry wild beasts, a group of goblin wolf riders riding on green-faced fanged giant wolves, and a 3-meter-tall, fierce and ugly war troll. This was an evolved goblin combat team. Looking at this group of goblins more fierce and terrifying than ghosts. Cheyenne felt that ghosts didn't seem so scary anymore. The following scene was the Goblin General leading a group of thugs to knock on doors and search house by house. According to the burning condition of the talisman, they found 3 houses with a large number of evil spirits burning inside, and directly swept through the others. Just as described by the system, danger was everywhere here. Dry branches in the corner. Cloth dolls on the bed. Red lanterns on the tree. Children soaking in a giant's view in the jar. A half-bodied female ghost embedded in the wall. Various hanging ghosts, drowned ghosts, violent deaths, deaths from illness, resentful ghosts. According to professionals who have cleared the difficult level Ancestral Hall Abyss, even if you know there are ghosts here, you will still be scared to death because everything that should and shouldn't be in the Ancestral Hall Abyss exists. Horror is the main theme of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. But when they faced a group of more fierce and terrifying goblins, ghosts were no longer ghosts. Because the goblins simply didn't recognize ghosts. They only recognized the blood bar. They didn't acknowledge ghosts. The Chinese ghosts are more concerned about the atmosphere, the closed environment, coupled with death stories, truly discussing the ugliness of appearance. Zhengfeng still feels that this giant troll is more terrifying. Mainly because the giant troll can smash half of a ghost's health with one hammer, that is the real terror. This giant troll once encountered a pair of ghosts knocking on the door. But it was the ghosts who fell. What kind of ghost has a health bar? Zhengfeng commented, directly refusing to look at the giant pulled out of the vat to watch the children. As well as the blood-colored doll suddenly standing up from the bed. Startling and annoying. Zhengfeng refused to visit. And turned and left. These ghosts occupying the villagers' rooms are not strong, a goblin general with a combat team can solve them. These ghosts like to startle people. When you enter the yard, they will suddenly appear from a corner and perform a sudden face kill. Because ghost-type creatures have a setting. They collect scare points from professionals, and when the scare points reach a certain level, the ghosts will evolve. Therefore, ghost-type creatures tirelessly engage in frightening behavior. Zhengfeng doesn't want any part of that. Out of sight, out of mind. If you can scare the Goblin General, then you're impressive. Zhengfeng simply knocked on a yard without ghosts, only villagers, while an old person and a child watched Zhengfeng and shivered. Setting up the grill, they started dinner. Sizzle, the aroma of barbecue wafted over. Zhengfeng sniffed and said, "Is it burnt?" Cheyenne hurriedly flipped the meat on the grill. A few minutes later, Zhengfeng took the roasted loin from Cheyenne, took a bite, and then silently put it down. "Isn't your family running a barbecue shop?" Zhengfeng couldn't help but ask. Cheyenne was stunned. Who said that? Zhengfeng. Chai Feng is a liar. Obviously, Chai Feng lied. Cheyenne couldn't roast the loin at all. Cheyenne was also a bit confused because when she first saw Zhengfeng, she was asked if she could roast the loin, and she didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, who would roast loins to eat in the abyss? It really works. And there's plenty of time. I can learn. Cheyenne was serious, in a posture of holding the thigh correctly. Let Tao Qian handle it first. Roasting meat is also a skill. In order to prevent Cheyenne from wasting the premium barbecue she bought, Zhengfeng quickly let Tao Qian take over. A few minutes later, the aroma filled the entire courtyard. Gurgle, a very obvious stomach growl came from the corner. Zhengfeng turned to look. It was the children in this yard. They entered a yard without ghosts, only an old person and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The old person held the little girl, huddled in the corner, trying not to disturb Zhengfeng and the others. But no one can resist the temptation of barbecue. Especially the children who have been hungry for days. The little girl looked longingly at Zhengfeng, and the barbecue beside her. "Do you want a piece?" Zhengfeng asked. The little girl didn't answer, but instead, because of Zhengfeng's sudden question, she shrank back into the old person's arms in fear. Zhengfeng looked at the old person. "I have something to ask you, can I exchange it with barbecue?" The old man looked down blankly, as if he hadn't heard Zhengfeng's words at all. Zhengfeng smiled and said, "You shouldn't have a reason to refuse. Nor would you want to know what consequences there would be after you refuse me." Zhengfeng said directly. He had no intention of getting close to the villagers here. Often, you can see the protagonist forming good relationships with the local villagers and extracting various information. Zhengfeng believed there was no need for that. First, he was very clear about the closed nature of this village, how extreme and close the villagers' thinking was. To put it bluntly, the villagers' thinking could be described as terrifying. Get close? True intimacy, then just wait to be betrayed by the other party. Second, he also does not think he has the protagonist halo, can casually rely on a mouth, or some kind of charisma, to let them tell him the information. The best way is to use force. Fast and convenient. So, Zheng Feng gave the old man two choices. Either bring the child to eat barbecue and then talk about the situation in the village. Or, end up like those ghosts outside. Torn apart by goblins. The old man finally looked up, looking at the smiling young man as if he saw the child from the village. He picked up the little girl and came to Zheng Feng's side. A very correct choice. Zheng Feng handed the roasted meat skewer to the little girl. The little girl tried to thank Zheng Feng, but only made a babbling sound. Zheng Feng saw that the child's mouth had no tongue. What happened to her? Zheng Feng asked. The old man knew what Zheng Feng was asking, reached out and touched the child's head, saying, because of being talkative, the right to speak was taken away. By whom? The old man didn't speak. When Ren Xingyu on the side also joined in, asking, is it your ancestor? The old man looked at the few people, then smiled bitterly, no. He is not our ancestor. Then who is he? When Ren Xingyu felt the answer was right in front of him and immediately asked. The old man pointed to the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. He couldn't say. Because if he did, his tongue would also be taken away. Zheng Feng looked down and saw that the child had finished eating the skewer, so he picked up another one and handed it to the little girl. But the little girl shook her head. The old man explained, she has no tongue, can't taste, eating is just muscle chewing. And, we don't need to eat. When Ren Xingyu frowned and asked, I just heard the child's stomach growling, are you sure? The old man shook his head and said, we will be hungry, but we can never be satisfied. Because of your false ancestor? When Ren Xingyu asked. The old man hesitated for a long time before speaking, I don't know why you are here, or why you have to come on the day of the sacrifice. But I advise you, do not participate in the upcoming sacrifice. Find a place to hide. I know a place, in the ancestral hall, there are 3 wooden coffins, lie in them, and they won't see you. Zheng Feng and Wen Xingyu glanced at each other. They now understood why Zhang Zhan had to hide inside the coffin. It turned out that someone was manipulating. What if we don't hide? Zheng Feng asked directly. The old man stared at Zheng Feng with bloodshot eyes, if you don't hide, you will die. Who will kill us? Zheng Feng pressed on. I can't say. Zheng Feng looked at the old man, who was probably in his 70s, wearing a dark blue linen padded jacket, his fingers trembling slightly, as if afraid of something. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, it clearly stated that the nightmare abyss must hide in a wooden coffin. But the consequences of not hiding in the coffin, no one knew. Obviously, Zhang Zhan had also inquired about the news from one of the villagers here. They would all lead the outsiders into the coffins. Whether it was out of kindness or malice, it was impossible to judge. Tell me, why has this village become like this? Zhang Feng's question was not a question. The old man looked up, seeing Zhang Feng's smiling face and the 2 pretty girls behind him who had already taken out their daggers, his heart trembled, and he quickly said, 10 years ago, the village was not like this. At that time, due to years of drought, the village's harvest was poor, we were so poor that we couldn't survive, so we went up the mountain and opened the ancestor's coffin. Wait. Zheng Feng interrupted the old man. Why disturb the ancestors' graves when you can't even make ends meet? Isn't that a major taboo? The old man shook his head and said, this is a tradition passed down through generations in our village. Whenever the village faces insurmountable difficulties, we open the grave of the oldest ancestor, take out the coffin and bones, and place them in the ancestral hall. For a ritual? When Ren Xingyu thought of something. Yes, for a ritual, the old man continued, it's a last resort. If we weren't truly unable to survive, we wouldn't even consider it. And then? Zheng Feng asked. The old man coughed violently a couple of times, showing signs of poor health. After the coughing fit, he continued, the ritual was very successful. Overnight, purple tea leaves grew on the mountain to the south. The fragrance was unforgettable, and after selling the tea leaves, we not only obtained food but also improved the lives of everyone in Shangyu village. As he spoke of these events, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Zheng Feng nodded and said, it's evident that in such a closed-off village, each household can afford to build such large courtyards, indicating wealth. Wealth, but not long-lasting. The old man continued Jingfeng's words and recounted, the tea business attracted many troubles, such as unequal distribution of profits and outsiders trying to seize the tea. To protect the good life we had achieved, You didn't perform another ritual, did you? The old man sighed. Yes. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and villagers with ill intentions of monopolizing the tea, the village chief secretly gathered us old folks for a second ritual. We dug up another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague struck our village. With the ancestors' protection, as long as one is loyal to Shanyu village and not ill-intentioned, they wouldn't be infected. However, any outsiders or ill-intentioned individuals who entered the village would succumb to the disease. Zheng Feng pondered, so, your current isolation is related to this plague? Yes. The closed-off Shengyu village became even wealthier because the tea business became a monopoly. Will anyone still buy your tea? Aren't they afraid of the plague? Wen Xingyu asked. They are afraid, but they can't resist the taste of Shengyu village's tea. Due to the plague, the tea became rarer and more precious, enticing black market traders to take risks for profit. Zheng Feng nodded, a profit margin of over 100% is enough to make people risk their lives, it's reasonable. So, even though we were isolated due to the plague, we still live in abundance because the black market brings us everything we need. Everything, including people? Zheng Feng stared into the old man's eyes, trying to discern if he was lying. The old man hesitated and nodded. A village contaminated by the plague didn't isolate itself by choice, the outside world cut them off. For a village to thrive, they either marry within or seek people from outside the village. Who would come? No one returned. But there were black market traders. Faced with high profits, bringing a few women into the village wasn't difficult. Clearly, this village had the appearance of the evil village Zheng Feng had imagined. Human trafficking, isolation, inbreeding, and... Zheng Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness as he thought of the missing tongues of the young girls. Continue. Zheng Feng didn't show any emotion and urged the old man to continue. The old man remained silent. Zheng Feng sneered and said, as you mentioned earlier, there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, indicating that you performed the ritual 3 times before. When was the last time, and why did you perform the ritual? Faced with the aggressive tone of Zheng Feng and the sight of Wen Xingyu waving a dagger in front of him, the old man sighed helplessly and said, since you want to know, I will tell you. After the plague, Shanyu village was closed for 3 years. Everyone in Shanyu village lived happily. We relied on the mountains for our livelihood, and whatever we wanted, the black market would provide, including... The old man glanced at Zheng Feng, including the people you mentioned. But there are always those who are not satisfied with the blessings of their ancestors and choose to stay in this blessed village. Blessings. When Ren Xingyu was starting to lose patience, her brows furrowed. A village that had been cut off from the outside world after a plague, needing to buy and sell people to thrive, was considered a blessing in the old man's eyes. She was deeply shocked and expressed her lack of understanding. Zheng Feng, on the other hand, felt that the old man's words were sincere. Without knowledge and never having seen the outside world, living in poverty among the villagers, in a village where you could get whatever you wanted, what else could it be if not a blessing? In other words, setting aside the issue of the plague, for this old man, this village was a paradise. It's the young people who want to leave, right? Zheng Feng guessed. Yes, a group of youngsters, at the age when they should be getting married, broke the village rules and wanted to leave. And then? Zheng Feng was curious how they stopped these rebellious young people full of vigor. The old man replied, according to village rules, the village chief broke their legs. Well, it was even more direct than Zheng Feng had imagined. Directly using force to conquer, just like himself. But from that day on, the purple tea leaves never grew again. And then, it was the 3rd sacrifice. From the old man's trembling hands and voice, Zheng Feng already knew that the village had become a complete ghost village because of that 3rd sacrifice. It was very likely that those few young people with broken legs had disrupted the sacrifice. After the old man finished speaking, he said nothing more and made a resolute expression as if to say he would not continue even if he were killed. Zheng Feng did not press him or the child. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and retreated with the child back to the corner of the wall. So, today is the 4th sacrifice. After the old man left, when Ren Xingyu analyzed, according to this villager, the reason the village became like this was the 3rd sacrifice, most likely because the sacrifice was disrupted, and those few young people with grudges and broken legs were likely the ones who disrupted it. In order to restore the village to its original state, today's sacrifice is necessary. Wen Renqingyu's analysis was almost identical to Zheng Feng's previous guess. Zheng Feng agreed with Wen Renqingyu's statement, so, the villagers absolutely do not allow outsiders to disrupt this sacrifice. So it means that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the old man are indeed a safe place. Zhang Zhan should have also analyzed this information and ultimately chose to believe the villagers' words, temporarily avoiding conflict with the villagers and allowing them to complete the sacrifice. When Renqingyu said, "I think it should be Zhang Zhan's belief that as long as the sacrifice is completed, the village will return to its original state, ultimately achieving the possibility of clearing the level." Zheng Feng nodded and said, "That possibility cannot be ruled out. But the result is known to us. Even if the sacrifice is successful, Shanyu village remains a ghost village, still having to go through the ghost marriage on the 2nd day and the night of 100 ghosts on the 3rd day." Both of their analyses pointed directly to the direction Zheng Feng had mentioned before. That is, disrupting the sacrifice. When Renqingyu pondered for a moment and then said, "The ancestor who can fulfill the wishes of Shanyu village should be that Yin god, right? Just like the god of the cold prison that cursed Shaoqi in the cold street abyss. This Shanyu village has also become like this because of the appearance of the Yin god." Zheng Feng proposed a different idea. Perhaps, at the beginning, there was no Yin god. Wen Renqingyu asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Zheng Feng smiled and said, "Don't you think that the purple tea that makes people unable to resist, even willing to risk their lives to drink, is similar to something?" Wen Renqingyu did not react. It was Kuling who was sitting there listening to their analysis who said, "Poppy." Zheng Feng nodded. It should be a similar thing, and only this kind of thing has such a huge profit. The so-called grave robbing for sacrifice is just something done by the village chief, or a group of people led by the village chief, similar to superstitious things. Things that appear inexplicably always have a background, and sacrifice is the best way to deceive these uneducated villagers. They willingly plant these things that are illegal outside. And then use the second sacrifice to trap these people. You know, once you touch these things, it's not so easy to get out. The purpose of the 3rd sacrifice is also simple, just to find a reason to deal with those who want to leave. As Zheng Feng analyzed, Wen Renqingyu gradually pieced together the history of the entire Shanyu village and found it logical. That's right. It should be like this. Wen Renqingyu liked this decryption process. In the previous cold street abyss, she also kept analyzing, but still did not think of the use of the internal organ cake. This abyss, surprisingly, could not come up with a solution before Zheng Feng. She looked at Zheng Feng and found that Zheng Feng not only had great strength, but also had a keen sense of detail in the abyss, which was different from ordinary people. It was Tao Qian who was a little puzzled, so what's the use of knowing all this? Zheng Feng explained, this means that from beginning to end, there is no ancestor who can fulfill wishes. The most likely thing should be, the whole village died because of something, and eventually became a ghost village. You need to know one thing. In the setting of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the curse of the god to take effect. For example, Shaoqi was gutted, the mother was pushed down the well, resentment, anger, hatred, combined with the curse of the god of the cold prison, created the cold street. Shanyu village is the same. The Yin god can only appear in a place full of Yin spirits. Do you understand what I mean now? Zheng Feng's eyes drifted towards the old man and the child, and slowly said, "It's not that the Yin god came first, and then there was Shanyu village. It's, first there was Shanyu Ghost Village, a place suitable for the curse of the Yin god to survive, and then there was the Shanyu Shrine Abyss. The causality is reversed." Tao Qian frowned and pondered Zheng Feng's words, "So what you mean is, they are also ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why aren't the talismans burning? Why are there no blood bars?" The one explaining to Tao Qian was not Zheng Feng, nor Wen Renqingyu, but Chai Yun, who had been silent. Chai Yun said, "There is a saying, someone in the forum has proposed that if a ghost-like creature is not aware that it is a ghost, it may appear in human form. So, Zheng Feng's speculation is possible." This time Tao Qian also understood some things, so that means, no matter how they sacrifice, it's actually ineffective, just like in the Cold Street Abyss, it's actually someone who has the power of the Yin god, punishing these villagers? You finally understand. Zheng Feng smiled and said, "So, the purpose is very clear. Sacrifice is useless. Just the obsession of these villagers who think they are not dead yet, they hope to find peace through sacrifices and return to their previous lives. That's why the village chief is not in the village but in the cemetery. It was the person with the ability of the Yin spirit who trapped the Yin spirit village chief in the cemetery, not allowing the Yin spirit village chief to tell the villagers the truth. The villagers here will repeat this sacrificial behavior day after day, year after year. What is needed for the sacrifice? Digging graves? Yes, digging the village chief's grave. Tao Qian took a sharp breath. The logic made sense. Digging graves for sacrifice, digging every day, so that the instigator, the village chief, would be dug out of the grave every day and then taken to the ancestral hall for torment. The villagers would live forever in fear of the ghost village. The most tormenting part is that they will always believe that the fourth sacrifice will be effective. The most desperate thing is often the hope that is out of reach. Tao Qian slapped his head, suddenly enlightened. So, the ghost marriage on the second day, the 100 ghosts per session on the third day, are not aimed at us outsiders at all. But to torment these villagers? Zhang Feng gave Tao Qian a look of the young can be taught. Then let me ask you again, who in the entire village would have such a deep resentment towards Shinyu village? Tao Qian thought for a moment, those few young men with broken legs? Zhang Feng shook his head. Do you think these few young men have such a grudge that they would turn the whole village into a ghost village? These young men at most just don't want to continue making drugs, they are just inexperienced youths who want to stand on their own. Tao Qian suddenly remembered the question Zhang Feng had asked the old man before. They bought people. Tao Qian muttered. So, were the people brought in by abduction? Zhang Feng nodded. Tao Qian, you found the blind spot. Zhang Zhan has always thought that the boss he had to deal with was the fake ancestor, but in fact, the fake ancestor is the village chief, who had been cleared out in the cemetery long ago. The real boss is the mastermind behind turning Shangyu village into a ghost village. The person who hates Shangyu village to the core. As long as we find her, we won't need 3 days, we can clear the depths of this ancestral hall. That old man is gone? Kuing reminded. Everyone looked towards the corner where the old man had been, only to find the tongueless little girl cowering pitifully in the corner, while the old man was nowhere to be seen. Tao Qian said excitedly, could he have overheard our conversation and gone to inform on us? Zhang Feng laughed, he wouldn't have heard what we said. After all, the curse of the Yin Spirit's caster has been watching us all along, how could she let the old man know the truth? But, the second half of what you said is correct, he did go to inform on us. In the old man's view, our presence is a threat to their sacrifices. When Ren Qingyu added, these ignorant people truly believe in the lies woven by the village chief, they think the sacrifices will definitely work, they cannot allow us outsiders to disrupt it. He initially had us hide in the coffins, indeed out of kindness, but not to avoid ghosts, but to avoid the other villagers. Because no one would think that someone would hide inside the coffins used for sacrifices. But our attitude just now, mine and Zhang Feng's, clearly rejecting the old man's kindness, indicated that we would participate in the sacrifice. This has crossed his bottom line. By now, he should have gone to inform the other villagers. After when Ren Qingyu finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Feng, as if asking, my analysis is not bad, right? Zhang Feng also nodded in satisfaction. In the team, the only one who could help him sort out the logic of the abyss was when Ren Qingyu. The wind finished the last bite of the waste, stood up and said, let's go, after eating and drinking, it's time to make some trouble. The old man was deliberately let go by him. Someone needs to inform in order to advance the sacrifice. The Goblin General and the Trolls have been causing trouble in Shangyu village for so long, and they haven't come out, indicating that these villagers really have no ability. As long as the sacrifice can be completed, they can endure anything. But if someone wants to disrupt the sacrifice, they will take action. What Zhang Feng wants is for these villagers to start acting, it's better to deal with them than to always be a coward. By the way, bring her along. Before leaving, Zhang Feng pointed to the little girl in the corner of the wall. Tao Qian volunteered to pick up the little girl and followed Zhang Feng out of the yard. At this moment, the street was in chaos. Without the restraint of the Goblin General, the Goblin combat team led by the Trolls went crazy. Ghosts? In the eyes of the Trolls, they are just toys. Except for the Goblin Wizard, the rest of the Goblin combat team are bloodthirsty. Especially the Death Warriors. When they see ghosts, their eyes turn red. Although the ghosts in Shangyu village are all level 20, due to their small numbers and mainly being for scaring people, they do not have much combat power. They are easily surrounded and beaten by the Goblin combat team. Basically, it's 10 to 1 against a ghost. The Goblin combat team has ranged attacks, melee attacks, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and the Trolls as a meat shield to attract hatred. Whether it's a hanged ghost, a diseased ghost, or a seemingly strong ghost, they are no match for the Goblin combat team. Ghosts are treated as prey. The street is in chaos. When Ren Qingyu saw this scene and couldn't help but say, the behind-the-scenes boss of Shangyu village can really sit still. Their original plan was to cause a commotion. to see if they could make something unable to sit still and end the plot early. But now, it seems that the behind-the-scenes curse boss doesn't care at all, and all the weak ghosts are the ones dying. She doesn't care how chaotic it gets. Because this Shinyu village is a repetitive space that tortures the villagers every 3 days, the sacrifice is fake, the ghost marriage is fake, and the 100 Ghosts Night Walk is just a means she uses to punish the villagers. Let Zhang Feng cause trouble, it doesn't matter. Zhang Feng smiled and said, she can endure so much because she doesn't care. Anyway, the sacrifice itself is fake. Even if we destroy the sacrifice, she can still proceed directly to the ghost marriage and 100 Ghosts Night Walk. When Ren Qingjiu understood Zhang Feng's words, so our goal now is to destroy the sacrifice? Yes. With force? Tao Qian asked. He even took out the golden level monk staff. He has never fought since becoming a professional. As a bystander, he is aware of his role. He doesn't consider himself a match for level 20 ghost creatures. But he is confident in dealing with a few villagers and won't steal Zhang Feng's experience. Zhang Feng said impatiently, do you think using force will be effective? No, won't it? Tao Qian had just seen Zhang Feng use force to threaten the old man to reveal information. Zhang Feng asked, with all these ghosts in the village, with this repeated sacrifice countless times, not even one villager has seen the truth, do you think your stick is more effective than the curse god? Tao Qian. Not to mention these villagers who have been closed off and have never seen the world, even the people in the city can willingly commit suicide for the so-called faith. Can't wake them up. Zhang Feng shook his head. He has seen his own relatives go astray, no one can persuade them, not even their children, their parents. Tao Qian wanted to say something more, but when he saw the villagers emerging from the mist, each with a look of madness and terror in their eyes as if they wanted to devour him. Tao Qian shuddered and asked, what if we take drastic measures? I refuse to believe they are not afraid of death. Tao Qian planned to use the method of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Unless you kill them all. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Because they are already ghosts, if you kill them, they will be even more fearful, afraid, and will place all their hopes on the sacrifices that once helped them. But killing them all is also a problem. Because you would be avenging the mastermind behind the scenes, everything would reset, and the sacrifices, ghost marriages, and Night of 100 Ghosts would start anew. Not only will we not find the mastermind, but we will also waste more time because of it. Tao Qian was puzzled. What should we do then? The pipe, you fool, said when Ren Qingyu beside him, your memory is really bad. They don't believe in relatives, children, parents, police, but they will definitely believe in one person's words, the village chief who led them astray. The village chief's status is not much different from that of a cult leader. After when Ren Qingyu's reminder, Tao Qian remembered the village chief's pipe. All right. He quickly took out the pipe and looked at Zhang Feng, asking, should I bring it? Zhang Feng nodded and instructed, after bringing it, don't say anything extra, find someone to lead the way to the ancestral hall, we must fight in the ancestral hall. Okay. Just as Tao Qian was about to put the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice came. It's them. They want to disrupt the sacrifice. They must be people from the black market outside, trying to steal our tea. The one speaking was the old man. Zhang Feng's attention was not on the old man but on the little girl without a tongue. When the little girl saw the old man again, instead of showing reliance and excitement, she took a step back. A look of understanding flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Just as the villagers angrily approached Zhang Feng and were about to question who they were, Tao Qian, with the pipe in his mouth, shook his head and walked out. Come, let me see what's going on. Zhang Feng. I told you to act like the village chief, not a thug. Tao Qian now looked like a complete old rogue, cleaning his teeth, rubbing his hair, shaking his head, the kind of behavior you see from young people at the school gate. When Ren Qingyu, Koing, and Chai Yun instinctively took a step back. This person was not to be trifled with. Even if they were facing a group of ghosts. But even with this poor acting, under the effect of the village chief's pipe ornament, the villagers still did not have any doubts. They even said excitedly, Village chief. You finally returned. Many elderly villagers even shed tears. The village chief is back. Good times are here again. Village chief, you finally returned, I thought those black-hearted merchants had, sigh. The villagers surrounded Tao Qian. Only the old man who had seen Tao Qian's face before stared at his face, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation, as he was about to speak. Swish! An arrow pierced the old man's throat directly. Splurt! Blood sprayed everywhere. This sudden turn of events left the previously lively villagers stunned. Seeing this scene, Tao Qian immediately understood Zhang Feng's intention. The flaw in the village chief's pipe was that the villagers who had seen Tao Qian's face before he put the pipe in his mouth would recognize him. The solution was simple. Kill them. Tao Qian stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't panic." Then he pointed to the body of the old man lying on the ground, pierced through the throat by a goblin archer. He loudly declared, "This is a traitor." A traitor? Yes, a traitor. Tao Qian had fully embraced his role. These few are the experts I invited to perform the real sacrifice, not the people he said were disrupting the ritual. Someone raised a question, but we can't just kill them directly. Tao Qian scolded angrily, "Are you questioning me?" The person shrank back, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, Zhang Feng walked out, pointing at the dead body of the old man and said, "He is not a human, but a ghost." After saying that, the group of villagers saw the old man's body turn into a ghost and dissipate in the air. Of course, this was not done by Zhang Feng, he just happened to walk out at the right time. Because the people here are all ghosts. This indirectly confirmed Zhang Feng's previous speculation. This ghost village has no living people at all. Where there are living people, how could there be hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, sick ghosts? It really is a ghost. Seeing the body disappear, the villagers immediately believed Tao Qian's words and began to look at Zhang Feng with respect. Zhang Feng then typed in the chat group, "Loose lips sink ships, quickly go to the ancestral hall." Tao Qian, the martial monk, okay. Zhang Feng noticed that the surrounding yin energy was getting heavier. Obviously, the mastermind behind the scenes was getting restless seeing this. She could see the villagers being killed. She could see the ritual failing. But she absolutely could not let an outsider who was not a villager lead the way, and she definitely couldn't let the villagers know the truth. That's why the little girl's tongue disappeared. The little girl had spoken the truth before. God needs the curse bearers to complete the task, will give them power, help them fulfill their wishes, but if the curse bearers fail to complete the task, they will lose their power, and even be punished. This is a phrase that all professionals must remember. This phrase explains the core point of the entire abyss's existence. It is also the most basic condition for professionals to break through the abyss. In the Cold Street Abyss, Shaoqi's task is to create cold corpses and maintain the cold temperature of Cold Street. The Yin God Curse Bearer in Shangyu Village is the same. In Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, he mentioned that the Yin God Curse Bearer may need to ensure the existence of Shangyu Village in order to receive the curse of the Yin God. If the villagers knew the truth, Shangyu Ghost Village would no longer be Shangyu Ghost Village. She would definitely stop the process of revealing the truth. However, there has never been a professional who challenged the nightmare-level abyss and followed Zhang Feng's strategy. They all obediently hid in the coffins and followed the 3-day schedule. There was no need to reveal the truth. Even more crucially, no one had ever suggested the possibility that the villagers might be ghosts. But the truth couldn't be told to the villagers here. First, the villagers were unlikely to believe it. Second, the entire Shangyu village was the main battlefield of the Yin God Curse Bearers, except for the Ancestral Hall. Zhang Zhan's strategy played a role at this point, as the Ancestral Hall was a suitable place for battle. Tao Qian intentionally walked among the villagers, letting them lead the way to the Ancestral Hall as he didn't know its location. The villagers were all very excited. In the past 3 sacrifices, as long as the village chief was present, it would be successful. In their hearts, the village chief was the important figure who could communicate with the ancestors. The Ancestral Hall was in the largest building in Shangyu Village. From the outside, it was almost indistinguishable from the other houses. But the interior space was much larger than imagined. In the center sat a copper basin over 2 meters wide, with a pale blue flame burning inside. In the main hall were 3 coffins. They were the 3 ancestral coffins used in the previous sacrifices. Strangely, the coffins had not decayed to this day. After entering the ancestral hall, Zhang Feng clearly felt the yin energy being blocked outside. There's something about this courtyard, Zhang Feng muttered quietly to himself. Yin energy pervaded the entire Shangyu village, which was why Zhang Feng said that the Yin God Curse Bearer was always watching them. Yin Qi is the power of the curse of the Yin God. But after entering the shrine, the Yin Qi weakened a lot. It shows that there must be something inside this shrine. No wonder Zhang Zhan said we must fight here, it makes sense. As they spoke, Tao Qian had already been surrounded by villagers into the hall. Zhang Feng and others also crossed over the coffin and came to the hall. The hall had long been transformed into the appearance of a shrine, with various ancestral spirit tablets and inscriptions, but in the center stood a clay sculpture. The clay sculpture was half white and half black, with the black side glaring angrily and the white side having no eyes or mouth. The hands were clasped together. But in the palms of the clasped hands, there was a clearly visible blade. Someone actually worships such a bizarre thing, when Ren Qingyu commented. This sculpture is known by professionals in the forum as the two-faced Yin God sculpture. It is also speculated that this is the original appearance of the Yin God, but it is just speculation. Professionals are not qualified to face the gods in this two-stage abyss. Upon entering the shrine, Zhang Feng had the goblin general guard outside the door. Walking up to Tao Qian, he said, "Before the sacrifice, I have a question to ask you all. Answer me truthfully, and I will help you complete the sacrifice and return you peace." Tao Qian, as the village chief, naturally had to speak up, so he said, "You can answer with confidence, this is part of increasing the success rate of the sacrifice." With the assurance of the village chief, the villagers let down their guard. Zhang Feng asked, "How many of the women you bought are still alive?" Hu the Yin wind fiercely slammed against the doors of the shrine. Even though Zhang Feng had not yet received an answer, seeing the commotion outside, he knew he had asked the right question. The person behind the scenes must be one of the abducted women. "Are you talking about the pig women?" a villager inquired. Pig women? This almost insulting term made Ren Qingyu standing behind Wanda curse out loud, but she was promptly stopped by Zhang Feng's stern gaze. Pig women. Zhang Feng's expression remained calm. Because he remembered reading news before, these women abducted and sold in the village were indeed called pig women. They were considered as existences similar to pigs, only responsible for reproduction. "I don't understand, what do you mean by pig women?" Zhang Feng asked knowingly. A peasant woman said, "They are women bought from merchants who can bear children." The village chief said that these women are not worthy of living with us, so they were all placed in the pigsty at the east end of the village. Zhang Feng squinted, "Pigsty? Ah, it's called a pigsty, but it's not a real pigsty. All the women bought are placed there, and whoever wants one can go and take one back to continue the family line. If they don't want them, they can be sent back." Zhang Feng's breathing became slightly uneven. When Ren Qingyu, who could no longer hold back, could only vent in the chat group, "These beasts are even more outrageous than I imagined. Kuling, I don't even want to finish this game. Let these damn bastards suffer here, just like those cold corpses." Zhang Feng and the others were almost exploding with anger, but the villagers found it all very normal. They had no resistance to the questions Zhang Feng asked. But the person outside was different. Boom! Just as Zhang Feng asked about the pigsty, there was a huge booming sound outside. She was anxious. Zhang Feng looked at the raging in wind outside. He was certain that her hiding place should be in the pigsty. The howls of the Yin spirits echoed outside the shrine. Zhang Feng had the goblin general guard the door outside. He had another question to ask. "Where is the pigsty?" Zhang Feng asked with increasingly indifferent emotions. "At the east end of the village." "Are there still people inside?" "There shouldn't be any left. Since you, the village chief, disappeared, the most haunted place in the village has been the pigsty, and no one dares to go there. When you last went, how many were still alive?" 2. Boom! The commotion outside grew louder and louder. "Your goblin wolf rider has died. Your goblin death knight has died." 2 system messages came through, indicating that the outside attacks were intensifying. Most of the questions Zhang Feng needed to ask had already been asked. It was clear that she no longer wanted to continue with this sacrifice. Covering up the truth was now her priority. "It's almost done." Zhang Feng received several more death notifications, all from the Goblin combat team. She obtained some important information. Zhang Feng then directly ordered the Goblin general, "Let them in, the battle outside is too passive." Boom! With a loud noise, the troll's body flew backwards into the courtyard of the shrine. Standing outside the shrine was a figure shrouded in darkness, a misty form that was grotesquely large and inhuman. Within the black mist, various ghostly figures could be seen, as if a fusion of ghosts and monsters. Soul Gathering Entity, Level, LV20, Rank, Elite, Health, 280,000, Attack, 3,000, Skill I, Hanging Ghost, Skill 2, Drowning Ghost, Skill 3, Freezing Ghost, Skill 4, Burning Ghost, Skill V, Wrong Ghost, Skill 6, Vengeful Ghost, and Elite Monster. This was the second elite monster they encountered, aside from the Soul Village Chief. Moreover, this elite monster named Soul Gathering Entity was in existence not recorded in Zhang's strategy guide. The good news is that a new plot has emerged, which means we're on the right track. The bad news is, this elite monster is quite fierce. Zhang Feng immediately summoned the twin fire dragons. At this point, they had already succeeded. They not only knew the true boss's location but also managed to provoke the opponent, skipping the so-called sacrificial plot altogether. It was all fake, watching the plot had no meaning. Getting straight to the action was the real deal. Now was the time to truly showcase their strength, Zhang Feng's favorite stage. Phew, as soon as the twin fire dragons appeared, they launched several fireballs at the soul-gathering entity. Boom! 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 The flames exploded directly on the soul-gathering entity. Ah, the ghostly figures entwined around the soul-gathering entity emitted continuous screams. The ghostly screams were harmful and had a wide range of effect. When Ren Qingyu, Kuing, Chai Yun, and others were all injured by the ghostly screams, taking damage. Fortunately, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing had golden tier armor, which blocked some of the damage, but Kuing was not as lucky. Just a single ghostly howl's area attack took away 1/3 of her health. Hide yourselves, Zhang Feng immediately said. It was only then that Chai Yun realized she couldn't intervene in this battle. Seeing Zhang Feng single-handedly turning the entire Shangyu village upside down with just a goblin general had made her subconsciously let her guard down. She even once thought that the Nightmare Abyss was just average. But now she had awakened. She was just a bystander. Where did she get the courage to relax her vigilance? Perhaps noticing that Chai Yun was the weakest, the soul-gathering entity actually launched an attack towards her. Swish! A rope shot out from the soul-gathering entity's body, wrapping around Chai Yun's neck. Chai Yun was instantly strangled, her face turning purple as her health continued to drop. The hanging ghost skill. Swipe! A cold light flashed by. When Ren Qingyu saved Chai Yun. Stepping on a whirlwind, she swiftly used the dagger in her hand to cut the rope. Thank you. I almost died. Chai Yundao thanked her. She was left with only a little blood skin. If when Ren Qingyu had been a little later, she would have had to consume a resurrection cross worth 5 million. Compared to life, money is really not a problem. The key is, the resurrection cross can only be used once in the abyss. Once used, it's really dangerous. When Ren Qingyu's voice was very cold, you didn't almost die, you almost caused everyone to die, don't drag us down. When Ren Qingyu's tone was almost reprimanding. Can't even understand being a bystander? Don't know to hide in time? Chai Yun wanted to retort, but just as she was about to speak, her thoughts were interrupted by a burst of mourning music from outside. The mournful music came from the farthest end of the street. The sound was piercing, the Swanna's penetrating power made the whole Shangyu village seem to tremble. She's here. In the depths of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the strongest elite monster, the Ghost Bride in Red. The Gathering of Spirits and the Ghost Bride in Red appeared at the same time. A day early. Zhang Feng was somewhat satisfied. The early appearance of the Ghost Bride in Red meant that he would definitely be able to break Zhang Zhan's record. But now the most important thing was to kill the Ghost Bride in Red first. The mournful music grew closer. The gloom became heavier. A gust of evil wind blew by. The red sedan, which was originally far away, appeared in front of the Ancestral Hall in the blink of an eye. 4 yellow-skinned creatures carrying a coffin. Inside the red sedan was the Ghost Bride in Red. Among ghost-type creatures, the Red Bride was of a higher rank, far surpassing the village chief of spirits and the Gathering of Spirits. Zhang Zhan's strategy mentioned the Ghost Bride in Red, advising to hide if possible and to use the protection of the Ancestral Hall to fight. Dingling, a sound of something unknown came from inside the red sedan. Zhang Feng couldn't see the attributes of the Ghost Bride in Red inside the sedan, so he decided to take action directly. Summon Beast Berserk. Zhang Feng released the Beast Berserk skill without hesitation. Boom! The flames on the double demon fire dragon beside him turned purple in an instant, dispersing the gloom in the entire area. The flame halo was released. The walls, floors, and beams of the Ancestral Hall were burning under the effect of the flame halo. Zhang Feng commanded, Goblin archers, shoot at the sedan, force the Ghost Bride in Red out for me, shield soldiers block the yellow-skinned creatures, Goblin General and double demon fire dragon go for the Gathering of Spirits. Normally, Zhang Feng didn't need to command because he would sweep through. But facing 2 level 20 elite monsters, he needed to plan the battle. By taking out the Gathering of Spirits first, he could free up time to focus on the Ghost Bride in Red. Roar! Unexpectedly, the first to act were the 4 yellow-skinned creatures carrying the sedan. The yellow-skinned creatures were upright walking yellow weasels, one of them had emerald green eyes, while the other 3 had black and red eyes. There was a deep scar in the center of their eyebrows, their claws were long, and their movements were very fast. Yellow-skinned creature, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 140,000, attack, 2,000, skill I, spirit communication, skill 2, possession, skill 3, ghost transformation, they are also elite monsters. Zhang Feng frowned. If you counted the 4 yellow-skinned creatures, he would be facing 6 level 20 elite monsters at the same time. Fortunately, these 4 yellow-skinned creatures only had 3 skills. Even among elite monsters, there were differences in strength. These 4 yellow-skinned creatures were the weakest elite monsters. Bang! Faced with the fast-moving yellow-skinned creatures, the 8 shield soldiers raised their shields, forming a shield wall to block the attack of the first yellow-skinned creature. -0. The yellow-skinned creature hit the shield of the goblin shield soldier, causing 0 damage. After the goblin general advanced to the 5th rank, his goblin combat team also evolved. The goblin shield soldier could absorb fixed damage. A very powerful frontline defense unit. Swoosh! 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 The cooperation of the combat team is extremely tacit. The shield soldiers support the shields. The archers immediately shoot arrows. The goblin wolf cavalry flanks from both sides. For elite monsters, you are facing a whole combat unit. And it is a well-trained summoner unit led by a general, stronger than a real unit because they obey absolutely, have no fear, and are not afraid of death. This point, the goblin death warriors can prove. Swish! The death warriors directly activate the blink skill. Instantly appear around the sedan where the red-clothed female ghost is located. Roar! Seeing the death warriors looting, the 4 yellow-skinned creatures quickly turn back, but how could the goblin wolf cavalry give them a chance to retreat? Charge! The experienced goblin warriors, along with giant wolves over 3 meters long, 5 goblin wolf cavalry, charge. Directly sending the 4 yellow-skinned creatures flying out. -24,158. -26,584. -19,854. -21,147. 4 high damage numbers burst out, directly reducing one of the yellow-skinned creatures to low health. Roar! Unexpectedly, the low-health yellow-skinned creature suddenly swells up, limbs on the ground, and a frenzy of energy rushes into its body, instantly turning into a giant yellow-skinned creature the size of a giant wolf. Spewing a foul breath, entering a ghostly state. Roar, but at the same time. With a loud roar, it directly overwhelms the ghostly yellow-skinned creature. It's a troll. Zhang Feng did not let him participate in the battle at the beginning, waiting for this moment. Among the goblin combat team, the strongest in combat ability is the troll. With a huge body, high damage ability, and huge health points, it can even become a trump card in Zhang Feng's hands. The yellow-skinned creature enters a ghostly state, but also enters the low health stage. To minimize casualties, the troll must enter the field at this time to start harvesting. Boom! The troll makes a big jump, directly smashing onto the ghostly yellow-skinned creature. Another hit. Bang! Instantly killing the ghostly yellow-skinned creature, not giving it any space to act. Killed elite monster yellow-skinned creature LV20, gained 9,417 experience points. Congratulations! Obtained armor yellow-skin coat, LV20, gold grade, 9,000 experience points in hand. When killing the Shadow Village chief, it was also this experience, meaning their strength is almost the same, and the rewards are similar. Zhang Feng didn't have time to look at the equipment attributes. But a level 20 gold grade equipment is worth at least a small million. Few after the death of the yellow-skin creature, a black smoke rushed out of the corpse and flew into the sedan. With the death warriors approaching, the harassment of the archers, and the death of the yellow-skin creature, the red-clothed female ghost in the sedan finally took action. From inside the sedan, several red silk threads suddenly appeared, directly entwining the approaching goblin death warriors. With a strange force, they pulled them into the sky and then fiercely dropped them. At the same time, the energy inside the sedan suddenly spread outward like a substance. It directly shattered the shield wall of the shield soldiers. Hiss, seeing the densely appearing damage numbers. And the 3 death warriors killed directly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Zhan was not exaggerating, this red-clothed female ghost is indeed strong. But no matter how strong the red-clothed female ghost is, she would never expect that it was not her who killed the Death Warriors, but the Death Warriors who actively went to their deaths. Boom! 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 The 3 dead goblin Death Warriors exploded in succession. Flesh, poison, black smoke, directly enveloping the red sedan. The evolved Death Warriors have a stronger power in death explosions, the bloodied venom is more disgusting and ghostly. Hiss, the blood with strong corrosive properties actually corroded the red silk threads and sprayed onto the sedan. Minus 2,548. Exclamation point. It actually dealt damage. At this moment, Zheng Feng finally understood that this red sedan was also an elite monster. Red sedan, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 300,000, attack power, 3,000, skill I, shelter, skill 2, sorrow, skill 3, red rope, skill 4, carrying the sedan ghost. Wow! It really is an elite monster. There's something. Zheng Feng immediately said to the twin fire Jiao and Goblin General, hurry up, the troll over here can't hold on much longer. On this side, the twin fire Jiao and Goblin General were not at ease either. Because this group of vain souls had too many tricks up their sleeves. Sometimes a drowning ghost would appear and drag the twin fire Jiao into the water. Sometimes a freezing ghost would appear and freeze the Goblin General. Sometimes a vengeful ghost would appear, confusing the two of them and causing them to make mistakes in their attacks. This group of vain souls seemed not very strong, but with their endless soul skills, they were not easy to defeat. Fortunately, the flames of the twin fire Jiao, evolved through the summoner's frenzy, could resist the water-based skills of the drowning ghost. The group of vain souls was constantly losing health due to the burning effect of the flame aura and the fire snake hell from the twin fire Jiao. When the Goblin General was frozen, the equipment he wore, the ice crystal pendant, took effect in time and removed the freeze. The only difficult ones to deal with were the vengeful ghost and the hanging ghost. One was responsible for control, the other for inflicting damage with the hanging rope. After hearing Zheng Feng's urging, the Goblin General reached for a fish-killing knife. Zheng Feng had swapped the summoning equipment of the Goblin General and the twin fire Jiao earlier, and the Goblin General was more suited for this fish-killing knife. A voice with a poor tone and unclear pronunciation came from the Goblin General's mouth. I've been killing fish for 30 years, my heart is as cold as my knife. To be honest, with the General's posture and attitude, anything he said was imposing. Even if it was just a sentence like that. Hiss, suddenly, the muscles on the Goblin General's arm bulged, and the fish-killing knife emitted a silver light. Fish-killing knife effect, just by saying this line, the next 3 attacks will have their attack speed increased by 100%. The Goblin General charged directly. Boom! The twin fire Jiao on the side also cooperated tacitly with the Goblin General, using fireballs to clear the way, directly blasting away the vengeful ghost that was trying to confuse the Goblin General again. The giant wolf retreated and leaped high into the air. The Goblin General jumped down directly from the giant wolf. One from above, one from below, attacking together. The first strike, mixed with the skill damage of the leaping heavy blow, inflicted 18741 damage. The second strike. The effect of the 3-piece human skin spider set activated. Set effect resentment. Resentment will mark your enemy, and your next attack will add a resentment attack to the target, with the attack value being the critical damage value, but not benefiting from critical bonuses. Critical hit. 25,417. Puff. The second strike directly shattered the head of the vengeful ghost that had just appeared to stop the Goblin General. It disappeared in a puff of black smoke. Without the vengeful ghost's deceptive tactics, the Goblin General's third strike almost fell instantly, although it was normal damage. But it still dealt over 10,000 damage. At the same time, the charging skill carried by the giant wolf also landed on the group of souls. Boom! A thunderous explosion. An explosive damage appeared on the head of the group of souls. Minus 45,488. An exaggerated damage of 45,000. If it weren't for the damage reduction of ghost-type creatures, this charge could have directly dealt 80 to 90,000 damage. With the speed boost from the fish-killing knife, the 3 strikes were quickly completed. With the charge and a set of small skills, they directly took away 100,000 health from the group of souls. Despite the many skills, only a few seconds had passed. In addition, the continuous flame attacks of the dual magic fire dragons on the side. The blood volume of the soul gathering group plummeted. Hiss, Tao Chen and others watching from a distance, issued the highest praise, gasping in admiration. Although they were used to it, this was their job. Chaotic killing. Zhang Feng is responsible for chaotic killing. They are responsible for the chaos. Soy sauce that doesn't shout 666 is not good soy sauce. The only one who was shocked was Chai Yun. Chai Yun's inexperienced look made Tao Qian and others feel comfortable again. Click. At the same time, the effect of the cold prison staff is activated. Every 3 skills released, the cold prison skill is automatically released, locking the enemy with powerful ice abilities, causing 3000 fixed ice attribute damage, and freezing the enemy. Minus 3000. Minus 3000. Because the skills of the Goblin General and the dual magic fire dragons overlapped, 2 cold prison skills were released simultaneously from the cold prison staff. Zhang Feng only then realized that fixed damage skills could ignore all defense and damage reduction. Although 3000 is not high. But the freezing effect is stable. The Yin Soul Gathering group had no resistance at all, directly frozen. Seeing this opportunity, the Goblin General did not hesitate, and directly gathered power. Bang! The warrior's full force strike, with a coefficient of 13 times, combined with the enhancement of the summoned beast's frenzy and the critical hit effect of the resentment once again took effect. It heavily smashed into the Yin Soul Gathering group. Boom! Directly sent the Yin Soul Gathering group flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the huge copper basin in the center of the courtyard. Minus 41,478. 40,000 damage. The dual magic fire dragons saw the Yin Soul Gathering group being smashed and took advantage of his illness to kill him. Rushing over, they placed the copper basin on the Yin Soul Gathering group's body, pressed down on it, and then burned. The miserable cries of several Yin Souls continued to sound. But they couldn't escape the 2-meter diameter copper basin that was overturned on them. Flames directly covered the copper basin. Minus 7,415. Minus 1,475. Minus 9,874. A string of damage continued to emerge. The huge copper basin was burned red by the flames, and the Yin Soul Gathering group inside was like a roasted duck in the furnace, gradually losing its breath. This is a bit ruthless. Even Zhang Feng was speechless. This is totally the torture of the copper cow. In the copper basin, a series of piercing screams rang out. It actually managed to push open the copper basin. The Yin Soul Gatherer, burning all over and red, was left with only a layer of bloody skin, but precisely because it was in a state of low health, it released a skill similar to ferocity. Fierce Ghost. The Fierce Ghost appears. The Yin Wind rises. The Yin energy swirling in the sky turns into Yin souls and falls into the ancestral hall. The courtyard was full of Yin souls. With the Fierce Ghost's piercing cries, they rushed towards the Goblin General and the dual magic fire dragons. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a very crisp bell rang out from the spirit hall inside the ancestral hall. Ding! The bell rang throughout the ancestral hall inside and out. This bell sound instantly froze all the Yin souls. Even including the Fierce Ghost transformed Yin Soul Gathering group, as well as the yellow skins fighting with the trolls, only the red-clothed female ghost in the red sedan was not affected. As expected. Zhang Feng turned to look at the ancestral hall. Instead of looking at the double-faced Yin God clay sculpture, he looked at the black and white photo that had already turned to ashes next to the spirit hall. Your descendants have such behavior, and you still protect them, really coddling them. Zhang Feng said disdainfully. Then he said to the Goblin General and the dual magic fire dragons, "Aren't you going to collect the rice? This is an invaluable opportunity." The frozen Fierce Ghost transformed Yin Soul Gathering group is the most difficult to deal with in the brutal stage. Once frozen, they are sitting ducks. Most importantly, there is a group of Yin Souls coming over to them. This is all experience. Killing Shadow Spirit LV20, gaining 5,879 experience. Killing Shadow Spirit LV20, gaining 5,547 experience. Killing Shadow Spirit LV20, gaining 5,802 experience. Killing the Twin Demon Fire Gel almost maximized the output of the Flame Aura and Fire Snake Hell, fiercely collecting experience. The experience was rapidly increasing. And Zhang Feng discovered that the ancestors in this shrine were quite powerful. The immobilization lasted a long time. And he also immobilized the red sedan, which was also an elite monster, restricting the red-clothed female ghost who was unwilling to come out. This gave Zhang Feng time to collect experience fiercely. It takes 59,000 experience to level up from level 14 to 15. He thought it would be difficult to level up this time. But this wave actually almost filled the experience bar directly. In the end, with the fierce blow of the Goblin General, the fierce ghostly gathering was taken down, and Zhang Feng also received a notification from the system. Killing elite monster Shadow Spirit Gathering LV20, gaining 14,452 experience points. Congratulations! Obtained Bracelet Shadow Spirit Bracelet LV20, Platinum Grade, congratulations! Obtained Material Soul Bead, congratulations! Level up! Level, LV14 LV.15, 73600, 56,500 experience points needed to level up. Health, 997010610, 7,950 equipment attributes. Magic, 880890, Intelligence, 469485, Strength, 130134, Agility, 3031, remaining free attribute points, 12, level has been raised to 15, activating the 4th summoning space. Level has been raised to 15, obtain 2 hex strengthening runes, please draw. Zhang Feng was delighted. The Shadow Spirit Gathering directly gave 14,000 experience. Previously, killing a ghost in a village gave a lot of experience, and this Shadow Spirit Gathering directly raised Zhang Feng's level to 15. For professionals, every 5 level increase is a significant improvement. For a summoner, it means having an additional summoning space to summon the 4th summon. But in fact, the 4th summon doesn't contribute much to his current improvement. Because, there are no resources for cultivation. Zhang Feng finally understood why summoners generally give up around level 15 and abandon the path of professionals. Because they can't afford to cultivate. He can't even afford to cultivate 4 summons, let alone those summoners with insufficient talent, no resources, and unable to clear nightmare level abyss. Moreover, his 4th summon was not prepared in advance. Because Chai Feng from Shengyu City's resource department had promised to find him a level 15 summon from the National Treasury. If he could find one with high talent, it would save him a lot of talent points. Zhang Feng still didn't have time to check the equipment. He put the platinum bracelet in the warehouse and locked it, afraid that he might accidentally sell it in the temple later. A level 20 platinum equipment is top-notch. Defeat the Shadow Spirit Gathering. The Goblin General and the Twin Demon Fire Jiao can finally join the battle against the red-clothed female ghost. By now, the battlefield here was already a mess. 6 Death Knights died. 3 Goblin Shield Soldiers died. Almost all the Goblin Wolf Riders died, leaving only one, exchanging damage with the Yellowskin Ghost after transformation. The troll was covered in wounds from the continuous appearance of the red silk inside the sedan. To be honest, if it weren't for the help in the shrine just now, the troll would have died long ago. However, the situation is different now. Goblin General. Twin Demon Fire Jiao. Troll. And the Goblin Wizard ready to sacrifice himself with spells at any time. It's time to counterattack. A black mist suddenly surged out from the sedan chair, directly forcing back all the Goblin combat teams surrounding the red sedan chair. The red-clothed female ghost inside the red sedan chair made a sound for the first time. Hee hee hee, a very charming laughter. But to Zhang Feng's ears, it was sarcastic. Obviously, this red-clothed female ghost did not take the Goblin General and the Twin Demon Fire Dragon seriously. Although they were strong. The problem was, after the recent battle, the energy of these 2 monsters was also depleted. Perhaps seeing through this point, the red-clothed female ghost in the sedan chair actually stopped attacking and said, "Little brother, you were so handsome, do you want to spend the night with sister?" The voice was very tempting. Zhang Feng remembered from Zhang Zhan's strategy that the red-clothed female ghost would lure professionals out of the temple through temptation and then kill them. Zhang Feng suddenly realized. It seemed that from start to finish, this red sedan chair had never entered the temple. Instead, it had always been at the entrance of the temple, attacking by extending red silk. Zhang Feng thought for a moment. He directly summoned the giant winged spirit butterfly. Originally planned to save it for the boss to use, but now it seems necessary to use it. However, killing you will probably end it. Ling a ethereal cry echoed throughout Shangyu village. A huge and beautiful butterfly appeared behind Zhang Feng. Oh my god! Even Tao Qian and others who had seen big scenes couldn't help but be amazed. There was no way. Anyone who saw this over 4-meter-tall giant butterfly would be amazed. One was because of its large size. It looked very spectacular. The second was because she was too beautiful. With the appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly, a series of recovery skills were released one after another. Spirit Butterfly Guard. A protective relationship bound to the giant demon. Among all of Zheng Feng's summoned beasts, the one with the thickest health was actually the summoned beast of the summoned beast, the giant demon. A thick shield appeared on the giant demon and restored its health. Butterfly Chant. The giant winged spirit butterfly began to chant, increasing the agility and movement speed of all summoned beasts by 260 points. You should know that Zheng Feng's agility was only 30 points. This was a direct increase of nearly 10 times in agility. And it was for all. Finally, Spirit Nourishment. Restore the energy of summoned beasts. After a set of auxiliary skills, the giant demon's health was restored, the twin demon fire dragons regained their energy, and with the goblin wizard's life sacrifice, the goblin general also regained full energy and health. Now, the red-clothed female ghost was facing a summoned beast army in its prime, full of energy, and still in the berserk stage. Zheng Feng looked at the red-clothed female ghost in the red sedan chair and said, "To invite me to spend the night, you must have the ability." "How about it, female ghost," sweating profusely now. The huge giant winged spirit butterfly completely changed the situation. The red-clothed female ghost stopped smiling. The remaining 3 surviving yellow-skinned creatures instantly entered a ghostly state to deal with the upcoming battle. The red sedan chair, which had lost a third of its health due to the corrosion of the Death Knight's blood, made a creaking sound. Obviously, the peak state of the giant demon, goblin general, twin demon fire dragons, and giant winged spirit butterfly put a lot of pressure on the red sedan chair. "Didn't you ask me to team up with you?" "I'm coming now," Zheng Feng said with a smile. Then he waved his hand lightly. The summoned beasts rushed forward. Roar, the giant demon charged forward, its huge body blocking the red sedan chair, wielding a giant hammer, and smashing down heavily on the red sedan chair from above. "Get lost." Inside the sedan chair, a coquettish voice. The voice was pleasant to hear, but accompanied by substantial gloom, it became extremely eerie. Gloom. A powerful gloom swept over the giant demon. Minus 9,871. A red damage figure appeared above the giant demon's head. 9,000 damage. It seems very high. But in fact, even the shield worn by the giant winged spirit butterfly on the giant demon was not broken. With the shield absorbing the damage, the sinister attack of the red-clothed female ghost did not stop the giant demon's charge. Bang! The giant demon's heavy hammer smashed unimpeded onto the red sedan. Minus 5,587. The damage was also not high. When it hit the red sedan, there was also a layer of gray shield protecting it. This is the elite monster red sedan skill, Shelter. The damage was not high, as expected by Zheng Feng. This sedan is also a ghost-type creature. Just like the red shoes and cloth dolls, they all have the ability to reduce damage as ghost-type creatures, and the Shelter skill can also reduce some damage. Being able to deal 5,000 damage is already considered good. After all, this was just one strike. Zheng Feng had plenty of summoned beasts. Swish! 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 The second round of attacks launched by the goblin archers. Minus 1,054. Minus 1,112. Minus 1,058. The damage was lower, but intense. Next came the dual demonic fire dragon's flame aura, fire snake hell, goblin general's charge, and the assassin's ambush. Dang! Suddenly, a crisp drum sound rang out from around the red sedan. A band dressed in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. Mourning music. This is also a skill of the red sedan. Zheng Feng recalled the for skills of the red sedan. The bearers of the sedan should be those 4 yellow-skinned creatures. Shelter is the gray shield layer. Mourning is the mourning spirits that appeared now, which can reduce the attack desire of summoned beasts, belonging to a status-type skill. Red thread. Zheng Feng felt that the red silk that appeared earlier should be the skill of the red god. Zheng Feng squinted his eyes. So that means the red-clothed female ghost inside the sedan didn't use any skills at all, she was just using the sinister aura. Zheng Feng then looked down at the mute little girl beside him. Seeing the anxious look in the little girl's eyes as she stared at the red sedan, he already had an answer in his heart. So that's how it is. No wonder you wouldn't enter this shrine. So you are the one behind it all. Zheng Feng had always had a question about Zhang Zhan's strategy, which was that Zhang Zhan's descriptions of the red-clothed female ghost's skills were actually all the skills of the red sedan. In Zhang Zhan's view, the red sedan was the red-clothed female ghost. That's why they gave them the same name, Ghostly Wedding. But in reality, the red sedan controlled the red silk, and the people inside the sedan were the ones controlling the entire yin energy of Shangyu village. Zhang Feng pondered this. Immediately, he turned to Unren Qingyu and Tao Qian and said, "You two watch over here, don't let any villagers leave." Tao Qian immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Feng replied, "I'm going to see if the boss behind the scenes is still in the pigsty." Ling Dai, come with me. Zhang Feng brought a spirit butterfly with him. Then, holding the little girl's hand, he swaggered to the entrance of the shrine. A sinister aura swept towards Zhang Feng. Who? Crack! The shield of the resentment ring shattered. Zhang Feng looked at the marks on the ground caused by the sinister aura explosion, clearly avoiding the little girl. Zhang Feng smiled and hugged the little girl. Then he said to the little girl, "This way, she won't dare to attack me." The little girl looked at Zhang Feng with a complex expression. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I have no ill intentions, I just need to resolve some things. Anyway, for you, it's just 3 days of repetition. Maybe, I can help you ease more resentment during these 3 repeated days. One of the curse casters I served before had a very high opinion of me. If you can meet him." Zhang Feng rambled on and passed directly by the red sedan. He was not attacked. Nor was he surrounded by the sinister aura. Even as if seeing the ghosts filling the street, holding a little girl, naturally walking towards the east of the village. Tao Qian asked in confusion, "What's going on again?" When Ren Qingjie looked thoughtful as she watched the departing figure of Zhang Feng, probably, reaching this point, both sides have already shown their cards. Shown their cards? When Ren Qingjie nodded, the red-clothed female ghost in the sedan, Zhang Zhan has never seen her true face, indicating that she is probably the mastermind behind the scenes. That's why in Zhang Zhan's strategy, there are only rituals, ghost marriages, and a night of 100 ghosts, but no final boss battle. Because the rituals are fake, the ghost marriage is also fake. The red sedan is the real ghost marriage. At this point, Zhang Feng's summoned beast has suppressed the red sedan, so it's already considered over. Just one step left. Go to the pigsty. Tao Qian asked, "What about the night of 100 ghosts?" When Ren Qingjie's expression was somewhat strange as she said, "If the rituals and ghost marriage are fake, then the night of 100 ghosts should also be fake. The pigsty. The so-called night of 100 ghosts should be a massacre of villagers carried out by the group of women and children who were sold here." Tao Qian pretended to understand, nodded, Your speculation is similar to mine." When Ren Qingjie rolled her eyes, ignoring Tao Qian. She glanced at the time. 7 hours. From entering the Shangyu village ancestral hall until now, only 7 hours have passed. The abyss of nightmares for over a decade, no one has ever broken Zhang Zhan's record. And now, 7 hours. When Ren Qingjie remembered the first time she was persuaded by Kuing to join Zhang Feng's team. Back then, she had a bit of disdain for Zhang Feng, even showing distrust towards him. Now she realized that her friend was truly fortunate. Even such a powerful ally could be embraced by her. When Ren Qingjie looked seriously at Kuing. Kuing felt awkward under her gaze and asked, "What's wrong with you?" When Ren Qingjie said, "I'm thinking about how to tie you and Tao Qian together tightly." Kuing? Tao Qian immediately understood when Ren Qingjie's meaning and pointed to the red silk coming out of the sedan. Why not just tie them up directly? When Ren Qingjie nodded, "You're right, dealing with a straightforward guy like Zhang Feng requires a direct approach." Kuing, meow meow meow. Zhang Feng arrived at the pigsty without any hindrance. The gloom here was heavier than in the ancestral hall. In the pigsty, the little girl unexpectedly spoke and asked Zhang Feng, "How did you know that I also came from here?" Her voice was a mixture of ghostly voices, not coming from her throat. Feeling the gradually chilling aura from the little girl in his arms, Zhang Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, he explained with interest, "Because you are a ghost?" Question mark. The little girl didn't understand. Zhang Feng pointed to the group of ghosts following him and said, "You see, the hanging ghost's tongue sticking out is because when he was hanged, his tongue couldn't retract. The lame ghost with a limp leg died of illness, so his legs were not agile before death. The old man said you had your tongue cut off as a punishment. How could a ghost have its tongue cut off? If you can chew food skillfully without a tongue, it means you had your tongue cut off before you died. Being able to do such cruel things to a little girl means you don't belong to the group in the ancestral hall. In fact, the little girl had shown abnormal behavior earlier. The old man went to inform others, leaving her behind with Zheng Feng. She didn't panic when she saw the gathering of ghosts and the ghost bride of the ghost marriage. The righteous wind already knew that the little girl was not a member of the villagers. But she was not the boss either. In other words, there is no real boss in the ancestral hall abyss. The night of 100 ghosts is the final stage. The little girl pursed her lips and said, "You're smart. The outsiders who came in before were all clueless. I told them to hide in the coffins, and they really hid in there. They thought it was a good place, but actually I made them hide there just to see them make fools of themselves." Listening to the little girl's words, the righteous wind's eyes revealed a special expression. The righteous wind asked, "Why do you want to see them make fools of themselves?" The little girl said angrily, "Because they wanted to help those beastly villagers." "I see." The righteous wind knew very well that Zhang Zhan and the others had not guessed the true background of the ancestral hall abyss. They simply thought it was a haunted village. Misled by the hint they received upon entering the abyss, they thought there was a problem here because they had worshipped the wrong ancestors. From the beginning, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the problem was wrong. The righteous wind casually asked, "Have many other outsiders come here?" The little girl shook her head, "Not many, they come about every once in a while. You are the second wave of outsiders to come in recently. The last wave of outsiders was interesting, we chased them around and they ran away screaming." The little girl rarely showed her childish personality. She chattered on, "The most memorable time for me was when a group of powerful outsiders successfully passed the night of revenge, before the reset in Shangyu village, and we drove them out." The righteous wind thought it over. Over the past decade, only Zhang Zhan and his group had cleared the ancestral hall abyss. All the professionals in Shangyu City had always believed that a nightmare-level ancestral hall should be cleared this way, but in fact, they had all been fooled by the little girl and her ghosts. It could only be said that Zhang Zhan cleared the ancestral hall in the dumbest way possible. By dragging it out for 3 days. Dragging it out until the ghostly wedding ended, until the night of 100 ghosts stopped. No, it should be called the night of revenge. But these were all minor matters. What surprised the righteous wind even more was that they actually had the memories of the outsiders. The outsiders who successfully passed the night of revenge should be Zhang Zhan and his group, later referred to by the little girl as the clueless outsiders who followed Zhang Zhan's strategy. He was the first professional to clear the ancestral hall in this way, and he received this astonishing news from the little girl. At the entrance to the pigsty, the righteous wind could see the overwhelming resentment inside. The so-called Night of 100 Ghosts was when those who had been imprisoned and ultimately died after being abducted were held here. The righteous wind could feel the overwhelming resentment of the ghosts in the pigsty, staring at him as if waiting for him to make a decision. This was why the righteous wind had come to the pigsty. Because there were 2 ways to end the ancestral hall. 2 choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's choice, to trust the villagers and wait in the ancestral hall for 3 days. The second choice. Join the revenge team. Faced with the 100 ghosts, the righteous wind thought for a moment, then directly asked the little girl, "Who cut off your tongue?" The little girl tilted her head and said, "Guess. Was it the old man next to you?" How boring. After the righteous wind guessed it in one go, the little girl showed a displeased expression. "I'll help you kill him later." No need. The little girl was not interested in the righteous wind's help. But the righteous wind added, "Not only will I kill him, but I will also help you take away things from the ancestral hall." The little girl was stunned for a moment, then looked at the righteous wind and asked, "Is there anything else you don't know?" The righteous wind smiled and said, "Actually, I guessed. But your reaction and their attitude told me I guessed right." Zheng Feng pointed to the ghosts in the pigsty who were no longer targeting themselves with Yin Qi. A choice must be made. Zheng Feng chose the side he believed to be right. "Whether you are the curse of the Yin gods, or the instigators of the ghosts in this village of Yugu," he said, "you are the ones who have been wronged. The villains should be punished. They are not qualified to be blessed by the ancestors." The depths of the ancestral hall require a professional to make a firm choice, which is why he walked all the way to the pigsty without any ghosts stopping him. Because they were waiting for Zhengfeng's decision. Zhengfeng, who made the decision, received the support of the ghosts. The Yin Qi that had always been exerted on him completely dissipated. The little girl looked at Zhengfeng and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have earned the approval of my sisters." "It is my honor." Zhengfeng nodded gently towards the ghosts in the pigsty. The little girl looked towards the direction of the ancestral hall and said, although we have received the mercy of the Yin gods, who have given us the power to summon Yin spirits and turn the entire village into a ghost village, as long as the ancestors in the ancestral hall are present, we cannot truly punish those beasts. Zhang Feng asked, what if there were no ancestors? The little girl smiled sweetly, that would be great, I will make them despair from the root, tearing them apart in the ancestral hall. I will make them live in the pigsty, while we enter the ancestral hall. I will make them worship me. Let them worship the most despicable person they think of. I will make them truly become pigs. Living the days we once had. The little girl kept talking, using the cutest voice to say the most ruthless words. It is obvious that she has been planning this revenge plan in her mind for a long time, but there has never been a professional who has made this choice to pass through. Because except for the little girl who was adopted by the old man and had her tongue cut off, the other ghosts in the pigsty could not enter the ancestral hall. To achieve this, they need the help of these outsiders, the professionals. Listening to the cruel words of the little girl, Zhang Feng directly praised, that's more like it. Revenge should be thorough, not indirect. Your previous way of revenge, they don't even know where they went wrong, or even who is retaliating against them. Just pure fear, no remorse at all. As a petty expert, Zhang Feng criticized their previous revenge as being more about form than substance. You need to make them regret. Zhang Feng said, leave this matter to me. The little girl looked at Zhang Feng, then glanced at the dismantled red sedan chair and asked, but how will you take away their ancestors? He is more powerful than my sisters. Zhang Feng said confidently, that's too easy. Zhang Feng hugged the little girl and returned to the ancestral hall once again. At this moment, the red sedan chair was completely shattered. Nearly 20,000 experience points and a platinum-level equipment had already been obtained while he was talking to the little girl. The red-clothed female ghost also emerged from the red sedan chair, floating in mid-air. But she did not make any attacks, instead staring at Zhang Feng who was returning. At Jingfeng's request, the summoned beasts also stopped their attacks. Everyone looked curiously at Zhang Feng, including the villagers hiding inside. Zhang Feng entered the ancestral hall with the little girl. When Ren Qingjiu hurriedly asked, what's going on? Zhang Feng smiled and said, it's basically okay, now we just need to let these villagers make their own choices, and then we can leave here. Choices? When Ren Qingjiu didn't understand, Zhang Feng gestured for her to watch. Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry brigade. Yes. Boom. Only a neat sound of footsteps was heard as 30 goblin cavalrymen in heavy armor walked out behind the Goblin General. The giant wolf clad in heavy armor, stepping in neat strides, stood in the center of the ancestral hall. In the sky, watching this imposing heavy cavalry regiment, the red-clothed female ghost furrowed her brow. She did not expect that, up to this point, this outsider still had cards up his sleeve. In fact, being able to come this far was entirely because the red-clothed female ghost acknowledged Zhang Feng's strength, allowing him to take the little girl directly to the pigsty. She was the ghost king of Shangyu village, and decisions naturally needed her approval. She acknowledged the strength of the outsider. But she did not expect this outsider to be even stronger than she had imagined. She secretly compared whether the 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry regiment. At the same time, Zhang Feng said to the villagers, move the things inside the ancestral hall out. The villagers were stunned. They did not move. Move the ancestral hall? Impossible. The ancestral hall was the only thing protecting them, how could it be moved? The little girl beside him laughed, they can't move it, do you want them to move the ancestral hall by themselves, how is that possible? Zhang Feng whispered, you are wrong. The little girl asked in confusion, are you going to threaten them with force again? Zhang Feng shook his head. Force is useless against them, they even sacrifice themselves, how could they be threatened? The little girl pointed behind Zhang Feng at the Goblin Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Zhang Feng smiled and said, they were originally prepared to deal with 100 ghosts, that is, the trump card of your sisters, I have been holding back until now, but unfortunately, I didn't use it. Summoning it out is just to show you that, no matter which choice I make, I can still proceed, but I choose to support you. Zhang Feng said, walking into the main hall of the ancestral hall. A very strong pressure directly pressed down on Zhang Feng. He could feel that if he acted personally, he would definitely die directly, the ancestors here were very powerful. Zhang Feng looked at the group of villagers, then pointed to the clay sculpture of the two-faced Yin god and said, do you know why sacrifices always fail? It's because, your sacrifices are too mixed. Ask yourselves, can your ancestors really achieve those great feats? Tea that cannot be resisted. Plague that no one can enter. Your ancestors cannot. But he can. Zheng Feng said passionately, look at this ancestral hall yourselves. The Yin God who helps you is right here, but you let other beings exist in this ancestral hall. Isn't that disrespectful? It seems so. The villagers actually believed it? So, now you need to make a choice. Either move the other miscellaneous things out of the ancestral hall, or I will give you a quick death, so you no longer suffer. Choose for yourselves. After Zheng Feng finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation, pointing directly to the deepest part of the ancestral hall, in the corner, where the dusty spirit altar stood. Zheng Feng could feel that the aura in the spirit altar was already chaotic. He was anxious. Because now everyone could see that the villagers really believed Zheng Feng's words, and some people began to stir. Koang, who was watching the scene, was surprised and said, they wouldn't really not know who was protecting them, would they? When Ren Xingyu affirmed, they really don't know. Alas, poor ancestors, always silently protecting them, but in the end abandoned by their own people. Kuing sighed. But Zheng Feng smiled and said, I think this is the retribution he deserves. The ancestors who sheltered demons are not good things either. True. In their conversation, the villagers actually started carrying the spirit altar out. Strong ancestors like Zheng Feng and the red-clothed female ghost, who are feared by all, were easily picked up by their own descendants and thrown outside like garbage. Even a village woman spat towards the spirit altar, resentfully saying, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our sacrifice would have been successful long ago. After speaking, she looked at Tao Qian and asked, Village Chief, don't you agree? Tao Qian, still holding his pipe, gave a thumbs up. You did the right thing. Crack. The spirit altar shattered. Not only that altar, but in the ancestral hall, apart from the dual-faced Yin God and 3 useless broken coffins, there was nothing left. Zheng Feng walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall, looking at the spirit altars piled up like garbage. Smiling, she said, you were supposed to protect the garbage, but now you've become garbage yourself. But, you deserve it too. After all, as the head is crooked, so is the tail. You're no good either. Feeling the fragmented hatred inside the spirit altar, Zheng Feng paid no attention and said to the red-clothed female ghost, they're all yours now, have fun. After speaking, Zheng Feng felt a gust of cold wind blowing. It turned out they couldn't wait any longer. One by one, they transformed back to their original forms and rushed into the ancestral hall. The screams began. Watching the gruesome scene inside, Zheng Feng laughed happily. Although it was brutal inside, when Ren Xingyu still couldn't help but say, they got off easy. For dealing with this kind of human trafficking garbage, they should be sentenced to death. Speaking of death penalty, Zheng Feng asked a philosophical question, since they're all sentenced to death, and after death they have to be cremated, why not just cremate them directly? It would save costs. Tao Qian. When Ren Xingyu, you truly deserve the title of the living king of hell. Shangyu City. Chai Feng smoked one cigarette after another, occasionally sighing. Zhang Zhan comforted him, don't worry, Chai Yun has the resurrection cross, nothing will happen to her. Chai Feng extinguished the cigarette but, frowning, have you forgotten that to pass through the depths of the ancestral hall, they have to stay inside for 3 full days? During these 3 days, apart from the first day's sacrifice being safe, the second day's ghost marriage blocking the door, and the third day's night of 100 ghosts, which one can easily escape from? I'm hoping now that they can escape the nightmare-level ancestral hall on the first day, otherwise, on the second day, that red-clothed female ghost might entangle them to death. The more Chai Feng spoke, the angrier he became. How could I have thought of giving Chai Yun to that lunatic Zheng Feng in the first place? If I had known he was crazy, I would have. Chai Feng, getting excited, suddenly sighed. It's too late to say anything now. Zhang Zhan also said, I never expected Zheng Feng to be this crazy, a level 13 professional, leading 4 bystanders, daring to enter the nightmare-level abyss. Indeed. Zhang Zhan said, then started laughing. You're laughing. Facing Chai Feng's angry gaze, Zhang Zhan couldn't help but say, I just remembered the captain I met during my training in the central district, who was just as crazy as Zheng Feng. But Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng's attitudes were completely different. He wasn't worried at all, and was even looking forward to it. This kind of personality is what makes a genius, isn't it? How many records has Nan Muyan broken? How many people once underestimated him? And the sword god of the Central District, my former captain, and even that Li Chenggong we both dislike, aren't they all crazy? In this world, only the crazy can succeed. Listening to Zhang Zhan's words, Chai Fang lit another cigarette, expressionless, and said, if you succeed, you're called crazy, if you fail, you're called a corpse. I believe in Zhang Feng. Zhang Zhan said nonchalantly. Chai Fang couldn't argue with Zhang Zhan, so he changed the topic and asked, have you obtained the resources for Zhang Feng? Zhang Zhan chuckled, weren't you just worried about whether Zhang Feng and the others would make it out alive? Why are you now concerned about what happens after they come out? Chai Fang replied irritably, am I supposed to hope for their death? I'm just worried. To be honest, I do have a tiny bit of anticipation. If it were anyone else, I would have sentenced them to death already, but Zhang Feng. I've met him, and he doesn't seem like the reckless type. Of course, I hope they can clear the challenge. If they do, Chai Yun can also benefit. So, did you manage to get the resources? I promised Zhang Feng that once he's out of the abyss, the resources will be ready. Zhang Zhan impatiently said, do I ever fail in my tasks? Chai Feng remained silent. Seeing Chai Feng's skeptical expression, Zhang Zhan explained, I asked for help from our faction leader. Surprised, Chai Feng asked, for such a small matter, you went to the leader? Zhang Zhan shook his head, this is not a small matter. Our leader has always had issues with Li Chenggong, and now Zhang Feng's situation is directly related to the Li family faction. Relying on the faction's power to seize the resources of an orphan, with an S-level talent, and from our Shangyu city. Our leader rushed to help with this matter. He never hesitates to cause trouble for Li Chenggong. Chai Feng asked, so, are the resources secured? Zhang Zhan proudly replied, as secure as can be. We just have to wait for Zhang Feng to come out and bring us better news. Chai Feng lit another cigarette, just getting out is good enough, let alone good news. Seeing Chai Feng's demeanor, Zhang Zhan stood up, pulled Chai Feng up, and said, let's go, have a drink. I'm not in the mood. That's exactly why we should go for a drink. The abyss of the ancestral hall will last at least 3 days. Can you really mope around for 3 days here? Hurry up, have a drink, get yourself drunk, time will pass faster. Chai Feng agreed and followed Zhang Zhan out. Meanwhile, a post appeared on the forum. Shocking. Zhang Feng has entered the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. The post quickly became popular. Because discussions about the ancestral hall on the Shangyu City forum have always been lively, as it is the most distinctive abyss in Shangyu City. The post included a picture showing Zhang Feng as a friend. Professionals can add each other as friends through the temple, then see the situation of the abyss where the other person is located. It showed that Zhang Feng was in the nightmare-level Shangyu City ancestral hall abyss. I have a question, who is Zhang Feng? You don't know Zhang Feng? The professional who cleared the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss in Jiangshui City a few days ago. So powerful? Cold Street abyss. Isn't that a level 1 abyss? He's already trying to clear the second stage nightmare-level abyss? You used again well. Why do you think Zhang Feng can clear the second stage nightmare-level abyss? I remember Zhang Feng is only level 13, right? Level 13 isn't the key. The key is, Zhang Feng is still with Tao Qian and the others. Clearing a level 1 abyss has made him arrogant enough to think he can clear the second stage alone? Why are there so many comments from Jiangshui City IPs? They're just jealous. Zhang Feng was poached by our mayor, so they came to watch the show. You're right, no other meaning, just to tell you that even if Zhang Feng comes to our Shangyu City, you won't benefit at all because he's about to die soon. Go die, you joy killers. From this point on, the post was no longer just about discussing Zhang Feng but turned into a back and forth between Shangyu City professionals and Jiangshui City professionals. Even someone made a guessing post, guessing whether Zhang Feng can pass the nightmare-level shrine abyss. Instantly, thousands of people participated. Among them, 92% of professionals believed that Zhang Feng would die in the shrine abyss. 7% of professionals believed that Zhang Feng could come out alive. Only 1% of professionals chose that Zhang Feng could pass the nightmare-level abyss. Just when the argument online was at its peak, Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng were heavily drunk, a message suddenly appeared. Notice! Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Team for breaking the historical clearance time of the Shrine Abyss, Nightmare Level, Clearance time, 8 hours 44 minutes 21 seconds, Captain, Zhang Feng, Summoner, Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger, other team members receive rewards, professional experience plus 100,000, historical record gift pack, Shrine Abyss Nightmare level, 1, historical record title, Shrine Abyss Nightmare level version, *1. This is a notice for all professionals in Shangyu City. Information known only to professionals in Shangyu City. So, when professionals in Shangyu City saw those professionals from Jiangshui City still clamoring online, they all showed strange smiles. This feeling of watching clowns is really great. You guys keep shouting, I'm listening. 1 minute ago, I didn't know Zheng Feng, 1 minute later, Zheng Feng is now my adoptive father. The prize guessing post that hadn't been closed yet, the 1% option of passing suddenly became 15%. If it weren't for the host closing it in time, more people would have taken advantage of it. No one had expected that Zheng Feng would pass the nightmare level abyss at this time. And Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng at this moment. Like patients in their last moments. They were both heavily drunk before, but now they were completely sober, staring in shock at the notice in front of them. Chai Feng rubbed his head and asked incredulously, how many days did we sleep? Zhang Zhan said impatiently, professionals can't get drunk at all, they can sober up whenever they want. Face reality, Zheng Feng cleared it. Not only cleared it, but also broke the record. Chai Feng. It seems like it's not just about breaking the record, right? 8 hours. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Zhan smiled and said, he probably found another way to pass the Shrine Abyss, faster than mine. Although the record was broken, Zhang Zhan was very happy. And proudly said to Chai Feng, how's my judgment? This time, Chai Feng didn't argue with Zhang Zhan, but agreed, indeed, you hit the jackpot. First stage Nightmare Level Abyss, second stage Nightmare Level Abyss, this level, only a few freaks in the central area can achieve. I didn't expect an orphan from Jiangshui City to reach this level. Zhang Zhan said, I really want to see Zhou Yun's expression now. Haha, it must be very interesting. Zheng Feng cleared the first stage Nightmare Level Abyss, he has no reason to regret. I don't believe he can hold it now. Just thinking that Zheng Feng was a genius he snatched from Jiangshui City, Zhang Zhan couldn't stop smiling. As long as Zhou Yun was uncomfortable, he was happier than anyone else. Nightmare Level Shrine Abyss. Inside the shrine, female ghosts freely scattered resentment, tearing the souls of villagers to pieces. The red-clothed female ghost even explained to Zheng Feng, the pain of having one's soul torn apart is indescribable, 100 times more painful than physical pain. Zheng Feng couldn't see the expression of the red-clothed female ghost because she always wore a red veil. Once the souls of the villagers are all torn apart by them, the Shangyu village abyss will reset, and you will leave here early. Zheng Feng had many questions for the red-clothed female ghost. For example, she actually consciously knew that this was an abyss. Zheng Feng remembered that the description of the abyss in the textbook was a history sealed in time, and they should not be conscious of the abyss. But before Zheng Feng could ask, the woman in red took the initiative to say, I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that I know more than you think. Part of it comes from the Yin God. Part of it comes from the special nature of ghost species. From the Yin God? Zheng Feng pondered over this sentence as the cries of the villagers in the courtyard gradually subsided. The system prompt also popped up directly. You have cleared the second stage of the Shrine Abyss, Nightmare Level, and obtained rewards, Shrine Abyss Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, Professional Experience plus 100,000. Unfortunately, there was no first clearance reward. The experience reward for clearing the second stage of the Nightmare Level Abyss was as high as 100,000. Enough to level up. After level 15, each level up becomes extremely difficult for professionals. Shrine Abyss, Nightmare Level, has ended, exiting the instance in 5 minutes. I should go. Zheng Feng said to the woman in red on purpose. Because he felt that she was the controller of all the Yin energy in Shangyu village. In other words, the real Yin God curse caster was the woman in red, and the other women in the pigsty were just given power by her. If they really had to fight to the end, they probably wouldn't be able to beat the woman in red. The woman in red looked at Zheng Feng. Then she said, next time you come, remember to bring the village chief's coffin over, for coffins, to force the ancestors' true form out. Also, kill the yellow-skinned one with green eyes. Don't let the fire in the copper basin go out. After saying these 3 sentences, the woman in red raised a wave of Yin energy, sweeping the shattered red sedan chair on the ground. In the next moment, the shattered pieces of the red sedan chair on the ground, as if coming back to life, pieced together and restored to their original state. Squeak, the yellow-skinned one made a creepy squeaking sound and emerged from the ground in a black mist state. The mournful sound rose again. The 4 resurrected yellow-skinned ones lifted the red sedan chair. Respectfully, they came to the front of the woman in red, lowered their bodies, tilted the sedan chair, and made it easy for the woman in red to enter. The yellow-skinned one with green eyes walked to the front of the sedan chair, pulled open the door curtain. The woman in red elegantly stepped into the sedan chair. After entering the sedan chair, the oppressive energy on the woman in red completely disappeared. Zhang Feng finally understood that the red sedan chair was actually a disguise of the woman in red, used to conceal the aura of the Yin god. Creak, the 4 yellow-skinned ones lifted the sedan chair. At this moment, the voice of the woman in red inside the sedan chair came out. When will you come again? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. Will you release water? No. Then 3 days later. Okay, I'll wait for you. The phrase I'll wait for you left Zhang Feng stunned. Seeing this, when Ren Qingyu immediately said to Kuing, remember your competitor. Kuing rolled her eyes. She had no way to deal with her talkative best friend. Tao Qian was very gossipy and said, but she's a ghost. So what if she's a ghost? Maybe Zhang Feng has unique tastes. Zhang Feng interrupted impatiently, keep talking, and I'll let the female ghost leave you here. When Ren Qingyu immediately shut up. Zhang Feng glanced at the time, let's go, we'll come back in 3 days. Okay. In any case, whatever abyss Zhang Feng brushed, they would follow along, as soy sauce, they had no choice. And they cherished every opportunity to enter the abyss. Because every time they entered, it was one less time. Zhang Feng's current level is already 15. And they had just leveled up to 11. Adding the Nightmare Abyss reward, Zhang Feng will widen the level gap between them. By the time Zhang Feng enters the 3rd stage of the abyss, they will almost have no chance of being on the same team as Zhang Feng again. Because the level difference is too great. If someone were to ask Tao Qian when his peak in life was, he would answer now. As for the reason why Zhang Feng wants to enter the Ancestral Hall Abyss again, it's simple. Hidden tasks. The 3 things mentioned by the red-clothed ghost, the green-eyed yellow-skinned, the 4 coffins, and the copper basin flame, should be the key, the areas he overlooked. If the red-clothed ghost emphasized them, it's necessary to try again. Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall. Zhao Ning, as usual, had breakfast and then came to the Ancestral Hall Abyss to wait for prey. Last night, he thought he had found business, but it turned out to be a group of children who didn't know how to level up to level 10. After waiting for almost half a year, he unexpectedly encountered a professional summoner leading a team, which was really unexpected. Ha! Opening the door, Zhao Ning momentarily thought he had gone to the wrong place. Why are there so many people? The rare sight of so many people in the Ancestral Hall Abyss. This doesn't seem right. Although this month is the awakening season, how could so many people level up to 10 so quickly? Accustomed to the usually deserted Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, Zhao Ning was suddenly dazed by the sudden influx of people. The staff in the Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall were familiar with Zhao Ning. Upon seeing him, they directly asked, don't you know? Know what? Zhao Ning looked puzzled. Didn't you receive the notification from Shanyu City? Zhao Ning shook his head, I turned off notifications, they're too annoying. Someone cleared the Nightmare Abyss. The Ancestral Hall? Yes. But there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. I remember that since Mayor Zhang Zhan released the strategy, several groups of professionals have cleared the Ancestral Hall Abyss. The staff interrupted Zhao Ning and asked, did they break the record? Could it be? Zhao Ning suddenly looked towards the central screen in the Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, where the historical records of the Ancestral Hall projected by the temple were displayed. He was shocked to see that the record holder of the Nightmare Abyss, Zhang Zhan, had been replaced by Zhang Feng. Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare. Level, clearance record, 8 hours 44 minutes 21 seconds, clearance team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes. Ha? 8 hours? He rubbed his eyes again. The staff beside him chuckled, don't rub your eyes, you're not mistaken, it really is 8 hours. You really don't read the forums, do you? The forums are already in an uproar. So, now you know why they've gathered here, right? There are spectators, media, journalists. More importantly, there are professionals and companies who want to meet Jing Feng, make friends with him. You wouldn't believe it, even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Feng came early. TSK Tisk, it's really enviable, at such a young age, he has such a big face, even the mayor and the Minister of Resources came to greet him in person. He has a bright future. If only I could know Zhang Feng, that would be great. He is destined to be a mayoral-level figure. Damn, I should have talked to him more yesterday. The staff rambled on. Zhao Ning beside them was full of absurdity. It's actually them. A summoner, a monk, 2 assassins. This kind of configuration that was impossible, Zhao Ning couldn't forget. He never expected that the summoner he had directly rejected turned out to be a big shot. The staff next to him regretted not talking more to Zhang Feng. But there was once a requirement to clear the nightmare abyss, and only needed to know how to roast kidneys to join the team, but he missed it. Not only did he miss it. It seems like I also mocked the other party. Damn. Zhao Ning's current feeling is like guessing the winning numbers for a lottery, only to realize that he didn't actually buy a ticket, just wrote down the numbers. This feeling sucks. Jiangshui City. The mayor's office was quiet. Not exactly quiet, but the atmosphere was very oppressive, with officials at all levels holding their breath, afraid to speak. Mayor Zhou Yun hasn't said a word since the meeting started. All because of the news that the secretary had just delivered. Zhang Feng had cleared another nightmare-level abyss. And broke the record that Zhang Zhan had held for 7 or 8 years. If it were a professional from their own city who broke the record, Zhou Yun would reluctantly congratulate and secretly envy, thinking that this guy had gotten lucky and found a genius for their faction. But the problem is, the professional who broke the record was originally from their city of Jiangshui. Zhou Yun looked at the information about Zhang Feng breaking the record. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Why is everyone looking at me? It's just a small matter." Zhou Yun remained calm, as if nothing had happened. For Zhou Yun, there was no turning back from this matter, so let it develop naturally. What can a Stage 2 professional achieve? Not worth mentioning. The matter that Zhou Yun considered not worth mentioning caused a stir in the forum. Especially the professionals from Jiangshui City, who were not informed of Zhang Feng's clearance of the nightmare-level abyss in time, were still mocking and venting at that time. Many people supported Zhou Yun's actions, believing that the resources should be given to Li Feng. Because some had analyzed that if Zhou Yun entered the Li family faction, the entire Jiangshui City would become a branch city of the Li family faction. There might be a chance to work for the Li family faction in the future. Some even formed teams with faction members to enter the abyss. As for Zhang Feng, just a summoner. But as the news gradually spread to Jiangshui City, it instantly slapped everyone in the face. Because Zhang Feng left, coupled with Zhou Yun's actions, the professionals in Jiangshui City harbored resentment towards Zhang Feng. Some in Shangyu City even believed that Zhang Feng had no significant development. And then, on the 4th day of entering Shangyu City, he cleared the nightmare-level abyss again, breaking the record once more. And he broke the record with an unbelievable achievement. Is this not development? Is this not worth mentioning? Which faction's professional can clear 2 nightmare-level abysses and break records in both? Gradually, there were some posts criticizing Zhou Yun on the forum. Helping others and benefiting oneself, who was at a loss, who was gaining? By giving resources to Li Feng, establishing a relationship with the Li family faction, Zhou Yun not only expressed loyalty to the Li family faction but also smoothly entered the Li family faction. This can be considered as benefiting oneself. But the question is, does Zhou Yun entering the Li family faction really benefit us? Compared to Zhang Feng, who was originally an orphan and ended up in Jiangshui City accepting him, nurturing him, will be a great help. With this level of talent, coupled with the help, I don't believe you can't see the difference. This post was pushed to the popular section. The professionals in Jiangshui City made a rational analysis of how far Zhang Feng could go in the future and cited examples, such as those who had continuously cleared the nightmare-level abyss in stages 1 and 2 on the current power ranking list. Although Zhang Feng is a summoner, his 2 achievements are enough to prove his strength. As for the professionals in Shangyu City, they were just there for fun. Anyway, Zhang Feng was one of their own now, and whether it was the youth professional competition or the citywide rewards after stage 4, it would be related to them. You continue to analyze, after all, the help is for our Shangyu City, not for you. I remember before you guys were swearing that the positive wind was not working, now why are you starting to analyze other people's future? Look at what they are analyzing. Have you forgotten that the positive wind is like a nightmare-level abyss with 4 soy sauce brushes? Sour to death. Faced with the mockery of the professionals in Shangyu City, the professionals in Jiangshui City couldn't retort at all because the facts were right in front of them. Results are the best proof. Gradually, the focus of the professionals in Jiangshui City turned to Zhou Yun. Some started saying that Zhou Yun's decisions were wrong. Some even directly criticized him. However, these posts disappeared directly 1 or 2 minutes after appearing. The forum is not under the control of the Holy Temple. Joyun said not worth mentioning, but secretly had the administrators delete all posts unfavorable to him. I just posted and it's gone, who's in a hurry, I won't say. Joyun is a big idiot, whoever deleted my post, your whole family will die. The forum became chaotic. Almost all first and second tier professionals from Shanyu City and Jianshui City participated. Zhang Zhan looked at the forum, unable to stop smiling. I'm laughing so hard, these kids write such talented posts. This sentence cursing Joyun has some substance, thumbs up. Hey, who deleted the post, I haven't liked it yet, this old dog Joyun dares to do but not to admit, just a few criticisms, and still deletes posts, shameless. Looking at Zhang Zhan, there was no trace of the image of a mayor, sitting casually in a chair, browsing the forum. Chai Fong was speechless for a while. In fact, Zhang Zhan had already restrained himself. When he was young, Zhang Zhan also had the title of a madman in Shangyu City, otherwise, he would not have become the first professional to clear the Temple Abyss. You know, the Temple Abyss back then was a forbidden abyss in Shangyu City. With the red-clothed female ghost there, no one dared to enter the temple. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from the end of the Temple Abyss Hall. Chai Fong reminded, stop browsing the forum, Zheng Feng and the others are coming out. Coming out? Zhang Zhan quickly got up. Let's go, to welcome our future star. Hiss, the first one to come out was Tao Qian. Seeing the dense crowd in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, it feels really good to be a celebrity. When Ren Qingyu rolled her eyes, you're just a fart of a celebrity, people are here for Zheng Feng. Kuang, don't tell the truth, before Zheng Feng comes out, we can still enjoy a few seconds. One Ren Qingyu. Next was Chai Yun. Someone recognized Chai Yun. Yun Yun. It's me, Yun Yun. Chai Yun found the girl who called her, who turned out to be her former classmate. I was curious just now, how come in the team that broke the record, there was a familiar name, it turns out it's really you. Chai Yun looked up at the temple records and indeed found her name on it. There was a kind of inexplicable pride. In the past, the names on it were Zhang Zhan and her cousin, Chai Fong, they dominated it, she never thought that one day her name would appear on it. It felt unreal. I envy you so much, actually clearing the nightmare abyss and breaking the record, since the day you suddenly disappeared, I thought you would never become a professional again. I didn't expect that, when you came back, you would create such a big scene. It's so enviable. The classmates kept expressing their envy, but their eyes were full of jealousy. Why wasn't it themselves who hitched a ride on this train? Why was it Chai Yun? This jealousy couldn't be suppressed, it all showed in their eyes. But the more jealous they were, the happier Chai Yun was. Instead of feeling inferior because others thought she was just to tag along in clearing the nightmare level abyss, she felt grateful. Because, being able to tag along is also a kind of ability. Thanks, cousin. Chai Yun sincerely said in her heart. She felt for the first time that having privileges was so cool. The team didn't lack resources. The reason she could have a position in the team was all thanks to her cousin, who was the Minister of Resources in Shangyu City. Chai Yun thought she should give Chai Fong a gift. Yes, a valuable one. She picked up the phone and sent a text message to Chai Fong. Chai Fong and Zhang Zhan were waiting for Zheng Feng to appear. He received a text message from Chai Yun. Brother, thank you, you really helped me a lot this time. I had my mom send you some resources, rest assured they are all valuable items, enough to give you a reprieve. Chai Fong. What kind of crazy idea is she having again? Zhang Zhan also saw the message and analyzed, she probably wants to tell you that she is very grateful to you. A reprieve, that's really valuable. Chai Fong. There will be another chapter soon, wait a moment. Zheng Feng was the last one to come out. The moment Zheng Feng was teleported out, a group of people rushed up to him. Hello, Zheng Feng, I am the general manager of Angel Pharmaceutical Company, and I would like to invite you to be our company's representative professional. Master, I recognize you, can you take me to the abyss next time, I'll pay. Hello, I am from Shangyu City Equipment Recycling Company. Hello, Zheng Feng, do you need a girlfriend? Where did this seductress come from? Haven't you seen the three beauties standing next to Zheng Feng? Will it be your turn? Do you mind if I become your fourth wife? 6 Zheng Feng, can you sell me the strategy to clear the abyss separately? I am willing to pay a high price to monopolize the strategy. Monopoly dog, get out of JoJo. The crowd was talking all at once, and Zhang Feng had never seen such a scene before. He remembered the entertainment stars from his past life. Probably it was like this. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to deal with them and slip away from the Abyss Hall, a voice rang out. Hello everyone, I am Zhang